Prologue. Two young men stood next to the main entrance of Hillview High School on this particular morning. They were wearing nondescript khaki shirts and pants that could have passed for either work clothes or some kind of uniform. One of them was tall and slender with a swimmer's body, large hazel eyes, and a military cut of his light brown hair. The second man was short eyes and thick, black, unruly hair. No one saw them, even when Kyle and his teammates from basketball jostled each other through the entrance. Tucker Washington was goading them on with a black squirt gun that would be confiscated as soon as they were inside the second set of school doors. Tucker was aiming for strategic regions of kids' bodies, trying to get a few good shots before his fun would end. The second set of doors and the metal detector and electronic sensors they all would pass through. One of the guys finally wrested the squirt gun from Tucker's grip, while two others held his arm fast. They were oblivious to his loud and profane protests. For Tucker, the attention was worth it. He could buy another squirt gun, but his football linebacker build and dark skin often kept him from being accepted by being the class entertainer was the next best alternative. Even without this diversion, none of the kids would have heard the conversation that the two uniformed young men were having immediately next to them. None of the kids saw the serious expression on the darker man's face as he spoke. Actually, the kids didn't see or hear anything. The most accurate way to describe where the men stood was above the school lawn, rather than standing on top of it. They were able to allow humans to see them, but this morning was not one of those rare occasions. We have to do something. We can't just stand here and watch him be attacked, especially when he doesn't even know what is happening. The darker man spoke in obvious frustration. Both of his hands were shoved into his back pockets with his thumbs as he spoke and shifted his weight from one foot to the other. Our orders were clear, his companion answered quietly. We are only here to watch, and we are not permitted to interfere unless his life is in danger. I doubt that they'll try anything close to that this early in this conflict. But he isn't even ready. He doesn't know there's a war or that he needs his own. Man, who was known as Barth, short for Bartholomew, protested. He will be ready and he will know what he needs to know when the time is right. Besides, that isn't our job. The king is our commander, remember? He's taken care of assigning us near Kyle Sanger to keep him safe, and the tutor's already preparing his heart. The tutor does a much better job than any of us could. As you know, timing, began Barth before his superior and friend interrupted him, is not the same as ours, the taller man known as Caleb said, finishing Barth's sentence for him. When you've been in a few more of these battles, you'll begin to understand how he works and how dedicated he is to protecting even the most insignificant-seeming soldier. Was Barth's only reply. He stayed to watch everything that Kyle experienced throughout that day. They were beside him still unseen in the hallways, at the doors of every classroom, seated near the pool as he swam drills with the other swimmers during physical education, and in everything that happened later. No one ever suspected they were there, least of all, Kyle. The fist connects. It was one of those hideously ordinary days when nothing is happening and there isn't anything you expect to happen. There was absolutely no good reason for the sudden blast of icy air that came from some unidentified direction. Kyle never got cold, but the blast of air left him shivering and trying to hide it from his time of year, and all of the windows in the biology lab were closed. Random, Kyle thought as he recovered, shifted from one foot to the other, and frowned at the red numbers on his watch. 11:07. That meant that Kyle had 23 more minutes to pretend that he was involved in his biology exercise before he could go to lunch. Kyle was generally highly motivated for biology. Competition among island students began in preschool and continued through high school graduation for honors that would lead to acceptance by the best universities and related advantages for their family reputation, business success, and wealth. Every report card made a difference. Every sport or other school activity made a difference. Kyle liked to win, so in the friendly rival Tucker Washington, Kyle had to kick butt, as he put it, to excel in the sciences, since Tucker was headed for medical school. Tucker was undoubtedly better than Kyle in biology, but Kyle made up for this weakness in both architecture and English. Rivalry aside, on this particular day, Kyle was not in the mood for biology, and he had 23 more minutes to be involved in this biology lab activity before he could go to lunch. Kyle's faded jeans hung baggy from his hips, and the army shirt he had located at one of the thrift shops on the west side of the island covered the arm muscles that he was still trying to build up. Kyle had always been a skinny kid. Throughout junior high, his nickname was Skeleton. He had flattened the last kid who used it, though, with it since then. Kyle's weightlifting workouts with his dad were helping, and this year, 9th grade, Kyle's upper body was finally starting to show more bulk. In front of Kyle on the counter, a dead frog was pinned down on its back, with its legs spread wide. It reeked of formaldehyde. One good thing about having a brainiac for a lab partner was that you got some excellent notes. Brainiac lab partner was named David Benjamin Jacobson, but no one ever called him by his name. Since Hat Boy's first day of nursery school, when he showed up wearing a yarmulke, he was dubbed Hat Boy by the other 3-year-olds. The nickname stuck. Now, Hat Boy had positioned his scalpel above the frog's neck, ready to plunge in the blade. "Wait!" froze with the knife in midair. "What's wrong?" he asked. "You're not going to run him through. Just split open the skin from his neck all the way down," Kyle motioned over the frog with his finger. "All right," Hat Boy agreed, beginning to make the long cut. We have an audience," Kyle observed, looking at a live frog sitting on the counter next to Hat Boy. Using his thumb and index finger, the frog just above its hind legs and held it tightly. "He's our frog's cousin, and he came to say one last goodbye," Hat Boy said, grinning. Kyle moved the frog toward Hat Boy's face. "Kiss me, darling," he pleaded in a high-pitched voice. Hat Boy dodged the frog. "No, you're too ugly. I'm getting a divorce." Kyle put a finger in front of his lips and moved quickly around the end of the counter, stepping behind a short platinum blonde girl at the station in front of them. She was looking down and reading instructions out loud for her lab partner. Kyle raised the frog to the level of the girl's face. "Kiss me, darling," Kyle said in the deepest voice he could manage. The platinum blonde girl whirled around, almost brushing the frog. Piercing shriek. Classmates at nearby tables burst into laughter. "Kyle!" the girl yelled, turning Kyle's name into 2 syllables, blushing deeply and putting her hands on her hips. "My, how purple you are," Kyle said, laughing, before he realized that Mr. McArdrey had stepped up behind him. One rumor about the gray-haired biology teacher wishing one more year until he could retire. Another rumor was that Mr. McArdrey gave the highest grades to all of the good-looking girls in his classes. Mr. McArdrey held up a wide-mouthed jar. "Put it in here," he ordered Kyle. "Oh, is he going to die?" asked someone from across the lab. There was a chorus of mocking, sympathetic moans from around the room. Mr. McArdrey leaned close. "He'll die of a broken heart, I'm sure," he said to her, winking as everyone groaned. She rolled her eyes and smiled in spite of herself. "All right, everyone back to work," Mr. McArdrey ordered in his best law officer tone. "Mr. Sanger, try to control yourself, will you?" he added, looking at Kyle. "Sorry," Kyle responded, catching Hat Boy's eye. "Good, Kyle. Bet you get both of us in F for the day," Hat Boy muttered under his breath. Kyle was preoccupied as, once again, for the billionth time during this lab period, he compared the time on his digital watch with the wall clock next to the laboratory door. 11:37. If Kyle hadn't looked up at the wall clock at that exact moment, he never would have noticed Soren leaning into the biology lab from the hallway. Soren, in his usual misfit attire of black jeans, tee, and ratty ponytail, was fixing a hateful stare on Kyle, as if to bore a hole right through him. Besides that, the icy air that had actually chilled Kyle and made him shiver when he first walked into the lab was all around him again. Why? Where was it coming from? Where was it coming from? Kyle wondered again, coming up with no answers. Soren moved down the hallway as Kyle continued looking through the open laboratory door. Kyle was standing in the same position at the laboratory table, looking down the hall, when it came at him. Later, Kyle would remember as if a huge but invisible fist had come at his face with lightning speed. Whatever it was, something completely invisible shot straight for him, with a penetrating energy that Kyle felt at the very center of his being. He hadn't seen anything, and there was no time to think. Kyle ducked reflexively to avoid being knocked down. But how could something that he couldn't even think? Kyle ducked reflexively to avoid being knocked down. But how could something that he couldn't even see knock him down? Barth and Caleb saw it coming even before Kyle was mentally aware of anything unusual. To their eyes, this being was no invisible force, but a completely dark form that flew in an arcing path from the hallway through the laboratory door and dived brazenly for Kyle's face, pulling up just in time to miss hitting him directly. It knew about Caleb and Barth, and about their orders not to interfere. This was time to show off and gloat, maybe even goad Kyle's guardians into premature action against their orders. The tactic didn't work, in spite of Barth's obvious frustration. Barth gave chase, making sure the Black Spirit had left the school building and resumed watching events in the biology lab. "Hey, Kyle, having a flashback?" Adam, a kid at the biology lab. "Hey, Kyle, having a flashback?" Adam, a kid at the station in back of Kyle, jabbed. Adam had carrot-colored hair and freckles from his forehead to his neck. Kyle was relieved he didn't look like that. Adam's loud laugh caused all 5 of the kids standing at the counter in back of Kyle and Hat Boy to look up again. The loud laugh caused all 5 of the kids standing at the counter in back of Kyle and Hat Boy to look up again. Was there going to be another fight? "You're the one having a flashback," Kyle retorted hotly as he felt his face getting red. He put his hand under the faucet in front of him, gave one of the knobs a quarter turn, and flipped a handful of water back at Adam, who was still laughing stupidly. The kids went back of him, gave one of the knobs a quarter turn, and flipped a handful of water back at Adam, who was still laughing stupidly. The kids went back to their frog cutting. No fight. Not that an old-fashioned fist fight would have been that interesting. Even though this was a private island school, the law still required detectors at every classroom door to check the computer chip in each person's wrist as they entered the class school. The law still required detectors at every classroom door to check the computer chip in each person's wrist as they entered the classroom. They also set off an eardrum-killing alarm if someone had a weapon. So no one brought knives, razor blades, or guns inside any of the island schools. Besides, the chips implanted in each of their wrists would certainly have given them away before they could get far, even if they found schools. Besides, the chips implanted in each of their wrists would certainly have given them away before they could get far, even if they found a way to fool the sensors now placed in every public building on the island as a safeguard against terrorist attack. Kyle rubbed the palms of his hands down the sides of his jeans and wondered if anyone could see him shaking, because he felt as though all of his organs were vibrating down the sides of his jeans and wondered if anyone could see him shaking, because he felt as though all of his organs were vibrating, although he was no longer cold. He was shaking now, but not because of the room temperature of the lab. No one, including Hat Boy, had seemed to notice anything unusual, except for Adam. Since no one would pay any attention to Adam, no problem there. Usual, except for Adam. Since no one would pay any attention to Adam, no problem there. Kyle would have to figure out what was up with the icy air blast and what it was that had flown at him later. That afternoon, Kyle finished his swimming practice and Tucker finished football. Tucker went to Kyle's for dinner and a sleepover, as he did on alternate weekends when Kyle was not sleeping over at Tucker's. Tucker had grown up being part of the Sanger family life, including family dinners. Dinner in the Sanger home included both of Kyle's parents and Kyle's 5-year-old adopted sister, Kaylee, or KK for short. Immediately as Kyle and Tucker walked into the Sanger home, they were sent upstairs to shower and dress for dinner. Kyle's 5-foot pointed wordlessly toward the winding staircase to the second floor. KK held her nose and announced, "Ew, you smell like a locker room," before she was shushed by her mother. Both of Kyle's parents were present for the evening meal as usual, their places set opposite each other at the huge round oak table. Finally showered and dressed for dinner, Kyle and Tucker had come downstairs something to help and been instructed to take their places at the table by Kyle's mother. With the efficiency of a commanding officer in wartime, the demure Mrs. Sanger orchestrated the hired staff, supervised timing of food preparation so the meal was complete on time, organized her family to be in their places when food was ready, and somehow managed to make each person feel he was the most important person at the event. On this evening, the table was laden with a steaming dish of foil-wrapped potatoes baked over the coals with butter, platters of corn on the cob, gravy boats filled with beef gravy, grilled mushrooms cooked with the steaks, a huge covered metal pot of steamed vegetables, fresh homemade bread with sliced cheeses, and last but not least, steaks just off the grill, being served by Kyle's dad according to each person's order. KK sat next to her BFF from nursery school, a tall strawberry blonde named Judith Solomon. Judith was wearing side ponies, as she called them, tied with teal blue ribbons that matched her slack set. KK was dressed in a tomato red sweatsuit that offset her dark brown curl, engaged in nonstop chatter that became whispers and giggles after Tucker and Kyle walked into the dining room. Tucker and Kyle waited silently, each wondering how much longer he could hold out, as both parents arranged final touches on the meal. At last, Kyle's dad stood at the head of the table and everyone stood up to hold hands. The elder Sanger spoke slowly, in a richly deep voice, tension. "Our gracious King, this food, this home, and all of our blessings are from you. Thank you. Be in our time as we share them. Keep us in your care and always teach us your ways. Amen." After a few seconds of silence, chaos erupted because 2 hungry teen boys were trying to get as much food on their plates and into their mouths as without seeming to be disrespectful. Kyle's mom was helping KK with the meal, and Kyle's dad was sending platters and serving bowls around the table. Since all of this required concentration, few words were spoken. Even KK stopped her prattle momentarily. The only sound was crackling of the fire in an immense central fireplace that opened into both the dining and living room stone from the Sanger property. The varied earth tones of the rock chunks had been artfully arranged by some ancestor Kyle was too young to remember. When no one could hold one mouthful more, staff cleared plates, and served New York cheesecake, a favorite of Kyle's dad and both of the boys. Somehow, to the amazement of Kyle's mother, both Kyle and Tucker managed to eat the heavy already consumed. "Where do they put it?" asked Kyle's mom, smiling across the table at her husband. "They have at least one hollow leg," Kyle's dad answered with a twinkle in his eye. Seconds of anything, even dessert, were offered and declined with thanks. Finally, it was time for Kyle and his guests to stand, stretch, and conceal any belches. "Mom," Kyle announced, "we're going down to the place, okay?" "Sí, como no?" she answered. Kyle glanced toward his father, who nodded his assent. The place was Kyle and Tucker's childhood name for their secret hangout near the wine cellars of the Sanger Vineyards. As Kyle and Tucker emerged from the front door of the Sangers, Tucker's older brother Marvin was pulling into the drive. Marvin Washington took great pride in his car. Marvin kept his Triumph carefully waxed and detailed so that it was perfect inside and out. Also, Marvin had worked to make this Triumph more than an antique. He had rebuilt it himself, retaining an old-fashioned motor and omitting any computerized parts. He kept the motor in perfect running condition. If something ever went wrong with it, he measured his Triumph, but it was a snug fit for him. After Marvin unfolded himself from the driver's seat, Kyle escorted Marvin and Tucker along the two-track dirt road that led back through one section of the vineyards that spread for several hundred acres over the Sanger land. Kyle, as their host, generally led on these walks, but tonight he and Tucker walked together more slowly than usual. They were still than by sight. A 20-minute walk brought them to a low adobe building that looked like a storage shed. Actually, it served as a sort of lounge for laborers employed by the Sanger Winery and Vineyards. Inside the building, an old refrigerator leaned against one wall, opposite a long, sagging couch on the outer wall. An open door to a restroom with multiple urinals and a sink. A metal ladder descended to another door, also metal. Kyle bent close to the lock and whispered something. The metal door slid open a few inches. Kyle used both hands to push it open the rest of the way and turned to the others. "Okay," Kyle said, and both Marvin and Tucker clambered noisily down the ladder. The place had been a favorite hangout for Kyle and Tucker since childhood. The place had served the boys well whenever they wanted to hide, to get cool, or to talk without adults overhearing them. Somehow, in the corner, they had cell reception, so they were not really out of reach of friends or even parents. On this night, Marvin and Tucker followed Kyle into the cool, dark passage, into a corner where two perpendicular hallways intersected. One went to all the way back to a rear entrance of the Sanger home. Years ago, Kyle's mother had given him some outdoor carpet to put on the floor. It took several layers to counteract the cold and damp of the concrete. In the apex of the corner, against the cement wall, were stacked multicolored beanbags. Kyle pulled several beanbags down and tossed them toward Marvin and Tucker. Six-pack. Both of his friends were slouched into beanbags, Tucker absently turning an old Rubik's Cube he'd found buried among the beanbags. Marvin was researching something on his tablet. It was about 8:30 p.m., and the vineyards around the storage shed were quiet. Traffic was light at this hour and too distant to be heard. The only sound that carried into this underground system of tunnels was Tucker. "Today in biology lab," Kyle began and proceeded to tell Tucker the whole story about the icy air all around him and the invisible fist that seemed to be aiming a punch at his face. Kyle omitted the parts about the chills that sporadically racked his body now and the constant foreboding that stayed with him as though he was being watched. Tucker listened in silence while Before Kyle could answer, Tucker's excitement got the best of him. "Cool, dude! That's so cool! Now you get the armor and the weapon and all the powerful stuff that the king gives you." The look on Kyle's face tempered Tucker's enthusiasm. "Tucker," Kyle paused for emphasis. "Look, I do not want to join anyone's if you listen." Kyle was shaking his head. Kyle, Tucker, and most of their generation on this island avoided regular news broadcasts since they'd grown tired of hearing about the endless wars and demands for the dedicated service of every new high school graduate looking for glory. Kyle believed the wars were useless. He had no desire to get killed. Marvin took another, Kyle said. "Right," said Marvin. "Here's the deal. This is not a war about killing or wounding people." Marvin paused to make certain he had Kyle's attention. "Right," said Kyle, looking skeptical. Since Kyle was still listening, Marvin continued. "It's a war to keep people on this island from becoming slaves." "No, we don't have slaves here," Kyle softly that Kyle barely heard him. "I don't get it," Kyle said, genuinely confused. Marvin and Tucker were looking at each other, but neither said anything for several minutes. Then Marvin said, "Okay, that thing that came at you in the lab was invisible, right?" Kyle nodded. "Did you just imagine it, make it up?" In answer, Kyle shook his head. "Okay, right?" Kyle nodded again. "Okay, one more thing. If something is true or real and you don't believe it, does that change anything? Like, suppose you don't believe in gravity and you jump off a tall building. What happens? You're dead, or at least hurt bad, Kyle said. Yeah, Marvin agreed. What we know so far is that invisible forces... Yeah, Marvin agreed. What we know so far is that invisible forces can be real and powerful, and if something is real, our beliefs don't change it, right? Kyle considered this for a few moments, then glanced over at Tucker and nodded. He got it. Marvin had pulled a case from the pocket of his sweats and opened it. As Kyle and Tucker watched, Marvin paged carefully through pulled a case from the pocket of his sweats and opened it. As Kyle and Tucker watched, Marvin paged carefully through paper-thin pages of some very old book. It was strange because nobody used hard copy books anymore. Everything was on cells or tablets or some device. Marvin seemed to have found what he was searching for and looked up at Kyle and Tucker. I searched for these ancient texts for years, and I don't want him to have found what he was searching for and looked up at Kyle and Tucker. I searched for these ancient texts for years, and I don't want either of you to tell anyone I have them. Kyle and Tucker both nodded their agreement. Is it illegal? Asked Kyle. Not sure, but without it, we're lost, and the adversary fighting to destroy everyone on our island will win. Marvin paused, then added, and the adversary fighting to destroy everyone on our island will win. Marvin paused, then added, just so you know, here's the way the ancient book describes the enemy that is attacking our island. After scanning down one of the pages and using an index finger to mark the place, Marvin read, keep a cool head, stay alert. The adversary is poised to pounce and would like nothing. And read, keep a cool head, stay alert. The adversary is poised to pounce and would like nothing better than to catch you napping. Keep your guard up. You're not the only ones plunged into these hard times. Marvin was on his tablet now, still reading. These words were written thousands of years ago, but what I just read is modernized. Here's a much older... These words were written thousands of years ago, but what I just read is modernized. Here's a much older translation. Be alert and of sober mind. Your enemy, the devil, prowls around like a roaring lion, looking for someone to devour. So our island is at war with a lion who wants to eat every islander? Kyle quipped. He had more questions than answers about the war with a lion who wants to eat every islander? Kyle quipped. He had more questions than answers about this ancient writing, whatever it was. This led to an exchange between Kyle and Tucker, competing to see who could get the most laughs. Marvin rolled his eyes and waited. The basic thing now is to understand what we are fighting on this island and how we can win, Marvin concluded his eyes and waited. The basic thing now is to understand what we are fighting on this island and how we can win, Marvin concluded when the contest wound down. Not me. I'm not fighting, Kyle said seriously. He was well known for his absolute refusal to have anything to do with any war. Although Tucker seemed to know more about what Marvin was saying, they had argued over it to have anything to do with any war. Although Tucker seemed to know more about what Marvin was saying, they had argued over it countless times. Kyle's position never changed. I know you won't fight, and that's fine, Marvin said to forestall any argument on that point. By the way, Kyle, the ancient words say like a lion. It's not a literal lion, Marvin. By the way, Kyle, the ancient words say like a lion. It's not a literal lion, Marvin corrected. I am absolutely convinced, Marvin began, then paused for emphasis before continuing, that the thing that came at you was from the adversary, sort of like a scout sent out to find you. Great. Now some invisible power is after me? The adversary, sort of like a scout sent out to find you. Great. Now some invisible power is after me? Said Kyle, only half jokingly. He was relieved that Tucker and Marvin could not read his thoughts. Kyle had still not talked to anyone, even Tucker, about the feeling he had ever since that day in biology lab, that an invisible someone or something was watching him. And Tucker, about the feeling he had ever since that day in biology lab, that an invisible someone or something was watching him constantly. Okay, Kyle, if the war is not real, you can do nothing and you'll be fine. But if it is real, even if you can't see it, even if you don't believe it, and you ignore it, you'll end up being a slave of the adversary. You can win, and if you don't believe it and you ignore it, you'll end up being a slave of the adversary. You can win. It's up to you. Marvin stopped. After several minutes, he asked slowly, do you want to do something about it or let it go? Kyle stared at the floor without speaking and finally looked searchingly up at Marvin. I don't know, he admitted. Then abruptly he added, and finally looked searchingly up at Marvin. I don't know, he admitted. Then abruptly he added, I do want to do something. But not kill anyone, okay? Tucker started cheering like this was a winning touchdown, and even Marvin let out a whoop. Tell you what, Marvin offered more quietly. There's this thing I go to sometimes on Friday night. Tell you what, Marvin offered more quietly. There's this thing I go to sometimes on Friday nights when I'm home. Tucker went a few times. Tucker was nodding again as Marvin continued. You'll learn more about whatever that thing is that's after you and what you can do about it. Besides, if you wanted to, you could meet the king. Both Marvin and Tucker were grinning, but neither spoke. Besides, if you wanted to, you could meet the king. Both Marvin and Tucker were grinning, but neither spoke. King? Kyle repeated, obviously surprised. Then he recalled stories of a king who once lived on the island and changed its history forever by teaching what every islander now knew as the island way. Kyle had not paid much attention. He lived here hundreds of years. The islander now knew as the island way. Kyle had not paid much attention. He lived here hundreds of years ago, so he's dead now. What can he do? Kyle asked pointedly. Both Marvin and Tucker were grinning, but neither spoke. Random, Kyle pronounced. But in the end, he agreed to go if Tucker came along. Tucker said he would. Fine, announced. But in the end, he agreed to go if Tucker came along. Tucker said he would. Fine, Kyle surrendered. What time? So as Caleb and Barth watched, Kyle made the first in a series of decisions that would change his life and the lives of every one of his friends. Every one of his friends. Chapter 2. Secrets Under the School. Soundlessly, Tucker turned the key in the lock of the door of a side entrance to the high school. Kyle looked on with admiration. How many times have you done this? He asked Tucker as the two friends entered the deserted hallway. Dunno. Shh, Tucker answered in a whisper. With one finger over his lips to signal Kyle to keep quiet, Tucker pointed down the hall to a custodian's closet and motioned for Kyle to follow. Tucker made no sound on the tile floor as he moved quickly to the door. He used the same key as before to get inside. Tucker pulled Kyle in after him and closed the door. Kyle reached for the light switch, but Tucker stopped him and produced a small flashlight from his jacket pocket. The flashlight was useless for seeing anything at a distance, but it was enough to pick up the keyhole in the blackness as Tucker locked the closet door behind them. It was Saturday evening of the week before the Friday when they had agreed to go to Marvin's mysterious gathering. Tucker had a passkey to the high school because he helped the custodians part-time. Tucker had not explained the purpose of this after-school visit to Kyle, except to say that they did not want to be discovered. Kyle watched as his friend dropped to his knees and began to probe the carpet with his fingers. Okay, Tucker breathed softly. Tucker kept one hand on the bump he had located under the carpet and reached under the supply shelves with the other hand. He found the gap between the carpet and the wall that his fingertips were seeking and curled two fingers around the edge of the wood. With one good pull, a square of the flooring swung up to reveal a metal ladder going down to a lower level. Kyle sucked in his breath as his eyes took in the hinges of the wooden trapdoor hidden under the carpeting and the ladder leading down into what? Carpet brushed over again. Without Tucker's guidance, he would never have guessed that it was there. Tucker's insistent grip on Kyle's shoulder interrupted his thoughts. Tucker motioned downward with the flashlight and positioned his foot on the top rung of the metal ladder. Then Tucker, with amazing speed for his linebacker build, moved down the ladder until his head was just under the level of the floor. Kyle nodded and pushed one foot through the opening, feeling for the first rung. Kyle heard a slap as one of Tucker's tennis shoes hit the concrete floor below with more force than Tucker had intended. Kyle found the ladder and was climbing down as quickly as he could. He glanced up and saw that the trapdoor was not visible in the blackness. He wondered if he should have pulled the door closed behind him. His foot found the floor. Kyle looked back at Tucker, reached for his arm, and pointed up toward the trapdoor questioningly. Tucker put his flashlight up again and shook his head. Then he motioned for Kyle to step forward, still keeping his hand on Kyle's back. The two of them edged their way soundlessly along a dark passageway, sometimes with their heads brushing against a concrete ceiling, on Kyle's back to direct him. As they moved along, the silence of the underground hall seemed deafening. Kyle bumped a pipe with one of his elbows, and the ring of bone against metal reverberated in his ears. Kyle bit his lower lip to keep from yelling because of the pain as he gripped his funny bone and began rubbing it. Tucker grabbed his shoulder and spun him around, lips again. Kyle nodded, still rubbing his elbow, suddenly much less motivated for this expedition. Tucker pushed past Kyle, switched Kyle's hand to Tucker's shoulder, and took the lead. Kyle followed, not wanting to be the chicken. They had only taken a few more steps, placing each foot carefully on the floor of the passage so there would but as they moved closer, Kyle heard faint voices. He couldn't distinguish anything as he concentrated on moving forward, so he stopped and grabbed Tucker's shoulder, signaling for silence when Tucker whirled to face him. As both boys listened, they heard several voices coming from within the passageway they had entered. Kyle tightened his grip on his friend's shoulder, and in a few seconds, the door closed again, leaving silence in the passageway. Kyle breathed a sigh, relieved. Whether it was the humidity of the air in the tunnel or nerves, Kyle had broken out in a sweat. Tucker looked at Kyle and grinned, ready for more suspense. Tucker took a few more careful steps along the highway and stopped. Both of them knew they had to get beyond that door if they wanted to know what was going on down here. Before they had time to move again, a chant broke out from behind the closed door. "Out with the king! Out with the island way!" Voices repeated the chant over and over again. Kyle could not guess how many were chanting, but the chanters got louder and more powerful if it would ever end. Tucker signaled Kyle before turning the doorknob cautiously. Still holding the knob, Tucker pushed the door open just enough for them to edge through one at a time. While the chant continued, Kyle and Tucker didn't have to worry about making noise, but at any moment it could stop. Most of all, they did not want to be the flickering light reflecting on stone walls and coming from tapered candles, secured in wall holders scattered around an expansive room. It was as though they had stepped into an old cave or dungeon. Kyle's jaw tightened as he realized what he was seeing. The room was filled with kids sitting on folding metal chairs in circular rows around a hexagonal. The kids were completely dressed in black, their faces looking unnaturally pale in the flickering candlelight. Some of the girls wore burqas. Some kids wore gang colors. Kyle spotted one familiar face. It was Soren Marsden. No big surprise. Kyle felt a twinge of sadness for his long-lost friend, but there was no time for that now. I'll tell you the story about Kyle and Soren's friendship later. A few guys sat with an arm over the shoulders of the guy sitting next to them. Similarly, there were girls holding hands with other girls. Most likely, they were doing the same-sex partner thing that was forbidden by the Island Way. Were these kids from other island schools? There were even a couple of guys in skirts from other island schools. There were even a couple of guys in skirts, one with a full beard. Tucker would summarize later that every kind of weirdness you could imagine was in that room in the tunnels under the school. Sitting in back rows were older people Kyle had never met. Were they from the mainland, he wondered? What would motivate them to fight mainland, he wondered? What would motivate them to fight to destroy the same island manner of life that had made this island such a desirable place to live and given everyone who lived here the opportunity to prosper? Kyle did not understand that they had stepped into an enclave of the adversary's warriors. If he had realized this, he would not have been surprised by the dark warriors. If he had realized this, he would not have been surprised by the dark uniformed figures that lined the walls of the large room. Tucker was more experienced with wearing the king's armor and using the weapon. Tucker confessed to Kyle afterward that he never actually saw the Black Warriors, but that he was aware of them. When these beings were visible to humans, When these beings were visible to humans, their generic military-type uniforms would have looked unfamiliar to Kyle. They were not part of the island military. Most of the time, they stood at attention, motionless. When their eyes moved, there were flashes of light like flames of bright orange in the darkness. They stood between 8 and light like flames of bright orange in the darkness. They stood between 8 and 10 feet tall, with bulging muscular bodies and assorted weapons in heavy leather belts at their waists. One thing on their belts was a scabbard, but none of them had drawn their swords. Above all the humans and the dark figures around the walls, directly opposite the hexagonal table, stood Barth and Caleb in their uniforms, as usual, swords also sheathed. They remained silent and grim-faced. Despite increasing difficulty, they were carrying out their orders not to intervene. There were snickers and whispered jeers from the black figures all around the room. Behind Barth and Caleb stood two similar figures, both husky and muscular, wearing the same type of uniform. Their names were Rex and Janai, and they were assigned to Tucker, as Barth and Caleb were assigned to Kyle. Two college-age guys wearing black jeans were assigned to Kyle. Two college-age guys wearing black jeans and tees stood on either side of the table. Kyle heard the scream of an animal in pain and realized that the two guys were restraining something that he couldn't quite see, something that was alive. Whatever it was on the table, and it struggled furiously. Maybe a cat? as it was on the table, and it struggled furiously. Maybe a cat? As Tucker and Kyle watched, one of the guys produced a knife and plunged it into the struggling animal. Blood slowly formed a puddle that grew until it dripped from the edges of the table, staining the concrete floor below. Kyle shuddered involuntarily and looked down, trying not to think below. Kyle shuddered involuntarily and looked down, trying not to think of KK's cat, Merlin. What have we gotten into, he wondered, wishing that he was standing behind Tucker's bulk instead of in front of him. Meanwhile, the ceremony, or whatever it was continuing. The guy who had made the first knife jab had now cut the heart out of the animal. Kyle could see now that it was a cat, spread-eagled and still on the bloody table. Then from all around them, both boys heard the chanting begin again. They could feel it as well as hear it, and Kyle's skin was crawling. What did killing a cat have to do with rebelling against the island way? Although he didn't generally like cats, killing them, especially like this, was gross. What the boys didn't see was that Barth, Caleb, Rex, and Janai had all placed hands on sword hilts at the same time that the chanting began again. Kyle and Tucker watched in horrified fascination as the cutter's blood-stained hands lifted the heart of the cat above the table and held the group to see. Both of the guys at the table kept their eyes fixed on the heart as the cutter raised, then lowered it again to the table. Next, the other guy drained some of the cat's blood into a silver goblet, which the cutter raised to his lips. As the chanting rose to fever pitch, the guy drank from the goblet and paused with his head bowed. Kyle felt nauseous and wanted to spew. Kyle couldn't make any sense of them with all of the noise. The guy who'd been mumbling pushed the goblet out from his chest, extending both arms at full length to offer it to his companion. At this exact moment, Tucker, who was plagued by allergies, let loose an explosive sneeze. He managed to stifle some of the sneeze with his hand. The chanting was slowly beginning again, not even close. They had heard it. They had all heard it. Heads turned. Every pair of eyes in the room was staring at the two intruders in the back. The college-age guys in black at the table altar stared. The girls in burqas and the pale kids in all black stared. The geeks and all the rest of the kids from school stared. In an electric silence that seemed to last for besides the human eyes watching Tucker were demonic eyes of the Black Warriors. They channeled the force of their hatred like a particle beam at and through the two intruders, unaware that every one of the black figures on the walls were adding strength and venom to their rage. Kyle felt as though there was a wind swirling around his arms, hands, and legs that was making it impossible for him. Meanwhile, although Kyle could not see what was happening, Tucker was shouting words into the darkness as he stood with both arms raised high above his head. In a dimension that Kyle did not have access to as yet, Tucker had brandished his weapon and was skillfully using it to inflict wounds in enemy warriors, using his knowledge of chinks in their armor. At the point that Kyle had reached the door and the trap door, Tucker was holding 3 of the black warriors at bay with the blade of his broadsword, and a 4th warrior loomed over him, ready to plunge his blade deep into Tucker's skull. Rex had positioned himself behind the 4th warrior so that before the enemy blade could kill Tucker, Rex had sliced through the black warrior with a flaming sword of his own. Tucker was at least partially recognized. Kyle was completely unaware of the weapons being used all around him. He remained oblivious to the fact that both Barth and Caleb had extended brilliant wings to shield Kyle from every attempt of the adversary or his warriors to end Kyle's life on Earth. Kyle did not hear, and Tucker ignored the clash of blades, nor see the sparks that sometimes figures rushed toward either Tucker or Kyle with swords drawn and either slashing to wound them or raised above their heads for a fatal blow. Each time a fiery broadsword or the blade of one of Tucker's guardians hit its mark, another attacker exploded, vanishing into nothing. Regardless of how much they saw of the battle raging in the spirit realm, Kyle and Tucker both realized that they had clutches of this possessed mob. As if responding to a signal, Tucker abruptly turned around and bounded toward the door, yelling for Kyle to follow him. Once outside of the room where they saw the cat ritual, Tucker clambered down the hallway, his tennis shoes slapping the concrete with each stride. He was oblivious to the noise he was making in his determination to get back to the trapdoor alive. He was close behind him, feeling lightning bolts of panic inside him, wondering how he could live another minute. Neither Kyle nor Tucker knew that Rex and Janai, Barth and Caleb had blocked the doorway out of the room and engaged the horde of black figures in fierce one-on-one combat. The spirit realm rang with the clashing of swords as Kyle and Tucker's guard bead. Meanwhile, Tucker managed to get one foot on the first rung of the metal ladder and turned to look for Kyle. Kyle's eyes were riveted on his friend. Kyle was commanding his body to fight paralyzing panic and the heaviness of his limbs. Tucker made it up the ladder and through the door at last. Tucker stretched a hand down to pull Kyle up, almost lifting him off the rung. Kyle's right calf caused him to double over in pain. Tucker's huge muscular arm held Kyle. As seconds dragged by, Kyle caught a rung with his left foot, let his right leg hang limp, and used Tucker's support to hoist himself up past the rungs and through the trap door. Against all odds, Kyle somehow managed to give the trap door a kick and heard an enraged yell as one person boys raced down the school hallway and out the door. Had they ever run so fast? It was completely dark as they ran across the open lawns in front of the school. Tucker dived for a hole in the hedge along one side of the schoolyard. He had obviously known about it and used this escape before. But there was no time to think about that now or what would happen if Kyle could not keep up with Tucker. School ran behind one of the houses, through someone's backyard, and on toward the overpass that was the freeway access. Both Kyle and Tucker were searching frantically for somewhere to take cover. Where could they hide? Kyle's cramped leg muscle continued to make it difficult for him to keep up, although he usually ran much faster than Tucker. He felt waves of dizziness rolling on much farther. He tried to listen for noise behind him to see how close their pursuers were, but he couldn't hear anything. Maybe he could stop. Maybe they weren't being chased after all. Kyle turned his head to look behind him as he stumbled on, following Tucker's lead. What he caught in that backward glance made his blood run cold and filled him with renewed determination to keep running, faced before in his life. The tallest of the college guys was running perhaps a half a city block behind Kyle. Pushing away his panic again, Kyle tried to force his mind to come up with a plan. Both Tucker and Kyle were running through the darkened stretch of highway under the overpass now. Their footfalls were drowned out by the heavy traffic on the freeway above their heads. Everything was open, enough to breathe or even wait out this mob. Then he saw it. Tucker had gotten the same idea and was already heading for a chain-link fence around the curve of a side street just beyond the overpass. Both boys clawed at the fence, scaling it as only an adrenaline rush would allow, and reaching frantically for the branches of eucalyptus trees that stood in a row on the other side of on his feet below the tree. Tucker, who was much heavier and taller than Kyle, had not been so fortunate. Kyle landed in a crouching position and was still recovering his balance when he heard the cracking sound of a breaking branch. He looked back just in time to see Tucker falling over the top of the fence with a long section of a branch still in his left hand. Tucker dangled into a space between the metal chain links. Kyle watched helplessly frozen as Tucker's foot came free and his body did a slow-motion flip over the jagged top edge of the fence and hit the ground heavily. Tucker's eyes bulged and his mouth gaped as Kyle scrambled to his side and knelt next to him. "You okay?" Kyle whispered. There was no immediate answer as Tucker was able to make a sound. He groaned and rolled over on his side, clutching the foot that had been stuck in the fence. Tucker swore softly and tried to sit up, the fingers of both hands still cradling his foot. I'm coming," Tucker insisted, as if he were trying to talk himself into it. He struggled to stand, putting his weight on the non-injured foot. Tucker limped a few steps. He had been measuring the distance to the storage shed that they had both noticed earlier. Tucker had to make it several more feet across this backyard, and the sooner the better. Then a sickening thought came into Kyle's mind. What if it's locked? We'll have to try to break in, and there's not enough time. Kyle raced ahead of the limping Tucker and found the padlock he had dreaded. An invisible fist was in his face again, blinding him, making his stomach twist painfully, flooding him with dizziness. Kyle fought it off, opening his eyes and willing them to focus on the door in front of him. Then, just in case, he pulled down on the lock. To his amazement and relief, it opened. Either it had not been locked in the first place, or someone had forgotten to latch it completely and swung the shed door partially open. Now where was that Tucker? As if answering his thought, Tucker appeared around the side of the storage shed at that moment and pushed Kyle inside as he propelled himself forward and crashed to his knees just inside the shed. The shed door closed behind them. In the darkness of the storage shed, nothing was immediately visible behind them. In the darkness of the storage shed, nothing was immediately visible. Then as Kyle's eyes adjusted, he looked around, realizing this was more like a barn than a shed. There was straw mixed with sawdust on the stone floor. Tucker had noticed a trunk in the far corner of the shed and pointed to it when he had Kyle's attention. The metal trunk was surrounded by several stacks of dusty wooden orange crates full of burlap bags containing field corn, grain, and other farm products. Not big enough was Tucker's first thought. Then he saw that he could make a space just big enough for one of them, probably Kyle, to stand or crouch against the back wall. Just big enough for one of them, probably Kyle, to stand or crouch against the back wall. Kyle was slight enough to fit between the stacked crates that stood almost as high as his head in some places. Tucker threw his weight against one of the stacks and succeeded in edging it over a few inches. Then he shoved the leaning crates that were higher up back into line. Shh, Tucker grabbed. Then he shoved the leaning crates that were higher up back into line. Shh, Tucker grabbed Kyle's arm and half pushed, half pulled him behind the stack of crates. If discovered, at least Kyle could buy a minute or so to escape by pushing the crates into his attacker. Hearing the thud of several sets of boots outside nearing the storage shed, Kyle froze in his hiding place. Feeling a sets of boots outside nearing the storage shed, Kyle froze in his hiding place. Feeling a familiar panic rise from his gut into his throat, gripping him in a stranglehold. He wanted to bust free of this shed and make a run for it. But there was nowhere to run. Meanwhile, Tucker's eyes raked through the semi-darkness. Where could he hide? Then eyes raked through the semi-darkness. Where could he hide? Then he saw it. In the corner, opposite the steamer trunk, next to an old garden tractor, stood a stout, round bin that was open. Tucker grabbed it, heavy fingers upending it as he felt its lightness and knew it was empty, or nearly so. Actually, the bin was a third full of fodder and binder twine, or nearly so. Actually, the bin was a third full of fodder and binder twine. So Tucker got a shower as he turned the bin upside down over his head and let it slide down over him, leaving a tangle of twine around his feet. Bits of wheat stalk stuck to his body and clothes. Had Kyle shut the door firmly? Was it locked? These questions crowded into Tucker. Shut the door firmly? Was it locked? These questions crowded into Tucker's mind as he felt the heat of his own breath inside the bin. He moved slightly to leave a gap for air at the bottom and listened intently to catch any sounds from outside or from Kyle's hiding place among the orange crates. At that exact instant, footsteps were at the door of the shed, and most orange crates. At that exact instant, footsteps were at the door of the shed, and most definitely came from a group of pursuers. Kyle and Tucker listened, their hearts in their throats, their bodies frozen. They hardly dared to breathe. Kyle was enduring more leg cramps that he dare not ease by moving or rubbing. Tucker itched because of he dare not ease by moving or rubbing. Tucker itched because of the grain spilled all over him, but he didn't dare scratch. Separately, each boy was expecting the shed door to be forced open, maybe jerked aside on rusty protesting tracks, or maybe hacked through by repeated blows from a hatchet, or maybe something worse. The storage barn door closed from a hatchet, or maybe something worse. The storage barn door remained closed. Then came an eerie scratching sound on the side of the shed. Whoever was out there was cutting into the wood of the door, but instead of cutting through the wood, they seemed to be etching something into it with a blade of some kind. The cutting went on for so long that Kyle and Tucker started to wonder if it would blade of some kind. The cutting went on for so long that Kyle and Tucker started to wonder if it would ever end. Kyle swallowed hard, got spit stuck in his throat, and cleared it as quietly as possible. Could the unseen artist outside the door have heard him? When the scraping did stop, there was a moment of stillness. The boys heard a splash as some liquid was thrown. There was a moment of stillness. The boys heard a splash as some liquid was thrown against the storage shed door. Almost as an afterthought, someone tugged at the sliding shed door. The force of who or whatever was pulling on the shed door was enough to cause the entire shed to shake, but the door never opened. This puzzled Kyle and Tucker because they did not know the door never opened. This puzzled Kyle and Tucker because they did not know that Barth was standing just outside the shed door with a huge grin on his face. He was enjoying himself, making sure that the shed door would not budge on its hinges. At last, the jerking on the shed door stopped, and both boys heard just the sound they'd been longing for. The footfalls were and both boys heard just the sound they'd been longing for. The footfalls were becoming more distant, moving away from the shed. Kyle willed his body to hold its position a few minutes longer as his calf muscles screamed and he ached from crouching. At the same time, Tucker was struggling to get enough air inside the bin and willing himself not to sneeze. Both boys were determined air inside the bin and willing himself not to sneeze. Both boys were determined to wait until they could be sure their pursuers were gone. After a lifetime, with stillness outside the door, Tucker realized that with the bin over his head, he could not be sure that they were safe. Kyle would have to do it. But where was he? Kyle would have to do it. But where was he? Kyle remained crouched against the wall behind the stacked wooden crates. The neck of his t-shirt was drenched with sweat and beads of moisture covered his forehead. Neither friend dared to speak. Although it was quiet outside, both of them felt as though there was something out there, just waiting for them to make noise or move. Kyle shifted his gaze from the door to the round bin over Tucker. Kyle had been crouched too low to see how Tucker hid, but he had heard the hay and rope slide out of the bin when Tucker turned it upside down over his head. More minutes of stillness. Finally, Kyle took another look at the storage shed door. Stillness. Finally, Kyle took another look at the storage shed door. His mouth was pressed into a firm line as he stepped over to raise the bin and set Tucker free. Enough. But could they celebrate yet? No. Without a word or a sound, Tucker pulled his cellular phone out of his back pocket and punched a speed dial. One way his back pocket and punched a speed dial. One way or another, it was time to get a ride home. Tucker's older brother Marvin spent roughly half of his time at home, although he attended a nearby college. Both boys were relieved to see Marvin's black Triumph pulling over to the shoulder of the road, just beyond the tunnel that had served as an escape route for Kyle and Tucker, less than 2 hours earlier. Marvin Washington pulled up wearing jean cutoffs, no shirt, and driving barefoot, as he usually did when a dress code didn't matter. "Hope I didn't interrupt anything," Tucker offered as he opened the car door and heaved himself into the passenger seat. If either Kyle or Tucker had turned around to look at the storage shed as they left, they would have seen a hexagon etched into the weathered wood, an upside-down cross in the middle of the hexagon, and splashes of dark drying blood over it all. They hadn't turned back to look. It was Marvin who discovered this once he pulled the Triumph. It was Marvin who discovered this once he pulled the Triumph over to the side of the road. Marvin had asked Tucker on the cell where the shed was. Now, Marvin pointed questioningly, and Tucker nodded. "Lock the doors," Marvin instructed quietly before getting out of the car and walking toward the shed. While Kyle waited in the Triumph, Kyle kept looking around to try to see whether anyone was watching them. Hard to tell in the dark. Although Marvin had satisfied himself that no one was observing him, he moved silently across the grass toward the shed and circled it until he came to the message on the door. He snapped a picture of it with his cell camera and returned to the Triumph. Without family home within minutes. Marvin showed them his snapshot of the storage shed door after they were safely inside the Washington family's sprawling ranch-style home. Neither Kyle nor Tucker said anything at the time. Instead, the two lifelong friends proceeded with their plans for the weekend. That night, they watched movies and played video games from Tucker's ample collection. Tucker was his usual relaxed, jovial self. Kyle, on the other hand, felt as though someone was still watching him and found that the chill he experienced in biology lab was back. He pushed it from his mind and forced himself to concentrate on beating Tucker at video games. It almost worked, but Tucker knew Kyle far too well to be fooled. Part of Kyle wanted to tell his BFF about the icy air that still surrounded him often enough to keep him on edge, and about the new strange feeling he had that someone was watching him these days. Another part of Kyle was afraid that even Tucker would think this was all crazy. Kyle couldn't risk that, so he didn't talk about it to anyone. Tucker was thoughtful, mentioned it again that weekend. Meanwhile, Barth and Caleb, Rex and Janai, finished with the skirmish in the underground tunnel, tended to their battle scars, and gathered again in the Washington home. They observed as Kyle and Tucker conquered upper levels of several video games and sprawled on couches in the family theater through a couple of movies, always munching on more pizza for the rest of that night. They preferred not to think about their narrow escape. The four guardians smoothed over the traumatic memories of the tunnel encounter and sent peace to their charges throughout the night and early morning hours. Around 4 a.m., as the two friends finally began to wind down, neither of them had any problem drifting off to sleep. Chapter 3. The Black-Haired Girl and the Pledge. Tucker Washington had been Kyle's best friend long before they got their driver's licenses, and he knew Kyle's thing about neatness. On this particular Saturday morning, Tucker grabbed the paper bag and empty paper cup, the only leftovers of his bag as Kyle got in. Tucker took pride in his antique Blue Valiant with ancient push-button shift mechanism, non-computerized engine, fins, and a horn that, as Tucker liked to put it, works whenever it wants to. This was not bad if you consider that Tucker's grandfather had used this car when he was in high school. Unlike his brother Marvin, the clutter was no surprise to Kyle, but the newcomer in the back seat definitely was. "Who's this?" Kyle asked, leaning across the back of the bench front seat to pet the puppy sprawled on the sun-warmed vinyl seat behind Tucker. "I'm calling him Browser," Tucker answered with obvious pride in his voice. "I got him from the animal shelter. They were going to kill him in our swimming pool this morning." With his ears, quipped Kyle, laughing. "Now don't you be abusing my boy here. He has quality breeding." Tucker had shifted his bulk around to reach the puppy and was scratching behind one of the long, silky ears. Browser looked to be a mix of hound and German shepherd, with ears that practically touched the ground, the largest item in his face. He had a long hound's body and tail, but the black saddle markings on his back and the ruff at his neck and chest were clearly characteristic of a German shepherd, and that suggested that one of Browser's parents was a hound and the other a German shepherd. "He's a mutt," Kyle concluded. "Why you calling him Browser? Is he good on the web?" Tucker rumbled teasingly. "He got eyebrows, don't he?" Tucker said by way of explanation. "True enough," Kyle noted. In the middle of the puppy's black German shepherd face were two bushy tan eyebrows. "Okay, I get it, but it's going to take him a while to grow into those ears. Better carry a washcloth for when they drag on the ground." This only produced enough as Browser spotted a French fry on the floor that Tucker had missed in his car cleanup. The puppy tripped over one of his own paws and somersaulted to the floor before nabbing the fry. "Here," Tucker instructed, tapping the car seat with his right forefinger. Browser jumped back up on the seat and laid down again, still chewing, with his muzzle next to Tucker's finger. "Good boy, Browser. I feed him good, but he's always hungry," Tucker explained. "Just like his daddy," Kyle returned. They laughed. "Don't mess with me, boy, or you gonna wish you hadn't," Tucker threatened. "Yeah, I'm scared now," said Kyle. Then he continued with mock seriousness. "Really, he's kind of cute for a Another laugh. Most days were good for the beach, including this one. Since they had started around 9 a.m., it was early enough to find parking. They were on the sand, blanket spread, an icebox of drinks, courtesy of Tucker, anchoring a corner of the blanket, with Kyle having shed the jeans over his swim trunks before 11 a.m. "What you gonna do with Big?" Pulled his swim mask and snorkel over his head and reached for the pair of rubber fins next to the blanket. "Dude, you got the longest, skinniest feet I ever saw," Tucker answered, momentarily ignoring Kyle's question. "That would be me, long and skinny," Kyle returned good-naturedly. Tucker chuckled as he reached for the lid of the icebox next to him. "Hey," Kyle protested as Browser's antics exploring the sand caused his leash to wrap around the fins in Kyle's hand. Then the puppy rolled over to rub his back on the warm sand, putting himself in a stranglehold with the leash. "All right," Tucker relented, unsnapping the leash from his wrist and beginning to get it unwound from Browser's neck. As he did this, Browser saw his nearby towel to sniff a food smell. Tucker rolled over as quickly as he could, which was not that quick. Browser darted away from Tucker's reach. Browser's short legs were no obstacle to his speed as he scampered in a zigzag path across a line of beach towels and blankets, nabbing a bite of sandwich here, a cheese cracker there, never breaking his stride. Tucker's feet and lumbered after the puppy, apologizing to the sunbathers as he tried in vain to catch up with Browser. Kyle was unable to keep from laughing at the chaos the puppy was creating, but Kyle followed Tucker, finally grabbing Browser, who had paused long enough to chomp a bite out of a slice of ham. At last, Kyle stood victorious, with Browser clamped firmly under one arm, Auditors, whose picnic lunch had been one of Browser's targets. Meanwhile, Tucker had lagged behind Kyle, huffing as he trotted along through the sugar sand of this island beach. Tucker was within 100 yards of Kyle and the runaway puppy when he suddenly tripped on a tent stake that was anchoring one of the canvas awnings being used to keep coolers filled with drinks out of the midday sun, beach towels and sand, getting the wind momentarily knocked out of him. As Tucker sprawled butt up and belly down on the sand, sucking the air to fill his lungs, he saw 2 feet that belonged to someone standing about a foot in front of him. The toenails were manicured in a French cut and covered with a frosty watermelon-colored nail polish. Tucker let his gaze move slowly up. He gradually bounced his eyes down and lowered his head. This exquisite pair of legs belonged to a woman that Tucker would have wanted to meet under entirely different circumstances, like standing in a good pose, casually flexing his muscles and letting them ripple or something. Something better than this. An impression streaked across Tucker's mind. If I disappear? Nope. Cartoons, he concluded. Tucker had stood up just in time to catch a glimpse of this exquisite young woman's face as she flashed a smile and turned away from him. Tucker found himself gazing at a small-boned, slender young woman about 5'6" tall, with ear-length jet-black hair shaped to her neck. Tucker watched, mesmerized, had not spoken. She was wearing a royal blue one-piece suit, not one of those G-string two-piece kind that pretty much shows you the entire package. It made her all the more alluring, Tucker thought. She must go to a different school, he concluded. Tucker knew if he had ever seen her before, he would have remembered her, and he had never seen her before. The island was, so it was unthinkable that any of the island kids would go to school over on the mainland. Parents might work on the mainland and brave the commute across the bridge every morning and night, but for the kids, school on the island was easier and better quality. As Tucker lay sprawled on the sand, Kyle had succeeded in catching Browser and bent to pick him up. When Kyle stood to his full height from the most incredibly gorgeous creature he had ever seen anywhere, it was this black-haired girl that Tucker had just tripped in front of. She turned around with her back to Tucker and almost brushed past Kyle as she walked away. Kyle happened to glance at the canvas beach bag she was carrying and noticed the hard plastic tag hanging on a keychain from one of the handles. A label, Hanwin Harriman, in bold block letters. Kyle didn't recognize it as a brand name, but he had never heard of a name like Bronwyn either. He wondered what else the name could mean. Was this amazing-looking girl named Bronwyn? He had to find out. Kyle turned to see where she was, but did not spot her on the beach. She had blended into the crowd of sunbathers and was most likely far as the eye could reach. Kyle was resolved. Somehow, he would find her again. Meanwhile, Tucker had picked himself up and brushed off most of the wet sand that stuck to his damp skin. In the next moment, Tucker suddenly jumped and said, "Ah!" Something warm and wet was touching his left ankle. He looked down to see Browser, having been released from Kyle's grasp. Browser was methodically washing Tucker's left foot. Tucker followed the line of the leash and met Kyle's laughing eyes and raised eyebrows. "Did you see?" Tucker began to ask. "Just one look," Kyle answered wistfully. Tucker only grunted in reply. If Kyle had witnessed the tripping scene, Tucker was not going to explain, Tucker scolded, using a gruff voice. But Tucker was having a hard time not laughing, as he remembered the picture of Browser deftly snatching food treats off blankets and towels. The two friends would discuss the exquisite Bronwyn Harriman later. At the moment, it was more fun to stay preoccupied with the mischievous puppy than for Tucker to think what he must have looked like belly-flopped as a beached whale in the 8 o'clock a.m. The sun was already hot in the electric blue sky. That was normal for this time of year. On this particular Sunday morning, Kyle was one of the team of acolytes for the early morning service at the church his family attended. Kyle had wanted to go with Tucker on the mountain biking trip that the rest of the guys had gone on this morning, but Kyle's mother reminded him that it was that someone else would take his place, but she wouldn't hear it. Kyle had tried to wear her down all week and reminded her that the bike trip would be good training for the swim meet coming up next weekend. Nothing worked. On that subject, we are not discussing anymore. The answer is still no. "And I do love you, my son," was all Kyle's mother would say after about the third. Continued trying until the very last minute. Kyle had even considered arguing with his mom about the possibility of an invisible war between good and evil king's warriors in order to point out that Sunday morning acolytes were not important in the big picture. On second thought, he dismissed this approach as too risky to try on his parents. Arguing your point with a person was something else. Kyle still didn't know where real power came from, like the group that met in the tunnels, but Kyle had never seen anything close to it in his parents' church. Whatever. He knew the routine that was expected of him. It would be boring and last forever, and then he could finally get away with Tucker to rescue the rest of the day. Parents to let him go with Kyle to church today for moral support. They had agreed that Tucker would drive, and he showed up in his dad's Jeep. The Jeep's canvas top was up, although it could be collapsed like a convertible. Kyle had to report half an hour before the service started. Tucker came early so they would have time to park near the church or in the parking lot and have a green sticks. Neither drug. Kyle and Tucker, along with most of their class at school, reasoned that if the law didn't forbid it, it was okay. That was the deal with green sticks. Kyle had with him a brushed leather pouch containing a box of green sticks, a small water pipe, and a lighter. As Tucker pulled into a parking space in the back of the parking lot under a stand of trees for shade, Kyle was pulling apart one of the green sticks so he could pack the weed into the bowl of his pipe. He'd already filled the bottle with water from his travel mug. Once the weed was packed down, Kyle lit a match, held it to the bowl of the pipe, and inhaled. The flame flared and the weed ignited. Kyle held it to the bowl of the pipe and inhaled. The flame flared and the weed ignited. Kyle passed the pipe to Tucker before trying to blow a smoke ring, which he could almost never do. Although there was no one in the lot at this hour of the morning, Kyle was glad for the dark tint of the Jeep windows. This way, there was less chance of interruptions or intrusions. In the time they had to talk before going inside, Kyle finally asked Tucker about the previous day at the beach and the incident with the black-haired girl. Tucker was over his embarrassment, and since they were alone, he easily related the whole thing to his BFF. As Kyle got a clear mental picture of Tucker sprawled on his belly in front of the girl, he tried not to laugh, but failed. Not only was the mental picture of Tucker butt up in the sand hilarious, but the green sticks often had the effect of the laughing gas some dentists use. Hilarious, but the green sticks often had the effect of the laughing gas some dentists use. I'm sorry, Tuck, Kyle managed as his laughter escaped. I'm not laughing at you. Sorry, dude. Tucker soon joined in Kyle's contagious laughter, and they laughed until their sides ached. No worries, Kyle's contagious laughter, and they laughed until their sides ached. No worries, Tucker concluded when he finally recovered. Ain't got no chance with her now, and besides, you gonna go after her anyhow, right? Dude, no, Kyle pronounced resolutely. Kyle felt his face getting a bit red. Competition in general was one thing, but resolutely. Kyle felt his face getting a bit red. Competition in general was one thing, but competing with Tucker, especially for a girl, was not gonna happen. Inside the sanctuary, the two friends moved quietly, sliding into seats in the back pew as a choir sang the final song for the service now ending. A female in the back pew as a choir sang the final song for the service now ending. A female soprano was doing a solo part with so much vibration in her voice that she was off pitch most of the time. Kyle had a good ear for music and winced in spite of himself. Tucker texted, "Chipmunks." Kyle looked down at the text on his cell, then up at the soloist. Texted, "Chipmunks." Kyle looked down at the text on his cell, then up at the soloist. To his astonishment, her song suddenly sped up and the pitch got much higher, until Kyle was actually hearing one of the chipmunks. Kyle let go of the candle and its long holder to cover his mouth with both of his hands and bend forward to keep his head down, as a fit of laughter welled up to cover his mouth with both of his hands and bend forward to keep his head down, as a fit of laughter welled up inside of him. He couldn't laugh. He absolutely must not laugh. That was exactly why it was nearly impossible to stop laughing. As this happened, Kyle was sliding down the pew away from Tucker toward the aisle as fast as he could until he was close. As this happened, Kyle was sliding down the pew away from Tucker toward the aisle as fast as he could until he was close enough to the end to stand up, step out of the pew, and head for the rear side door of the sanctuary that led into the foyer. Tucker was right behind him. As soon as the double doors of the sanctuary swished shut behind them, both Kyle and Tucker burst into laughter that continued and shut behind them. Both Kyle and Tucker burst into laughter that continued until they were holding their sides and tears were coming out of their eyes. "You heard it too?" Kyle finally managed to ask as he finally began to get control of himself. "Yep," Tucker answered in the high-pitched fast speech of a chipmunk. This was enough to set them both off again into the parking lot and away from the sounds of the service being piped into the foyer through a wall speaker. Just as they went through the outside door, they heard organ music signaling the end of the service. That meant Kyle was up next. He was in no condition to go back inside at the moment. Without warning, Kyle grabbed both of Tucker's lapels in a chokehold as he said fiercely, "F." The effect of this was that they both laughed all the harder, and Kyle's resolve to get serious melted immediately. "Okay, take that," Kyle hissed, still laughing as he started wildly throwing punches at Tucker, who was used to this kind of attack, and caught the first punch by gripping Kyle's wrist. Tucker immobilized Kyle's other arm the same way. Try as he might, Kyle could not get out of Tucker's grip and finally gave up. They started toward the church door, panting to catch their breath. Like it or not, it was almost showtime. Kyle found that he had more self-control as he strode quickly into the front of the sanctuary. Vestments for the alkalites were in a closet in the choir room. Kyle robed quickly and picked ready. Tucker followed Kyle's instructions to sit near the back and avoid doing anything to start Kyle laughing again. Kyle sat on a front pew, waiting for the other kids to come in. When they did finally show up, Kyle was already wishing the service was over. Kyle glanced at the crucifix at the front of the sanctuary. Hey, this one is right side up, he thought. And Kyle was standing with his lighted candle in front of the altar, wondering where actual power, like what they experienced in the tunnels, came from. Neither Kyle nor Tucker spoke of the incident with the black-haired girl that evening. Marvin and Tucker came to pick up Kyle for Marvin's mysterious gathering, as they had agreed over a week ago, while they were talking in a mystery that only Marvin knew about. Kyle opened the back passenger door of Marvin's Triumph. "Hey, Kyle," said Tucker. Tucker shifted his bulk right towards the back passenger door of the Triumph to grin as Kyle piled into the back seat. Kyle drawled greetings to Tucker and Marvin, who was driving this evening. The tires of the Triumph squeaked on the asphalt as Marvin gunned the ending highway that would take them to the freeway. "You good?" Kyle asked Tucker as he fastened his seatbelt. wondering if Tucker had told Marvin about Tucker's belly flop on the beach in front of Bronwyn Harriman. "Yeah, you?" Tucker answered simply. Kyle decided to say nothing. He nodded. Both Kyle and Tucker wore khaki pants and tees with crossed army shorts with a belt. Kyle noticed that Marvin was driving barefoot again, as usual, even though he always told Tucker and Kyle not to try it in driver's ed or when they went practice driving. They reached their destination with a familiar sequence of sarcastic jabs at each other, mixed with occasional comments that each of them recognized as genuine because of a long encounter. Was more curious and less dubious than he had been before the day in biology lab, but he didn't say that to his friends. Their destination was a nondescript building that looked to have been a warehouse at one time. Kyle started noticing what a different place this was when they walked through the outer doors and no metal detectors went off. They did stop and put their cells on vibe together into a large open room with tile floor and metal folding chairs arranged in a huge circle that covered most of the floor space. Kyle estimated that the room would seat around 1,000 people. As Kyle took in the scene, he noticed a clear area with a wooden podium in its center and a few large speakers nearby. A set of drums had been placed on the far side of them, playing chords that amplified to every corner of the room. Occasional notes from a bass guitar being played by a red-headed young woman wearing faded blue jeans and a sweatshirt from one of the island colleges. She seemed to be talking to a flute player seated next to a couple of women holding clarinets. There were a few horn players also seated, taking their instruments out of cases. Kyle's glance took in a trumpet and a French horn. The folding chairs were filling quickly. Kyle and Tucker both followed Marvin, who was headed for a particular section of the circle, waving to a cluster of his college friends seated opposite the band. As they squeezed past kids seated closer to an aisle, Kyle heard Tucker's low whistle. When they were seated with past kids seated closer to an aisle, Kyle heard Tucker's low whistle. When they were seated with Marvin farthest into their row, Tucker following him on Kyle's left and Kyle closest to the aisle, Kyle asked Tucker, "Why'd you whistle?" Before Tucker spoke, Kyle followed his gaze across the room. "Where?" he asked in frustration. Kyle followed his gaze across the room. "Where?" he asked in frustration. "See?" Tucker was counting, moving his head slightly as he counted the rows. He leaned toward Kyle and spoke in a low voice. "There, 6 rows back in the next section. The one with the very black hair. Cut short. Perfect." Kyle was wrapped in black hair. Cut short. Perfect. Kyle was wrapped in searching the bodies where Tucker indicated. Then he saw her, and it was her. It was actually the black-haired girl that Kyle had seen earlier that day on the beach and resolved to find. She was here. Kyle gazed at her, amazed to discover again that she was definitely here. Kyle gazed at her, amazed to discover again that she was definitely the most perfectly beautiful being he had ever seen. From his distant vantage point, Kyle gazed at the blue-black hair framing a fair complexion pixie face with large, were they green or turquoise, eyes and a very cute figure that he wanted to keep close to him for turquoise eyes and a very cute figure that he wanted to keep close to him forever. While this was happening with Kyle, the musicians had been seating themselves and started playing a song that some of the kids seemed to know because they were singing even though no one had started the event. Then an almost 7-foot-tall bald guy stood behind the wooden podium and asked everyone to stand. As they stood, Kyle's view of the exquisite black-haired girl was completely blocked. "No!" Kyle's mind screamed. He wanted to keep looking at her. Kyle had now decided to stay at this thing, whatever it was, as long as the black-haired girl was here. At that point, Tucker and Marvin were definitely up for singing. Their rich baritone voices were blending as only the genetically similar voices of brothers can. Kyle shifted his weight a bit awkwardly. Despite his agreement with Marvin, Kyle didn't want to stay here unless he could connect with Bronwyn Harriman somehow. Kyle did notice that some kids had gotten out of their seats and were dancing in the aisles. Arms raised above their heads, they swayed, moving back and forth with the beat. Sometimes they formed a line and danced around the sections of folding chairs, forth with the beat. One girl stood at an easel in the center cleared area doing a drawing with pastels. From where they were sitting, Kyle couldn't tell what it was yet. He'd check later. As for the people who were getting into the singing, they shifted from one song to the next without a break. The sounds of the percussion and instruments amplified to fill the auditorium. As Kyle continued to listen, the music swelled until somewhere above Kyle's head, all the voices and instruments seemed to blend in one huge ball that rested in the air. Just above the heads of the entire group. Then, everyone suddenly stopped singing. Instruments stopped. The auditorium was as silent as it had been filled with music only seconds earlier. Random, Kyle thought. He shifted his weight and straightened his spine, pushing his shoulder blades back against the top edge of the metal folding chair. A bald guy who was about 7 feet tall walked up behind the podium and talked quite a while. Whatever he was saying, Kyle didn't want to listen much. Then Tucker texted Kyle again. She's there. Kyle resumed scanning the growing crowd of kids around the bald guy. Jammed. Kyle didn't see her, but it wasn't easy to pick out one person in this crowd. Then everyone around them started clapping again. Kyle was still scanning. Where is she? Kyle shot a questioning look at Tucker. Tucker shrugged and shook his head. The clapping had stopped, and now everyone around them was singing again. Maybe he could get close enough to meet her. He shouldered through the crowd of kids, but had to stop when it got too packed. Still no sign of her. Great. Then, out of nowhere, a wind whipped up and gusted into Kyle's face. He felt it on his arms and chest. Had they opened the doors? Kyle looked around. He saw girls who had catching a breeze, a baseball cap that had blown off some kid's head and was skimming across the floor. He double-checked around the walls of the auditorium. Any doors and windows he could see were closed. Then, the wind, or whatever it was, stopped, as suddenly as it had started, and the air was still again. A roar went up from the crowd with more applause. He didn't get this thing and wondered why Marvin came to it. Then, Marvin was grabbing Kyle and Tucker by the shoulder and heading both boys back toward an exit. A band had moved up front and was playing some song that most of the crowd knew and started singing as Marvin, Tucker, and Kyle walked out and headed to Marvin's Triumph. All were silent, speaking, pulled into the parking lot of a familiar pizza place. Food. Neither of these brothers could go too long without eating, perhaps because Marvin lacked Tucker's bulk and had never played football. Marvin had a swimmer's body similar to Kyle's, with feet that were both long and wide and had gotten him the nickname Finn while he was in junior high, as without shoes whenever possible. Inside the restaurant, they ordered 3 of the largest pizzas on the menu that were called The Works because they had everything on them. Kyle and Tucker both insisted on no anchovies. None of them stopped eating until all 3 pans were empty. As Tucker picked up pieces of hamburger and mushrooms left on one of the pans, Marvin and Kyle both will booth. Marvin turned to Kyle. So, what do you think about what the dude said tonight? Kyle was still frustrated that he had not connected with the black-haired girl when he saw her at the gathering. At the moment that Marvin spoke to him, Kyle was busy on his tablet, researching the name Bronwyn Harriman, the name he had seen on the tag of the black-haired girl's beach. After a pause, he said, I couldn't concentrate on it. They all had a good laugh. Kyle realized with a mix of relief and awkwardness that Marvin hadn't missed what was going on, even though he was sort of old, being in college. Want the 60-second catch-up? Marvin offered. Kyle nodded. Yeah, off. Okay, highlights from our last talk, Marvin began. Dude, you should be a professor, Kyle observed. Marvin continued, unperturbed. What we know so far is, number 1, that invisible things can be real and powerful, like the thing that dived for Kyle's face. Number 2, Marvin was counting with his fingers, that or not, the truth doesn't change, like the law of gravity. Number 3, we know that some kind of rebellion is happening on this island. Oh yeah, Tucker agreed. We found the rebellion. You told Marvin? Duh, Tucker answered. The Washington brothers were tight. Okay, Tucker, Kyle persisted. I never got to ask you Rome where they killed the cat. I turned around and you were just, standing there in the middle of all those dudes with your arms raised above your head, saying some words I couldn't hear, waiting for them to kill you. Tucker nodded and paused before answering. He seemed to be preoccupied, as if he was thinking about some other conversation. But we still got different ideas sometimes, right? You don't want to fight in the invisible war, right? Again, Kyle nodded. Okay, you think the king lived long ago in history, and he ain't alive or doing nothing now. I believe the king is alive, and that he is fighting this invisible war we're in. Sorry, dude, that's just what I believe. Okay, it's cool. No problem at all. Kyle was clearly surprised by Tucker's statement, but Kyle didn't want to lose the best friend he'd ever had, no matter what he believed. Besides, Kyle didn't even know what was true or what he believed at this point. But my question, Kyle began again, is to join the king's side in this invisible war. Them dudes ain't gonna touch me, 'cause I got a helmet and a shield and all the armor. Them words I was yelling are from the ancient writings that Marvin has. The king wrote them for us long ago, and they're true and powerful forever. So I fight the adversary saying the king's words with his authority. Marvin jumped in at this point. Okay, forget it. Kyle, this stuff won't make any sense to you until you start getting to know the king. Marvin saw Kyle nod and continued. So talk to the king. He can answer your questions. Especially if he is alive, Kyle countered. One way to find out, Marvin returned. Kyle had a self. Either he's real and helping us, or he's not real and me and Tucker and a whole lot of other people are crazy. Ask him if he's real to convince you what's true about him. He'll do it. Done, said Kyle. Done, agreed Marvin. After Marvin dropped him off, Kyle stepped carefully and silently through the garage. Glad that KK kept Coco in her bedroom, so Kyle didn't have to worry about stepping on a cat. He snuck up the winding front stairway. He could hear his father's soft snores as he passed his parents' bedroom door. Before he slept, Kyle sat on his bed and considered talking to the king as Marvin had challenged. Why not? No one had to know. You're alive or dead? Sir, or your majesty, but anyway. Thing is, Marvin says you're in charge of this invisible war, and that I have to choose whether to join your army or be a slave of somebody called the adversary. Another long pause. I don't want to. Of course, he didn't know anything about Barth and Caleb. He had no clue that they were hearing everything he said. What Kyle did experience was a peaceful presence, almost like an invisible person was in the room with him. He started to feel a deep calm and sense of well-being. It was strong enough that he forgot all about what he had been saying to the king or whoever it was, and just and Caleb were both sporting broad grins and giving each other high fives. Yes, this is what they were working for. Kyle had actually spoken with the king, who was listening intently. At the proper time, Kyle would have to confront his choice of which army to join. Meanwhile, Barth and Caleb had good reason to celebrate. Not that their job was done. Sleep. Everything he had to learn to step into his place in the war would wait for a future day. And Barth and Caleb would both be there, listening for orders, ready to make them happen. Chapter 4. Jasmine's Party. The pizza box. Marvin and Tucker were already there waiting. I got it, Tucker volunteered, reaching for the box. No, ordered Kyle. Get the paper plates on the counter next to the sink. Marvin was standing back, aware that Kyle would not use the voice lock until he was sure they were not close enough to be overheard. Once the door was open, Kyle waited for Marvin to get instructed. I have possession, sing-songed Marvin mockingly. Don't make me hurt you, Kyle warned, just as he realized they needed a knife for the pizza and stepped back across to hunt for one in a silverware drawer by the sink. Brandishing a paring knife, Kyle climbed down the ladder yelling, Whoever violates that box will suffer! The ladder yelling, Whoever violates that box will suffer! Meanwhile, Marvin was holding the pizza box at arm's length above his head and warding off Tucker, who was grabbing for it. Stop that, little boy, and don't make me drop it, Marvin said, using his free arm to block Tucker like a basketball guard. All right, I'll have to separate you to block Tucker like a basketball guard. All right, I'll have to separate you two, said Kyle, having reached the floor holding the paring knife in his left hand as he reached for the pizza box with his right. Marvin surrendered the box, and within seconds, the three of them were settled into beanbag chairs as Kyle opened the box and cut the pizza into fourths. Plate bag chairs as Kyle opened the box and cut the pizza into fourths. Plate, Kyle ordered. Tucker held out a double paper plate. Once all were served, Kyle closed the box and rested his plate on top of it as he bit through cheese, sausage, and onions in his first bite. Tucker had observed that only 3/4 of the pizza was served. Who gets the last? Tucker had observed that only 3/4 of the pizza was served. Who gets the last piece? He asked hopefully. Whoever pays for the next pizza, Kyle retorted, and we better order now because they get really busy later. I got it, said Marvin unexpectedly. Tucker's broke because he took Pop's new car out for a ride around 3 a.m. Tucker's broke because he took Pop's new car out for a ride around 3 a.m. Saturday morning and Pop went ballistic. I drive good, no harm done, Tucker protested. Nah, except you broke the law and now you broke. Gotta come to Big Brother's bank, Marvin said, rubbing it in. Hey, I'll pay you back, Tucker interjected. Yeah, you will, rubbing it in. Hey, I'll pay you back, Tucker interjected. Yeah, you will, or Marvin began. Enough, Tucker bellowed in the booming voice he used to dominate and get everyone around him to shut up. It worked. Marvin grabbed his cell and punched the speed dial to put in their order. Maybe 2 more, Tucker prompted. Don't push it, Marvin ordered. Maybe 2 more, Tucker prompted. Don't push it, Marvin warned. Once the important business of getting more pizza was concluded, the 3 friends devoted themselves to devouring all pizza on their plates. Marvin, who became the holder of the box, took out the last piece. He was still munching on it as he said, Kyle, what did you say you were going to tell us next time we... Still munching on it as he said, Kyle, what did you say you were going to tell us next time we got here? Oh, yeah, Kyle said with his mouth half full. After he chewed and swallowed, he added, well, there was this girl. Marvin's laugh was easy and infectious. Tucker rolled his eyes and said, oh, yeah, time to fess up. Kyle had expected to tell them about... time to fess up. Kyle had expected to tell them about the exquisite Bronwyn Harriman, but this last comment from Tucker caught him by surprise. Fess up what? Kyle demanded. Tucker was now in the middle of a full-blown laugh and blushing, as only Tucker could blush, and only the way a lifelong friend like Kyle would recognize. Dude, remember that Tucker could blush, and only the way a lifelong friend like Kyle would recognize. Dude, remember that time we went to the beach with Browser? Yeah, Kyle answered. Okay, I saw that girl when you was chasing after Browser. Right in front of me, just standing there. Thing is... Here Tucker paused, wishing not to continue, but his audience was captivated. Yeah, so? Kyle and Marvin chorused almost in unison. Okay, well, see, I tripped and, did this belly flop right in front of her. So the first time I saw her, I was flat on the ground in front of her. At this last, Tucker burst into laughter again from the embarrassment of reliving that moment. Marvin and Kyle laughed with him, picturing the scene. Dude, you didn't admit it. You didn't tell me, Kyle explained in mock rebuke. You tell me everything, Marvin added reproachfully. Then, sensing what Tucker was thinking but not saying, Kyle added, Aw, the right girl's gonna see right away that you're one sexy hunk, either standing up or lying down. Besides, this girl, who is named Bronwyn Harriman, is mine. Tucker, still reliving the belly flop moment, continued laughing. When he was finally able to stop, he asked, Yeah, so now what? You got plans? They all laughed again because everyone knew about Kyle's escapades with Jasmine, which were one of the favorite gossip topics of the cheerleader crowd. Now it was Kyle's turn to get red. Kyle waited until they got quiet. Kyle waited until they got quiet so they would listen, but also because he was thinking. He wanted desperately to ask Bronwyn Harriman out, but how could he? Bronwyn Harriman had never had a boyfriend that anyone knew about. Kyle had done thorough research and was certain of his facts. In contrast, everyone did know that Kyle was playing around with Jasmine, and the Island Way wouldn't make it easy for him to change girlfriends. Even though both Kyle and Jasmine had agreed from the start that they did not want to marry each other, Jasmine's parents most likely had different ideas, like connecting their daughter with the Sanger family fortune. Which in combination with their own would set her and their grandchildren up quite nicely. As stupid ninth graders, as the sophomores and upperclassmen like to call them, neither Kyle nor Jasmine had cared about these limits. They'd ignored any They'd ignored any caution and simply done what they pleased. Now, no girl who knew anything about Kyle and Jasmine would seriously consider dating Kyle because he was already taken. Any possibility of Kyle dating Bronwyn Harriman looked hopeless. Dejection showed on Kyle's face as he considered this tragedy for the zillionth time in the past few days. Marvin and Tucker had both grasped this situation long ago. Neither of them knew what to say to their friend on this subject at the moment. After an awkward silence, Tucker piped up, "Subject at the moment." After an awkward silence, Tucker piped up, "You want to talk about the party?" "Hey, yeah," Kyle cheered. "Bulldog, you going this year?" Bulldog was Tucker's football nickname, and Kyle only used it when he wanted Tucker to agree to something that everyone else in their circle of best friends was already doing. "I guess not," "I guess not," Tucker answered simply. "Why not? All the football team goes," Kyle protested. Tucker didn't say anything, just looked frustrated and rolled his eyes. Marvin spoke up at this point. "Here's the deal. After the party is over, 'cause I guess you're going, we'll meet here again. After the party is over, 'cause I guess you're going, we'll meet here again. Right now, you won't understand anything we try to explain." "You keep telling me there's all this stuff I don't understand," Kyle protested in frustration. "I got a brain, so tell me." It added to Kyle's consternation that Tucker never offered any reason for his refusal to go to the party. Kyle knew him well enough to know he wasn't going. Oh well, Kyle would get with Marvin and Tucker afterward and hear what they wanted to tell him. They couldn't wreck his fun. He was going to Jasmine's party, no matter what. Jasmine Abdul lived within a mile of the Sanger home. Her family was Arab and as rich as the oldest and most established of the island families. Jasmine's annual party was the social event of the year. At least that's what the kids who were invited always told the kids who were not invited. Jasmine had been talking about this year's party since the first week of school. Kyle was certain that as the very first invitation. After all, they were 10th graders now, and they'd been going out since 9th grade. From their after-practice rendezvous in Jasmine's bedroom, Kyle learned that both of Jasmine's parents were going on an extended business trip. The week of the party, Jasmine would be at home alone, except for a live-in housekeeper, and someone to drive her to and from. It would be the one event this year that no one would want to miss. Jasmine was well known for her parties by her closest friends, by the kids who managed to crash her parties, and by the local police who frequently made an appearance for other than social reasons. Everyone on the island knew that the cops had shown up at Jasmine's party last year. When her parents returned to find a barrage of father had threatened to shave Jasmine's head and ground her until she graduated from high school. Despite this prohibition, Jasmine had shown up at the next home football game with all of her hair. There was no reason to expect that her party this year would be any different. Jasmine's plans were proceeding on schedule. When Jasmine came to social studies class one Monday, invitation was in her locker because the party would happen that Friday night. Kyle was more than ready for the news. By Wednesday, it was the only topic of conversation that anyone who was anyone at school really wanted to talk about. This year, Kyle had finally managed to get permission to go to Jasmine's party on one condition. He had to be back at home by 1 dared. Finally, Kyle's father granted an additional 15 minutes, if Kyle called home to let his parents know he was on his way. All arguments about curfew ended when Kyle's father said that Kyle could not go at all if he said another word on the subject. Actually, Kyle told himself he had made out all right, especially since he hadn't been totally honest about Jasmine's. Neither of Jasmine's parents spoke English very well, and Kyle could drive the mile between their homes quickly. Kyle decided that, to play it safe, he would try to come home by 1 a.m. Hopefully, his parents wouldn't ask any more questions. Jasmine was wearing a black silk slip as she sprawled across her 4-poster bed and reviewed the guest list for her party. At this point, Jasmine had carefully worked out all the details. This year, she would not even bring her friends inside the house. The party would happen outside around the swimming pool. As usual, there would be plenty of alcohol and, of course, plenty of green sticks. Party guests could change in the bathrooms off the pool, and food would be served from the old servants' quarters kitchen on the first floor. Jasmine had saved money for several months to pay the housekeeper for cleaning up after the party, and for the catered food she would serve. Any dishes used would be disposable paper or plastic, nothing breakable. The music, one of the local high school bands, would end at midnight. Jasmine planned to avoid any visits from the police this year. 2 of the senior and bouncers as needed. Every guest would have to show their school ID in order to stay at the party. Anyone else would get their head dunked in the toilet and be escorted off the property. In exchange for these services, Jasmine, without Kyle's knowledge, had agreed to spend a night with each of the lifeguards. One long black nail ran down the page as Jasmine. She reached over with her left hand to pet the large Persian cat curled up next to her. She had had to limit the number of guests to 50. After paying for all the other precautions, this was all she could afford at the moment. Jasmine rolled over on her back and stretched the full length of her slender body, poking one toe playfully into the thick coat of the sleeping cat. The Persian bed so as not to be disturbed again. Jasmine laughed. She was bored. If only today was Friday. She got up from her stretch, crossed the room to her vanity, and sat on the cushioned dark wood chair, folding one of her legs underneath her. She opened a lip color case and studied the shades before choosing a vibrant red. She picked up a vanity mirror. Mouth opened, she stroked the color onto her bottom lip. She was wearing a customized makeup base from the company her mother used, the dealer that provided all of her cosmetics. Today, these also included a gel blush, powder blusher, eyeliner, shadow, and mascara. She pressed her lips together and stared into the mirror, half closing her eyes herself. Staring back at her from her mirror was an oval, olive-complexioned young woman with shoulder-length chestnut brown hair, straight, thick brows over brooding dark brown eyes, and cheeks that were rounder and more babyish than she would have chosen. Her mother only laughed when Jasmine complained about this, and she said she would outgrow them soon enough. In Jasmine's opinion, it was taking. Finally, the night of the party came. Clustered outside the wrought iron fenced pool were the band members in black shirts and jeans. Reese Keys was the leader and manager for the group of 3 guitar players, drummer, bass, and 2 keyboard players that formed the core group of the Smashing Melons. For Jasmine's party, she had also hired a violin, a sax, a DJ would keep the tunes coming. Even if there were some unusual requests, they were ready. Jasmine was conducting a tour for some of the earlier arrivals. Okay, this is the changing area. Closets here for dresses or whatever. Guys are over here. Jasmine was using her best announcer voice. She had listened to her mother do this for years, and she liked being in charge of guests a little hug and kiss. Several cars already lined the curving drive, and although it was not yet 5 p.m., the bartender was mixing drinks to order. Across the lawns, the smokers were lighting tobacco cigarettes or green sticks as they preferred. Reese instructed his band to start warming up. Appetizers were waiting on round tables at the end of the lawn nearest the pool fence. Barth and Caleb surveyed the scene below them from their vantage point above the grounds as they perched on the balcony railing outside Jasmine's bedroom windows. This was also where Kyle was watching the party preparations. Caleb was swinging his long legs slightly as he sat on the railing. Barth stood next to him, not apparently supportive, as though restless. This aspect of their work was one neither of them liked much. They were assigned to keep Kyle in their watch care, making certain that no harm came to him, while taking equal care not to interfere with the unfolding events of the partygoers. They were entirely too close to enemy territory for their taste, and they, Barth especially, would have preferred, and this residence was not the place. They knew their moment would come, but waiting was not easy for either of them. Kyle surveyed the scene from his position just inside Jasmine's bedroom window. As usual, he had no idea that Barth and Caleb were present as onlookers. Jasmine had brought Kyle inside before anyone else had arrived. He had hoped that she would find some excuse with her before he went down to the others, but it wasn't happening. Without thinking, Kyle reached his right hand down to take another cashew from the dish on the stand next to him. Gone. Oh well, he was getting thirsty. Time to move. Kyle fingered the house key in his pants pocket. He thought about bragging that he was the only one allowed inside the Abdul mansion. Like Marissa Reynolds, for example. Marissa had just arrived at the pool scene with several other cheerleaders. Marissa was taking the arm of one of the senior football players and letting him guide her to the table where drinks were being served. She liked muscles. The football player had them. Absently, Kyle ran the fingers of his left hand down his right forearm, Marissa in bed, staring up at him with those huge ice blue eyes. This perfect moment was interrupted by a stab of pain. Ah! Kyle yelled, drawing his shoulders up to his neck and reaching behind his head to grab the large Persian cat that had leaped onto his shoulder and dug into him with her front claws. Off me, beast! Kyle hissed and sat indignantly, staring at Kyle as she scorned him with a long, low warning growl. Kyle met the stare. You are a hideously stupid cat, he retorted, still massaging his shoulder. Then he turned on his heel and left Jasmine's bedroom quickly, closing the door behind him. When he returned to this room later with Jasmine, he decided that the cat would tried to check for blood on his back by reaching under his shirt. None as far as he could tell, but he would go after Jasmine's sympathy anyway. Kyle strolled down the thickly carpeted hall and took a long look down the spiraling staircase with its wide dark wood banisters. Jasmine's parents had more household help than his family. He couldn't even remember how many bedrooms there were here to count them as he reached the bottom stair and headed for the front entryway. He was vaguely aware of being surrounded by antiques and sculptures. The walls were covered with huge framed paintings, tapestries, and murals. He wasn't sure he would like living in a museum. The lock worked easily, and he gave the front door key one final turn. Hey, key next to the most inexpensive car in the drive, a Volvo that was 10 years old and had been repainted a dull taxicab yellow by an inexperienced painter. No, it wasn't me. There's a catered party here, so I don't think anyone else did either, Kyle added. Thanks, the delivery boy called and started to duck back inside his ugly little car. Wait! Kyle was suddenly picturing Jasmine reclining on a mountain of pillows as he served her breakfast in bed. By tomorrow morning, he would know her so much better. He wondered if she liked cold pizza as much as he did. Well, it would be better than having to fix her something else. In a few long strides, Kyle crossed the lawn that separated him from the delivery boy. What address? To the top of the pizza box. It was Jasmine's address. I'll buy it for half price, Kyle offered, then caught himself. Oh, wait, what's on it? Everything, the boy answered. $10 with a $3 tip, Kyle offered as the delivery boy hesitated. It was better than paying for the whole thing himself, the delivery boy finally decided. Okay, he agreed. Keep it, Kyle agreed, doubting the boy's honesty and wanting to get back to the party. Kyle waited until the Volvo was out of the circular drive before unlocking the side entrance again. He put the box of pizza into the refrigerator in the bar area of the lower-level lounge. He did not want to call attention to himself as he made his way around the mansion. At the side gate leading into the ground, the end of one of those whispered conversations between two girls of the cheerleader crowd who had just gone through the gate. She does too have an STD, my dad told me, one female voice was protesting. She's not gay, she's always talking about her husband and kids, came the answer. Kyle recognized the voices as belonging to two of the varsity cheerleaders, best friends ever since elementary school, and they were known for having the latest info on everyone who mattered at school. Kyle knew that they were discussing Mrs. Richter, the girls' PE teacher. Mrs. Richter had been sick a lot of days this summer, and word had spread quickly that she had an STD with some weird complications she might die from. It doesn't make... She can still be Les now. Besides, whatever she is, she's gross. I hate those long black hairs on her legs. I know, and the suits she wears, like they came from some old man in a nursing home, Sarah answered. They did, Nicole insisted, and both girls laughed again. Sarah, don't let her put her on be like that. Ever. I've already decided. Sarah's voice was very low, but she spoke with a seriousness and determination that seemed to surprise even Nicole. Kyle hadn't expected it either. So there is more between Sarah's ears than blonde hair, Kyle thought to himself and smiled. Maybe he should get to know her better. But right now, saying as Kyle let the girls move ahead of him, they had been so absorbed in their talk that they hadn't even looked around or noticed him. Some other time, this fact would have been disturbing, but at the moment, it was just what Kyle wanted. He paused a few seconds more, then opened the gate and moved toward the back, where the aroma of barbecue and the sound of the band was coming from. Kyle's eye caught. You're here! The three girls walked toward the drink table with their arms around each other. Kyle shoved his hands in his pockets and waited. It was time for his entrance, as though he was just arriving at the party. But he needed Jasmine there ready to play her part. Jasmine made one more circle among her guests, most of whom were standing around the food tables talking. As she turned to walk toward Kyle, she was beaming. She met Kyle and the two of them walked together towards the tables. When they were in view of most of the guests, Jasmine threw her arms around Kyle's neck and kissed him lightly on the lips. Oh, Kyle, you came. I'm so glad. I wasn't sure that you were going to... Kyle, you came. I'm so glad. I wasn't sure that you were going to show up, but you did, just for me. As they both had expected, heads turned and there was just an instant of silence as the scene was taken in by all present. They had timed it perfectly. Now all that remained was to be there at the party. Kyle told him perfectly. Now all that remained was to be there at the party. Kyle told himself that this was really what he wanted to do. But his mind kept returning to the bedroom upstairs. He headed for one of the tables laden with steaming trays of meats and all sorts of incredible-looking food. Something, anything, to take his mind off sex for a minute. Kyle had not been allowed to take his mind off sex for a minute. Kyle had not been allowed to go to Jasmine's parties before this year, so this was his first. But something strange began to happen to Kyle. It started with the Jell-O poppers. The Jell-O poppers were being passed out by a cute girl with a swimmer's body who reminded Kyle of a cheerleader. He wasn't certain that she was on the squad at Hillside High. She stood very close to Kyle, who found himself having increasing difficulty bouncing his eyes off her ample breasts and narrow waist to less sexual things. She did not seem to notice his discomfort as she talked to him easily. When he raised the first Jell-O popper to his mouth, Kyle had the discomfort as she talked to him easily. When he raised the first Jell-O popper to his mouth, Kyle had the distinct impression that he glimpsed a tiny figure in the middle of the Jell-O. In that first glimpse, Kyle caught details of a jeweled crown and a scarlet mantle. But most clearly was a pair of eyes that blazed into the center of Kyle's being, like a fire. Kyle winced, squeezed into the center of Kyle's being, like a fire. Kyle winced, squinted his eyes, and shook his head a little to clear it before quickly downing the popper with a single gulp. What a weird impression, Kyle thought, as he decided to try another popper to make himself feel better. The same thing happened with the second popper. This time, Kyle knew for certain that he had seen the miniature thing happened with the second popper. This time, Kyle knew for certain that he had seen the miniature figure of a king, and it seemed even sharper and more detailed than the first time. Kyle brushed his right hand back through his crew-cut hair nervously, mentally reviewing his social interactions so far at the party. Had he carelessly swallowed some chemical he hadn't known about? So far at the party. Had he carelessly swallowed some chemical he hadn't known about? At that very moment, it was Hat Boy who stepped over to place a paternal arm around Kyle's shoulder and advised Kyle to pace himself. "You don't want to get more drunk than Jasmine, or you won't have as much fun upstairs," Hat Boy advised solemnly. "Dude, have as much fun upstairs," Hat Boy advised solemnly. "Dude," Kyle exclaimed, clapping his buddy on the back, grateful for this distraction from strange figures of kings in Jell-O poppers. "How'd you figure that out?" "I don't spend all my time in the yeshiva," Hat Boy returned good-naturedly over his shoulder. He walked away, headed toward a yeshiva. Hat Boy returned good-naturedly over his shoulder. He walked away, headed toward a group of girls standing together near one of the drink tables. Great, Kyle thought. Does absolutely everyone know I'm a virgin? Kyle noticed that all the party serving was being done by guys, mostly jocks. Jasmine had probably enlisted them as her assistants by guys, mostly jocks. Jasmine had probably enlisted them as her assistants for the party. Kyle found himself wondering what reward she had offered them. Possibly a night in bed with her? Same deal as with the lifeguards? Rumors about Jasmine's sexual escapades had been flying around at school since they were in 9th grade. That was when Kyle started dating Jasmine. She had always denied having any other relations whenever Kyle asked her, and he had believed her up to this point. Tonight, Kyle was observing for the first time Jasmine's easy touching and teasing of every jock at the party. For the first time, Jasmine's easy touching and teasing of every jock at the party. He was also seeing how they touched, almost fondled her in return. But that was the way he touched her. That was the way he fondled her. Kyle watched with growing outrage and horror at the young woman he had trusted as his first love. He mentally replayed Jasmine's horror at the young woman he had trusted as his first love. He mentally replayed Jasmine's protests of innocence each time that he had confronted her. She had always insisted that he was her one and only love. He had believed her wholeheartedly. Tonight, at her own party, Kyle's eyes were being opened to the reality that his girlfriend was a one and only lover. Being open to the reality that his girlfriend was a one and only lover to lots of guys. Feeling as if someone had thrown a cold drink into his face and sudden flashes of anger and chagrin that he had so easily believed Jasmine. Kyle decided that he would have it out with her once and for all and make her come clean to him. He just wanted to get her in bed first and take control and for all and make her come clean to him. He just wanted to get her in bed first and take control. He just wanted her. He couldn't make it happen as fast as he longed to because Jasmine was too busy playing hostess. He would just have to wait, painful as that was. The next best thing he could think of was an escape. Escape from these new agonizing questions. Escape from these new agonizing questions in his mind. From the strange little hallucination that was haunting him in Jell-O poppers, smoke rings, and water pipes. Kyle had never hallucinated before. Why tonight? Was it all because of Jasmine? He was definitely aware of being beyond a buzz, but it didn't matter now. It took time and effort, but Kyle eventually lost track of how many Jell-O poppers he'd had. He was less surprised or annoyed by the little king figure he kept seeing in each one. The figure continued to shrink and become less distinct with each Jell-O popper that Kyle downed. Kyle Kyle continued to get as drunk as he could. Tiring of that, he decided to shift gears and work on getting as high as he could. Kyle walked around to join one of the green sticks groups. As he moved toward one of the circle of kids, a jock was passing a box of green sticks around. Some kids took their own, while some jock was passing a box of green sticks around. Some kids took their own, while some couples shared one. Next, another jock stepped up to each person with a lighter to get their sticks lit. Kyle inhaled the aromatic secondhand smoke as deeply as he could while waiting for his turn. One of the girls was trying to blow smoke rings and only managed to fall sideways. One of the girls was trying to blow smoke rings and only managed to fall sideways onto her boyfriend in a coughing fit and a ripple of laughter around the circle. Now, Kyle was tasting the smoke as the jock held a lighter to the end of the sticks. Sweet, thought Kyle, exhaling slowly. As he put the sticks to his lips, exhaling slowly. As he put the sticks to his lips, Kyle saw the miniature figure of the king again in the roller paper of his cigarette. Again, the face was looking directly at him. Those eyes! Kyle shuddered involuntarily and looked around quickly to see if anyone else had noticed. No one. Good. Kyle stood abruptly, getting a few surprised looks from kids in the circle. He needed to move again. As Kyle wandered through the groups of various cliques, the football players, the geeks, the goths, the swimmers and runners, the brainiacs, and so on, at his social best, though far from sober. He continued to accept an offer of a water pipe here or a drink from those he did not consider his closest friends. Each time, the king figure relentlessly appeared in the smoke rising from the bowl of a pipe, or reflected in the drink he held. Eventually, with more alcohol and more green sticks, Kyle could almost, though not completely, ignore the now tiny figure. Kyle decided that he had waited long enough to find Jasmine and get her into bed. These were couples moving closer together as they danced on the lawn or found chairs and exchanged kisses. The servers had gone home for the night, except for the woman that Jasmine had hired. She had made her way to the private apartment in another section of the mansion, far away from the sights and sounds of the party. Arm in arm, Kyle and Jasmine had been circulating among the others for ages, or Jasmine steered him to yet another group. In this one, two of the lifeguard types were telling a petite 10th grader how much she wanted to go swimming. The 10th grader, an auburn-haired babe with an oval-shaped doll face, was smiling and teasing both lifeguards back. She was making it clear that she had no intention of going in the pool. Her laugh showed that the drink she held was clearly not pulled out. Jasmine had announced that skinny dipping was the best way to enjoy the pool, and some of the senior guys were wagering on which girls would end up in the water. It was a rare, relaxing night. Most of this crowd had tight schedules to keep, balancing classes, homework, and after-school activities in order to compete for admission to good colleges after high school, high-level positions in family businesses. They couldn't afford to risk a mistake that would keep them from taking their place in the island economy. They were expected to carry on the family legacy when the time came. No one at the party had indulged as much as Kyle. Even when cold sober, Kyle wasn't much of a dancer. Tonight, Jasmine made it seem easy. She had a humor, not that he wanted to. He felt better now. His earlier sense of outrage had disappeared somewhere in the haze of drinks, water pipes, Jell-O poppers, and sticks. He would take her soon. He kept this picture in his mind as they danced on the lawn. Gone were the king figures and any other inhibitions about the choices he was making this night. Kyle bent and brushed her long lashes with his lips. Jasmine smiled. As she opened her eyes and gazed up at him, she whispered the question he'd been waiting to hear. "Are you ready?" He grinned. "What do you think?" He squeezed her tightly for an instant as he spoke. She didn't say another word as she released herself from his embrace and reached for his hand. Kyle's to half walk, half run around the pool fence and the side lawn of the mansion. Jasmine was more alert now than she had been while they were dancing. She looked all around to make sure that no one was watching them and that they had not been followed. Satisfied, she led Kyle down a short flight of stone steps to a patio with an entrance to the lower level. Things looked a bit blurry. He could still taste the smoke from the last of the green sticks he had shared with a few of the guys in the band while they took a break from playing. With a click and one quick turn of the key, Kyle and Jasmine were inside the mansion, and Kyle was closing the door silently while making sure that it locked behind them. "Take your shoes off," Jasmine instructed, by stepping on the toe of one shoe with the heel of his other shoe and pulling his foot out. He repeated this process with the other foot, wishing that it wasn't taking him so long. Why did it seem like he was moving underwater? He wasn't sure he could have untied his shoelaces if he had tried. His hands felt larger than usual and 10 times as clumsy. Jasmine had taken a circular fireplace made of giant-sized chunks of pink, green, and blue-gray marble. Next, they were climbing a narrow hardwood flight of stairs and moving through a maze of hallways in the back section of the mansion. The hardwood boards groaned under their feet, but as they left the section of the mansion that had once been the servants' quarters, thick carpeting muffled the sound of their footfalls. Jumped up a sleeping Miss Prissy from the middle of her four-poster bed and deposited the protesting cat in the hallway. "Go find your dinner, sweetheart," Jasmine soothed, closing the bedroom door quickly to keep the cat out. Meanwhile, Kyle had seated himself on one of the burgundy velvet cushions of the window seat and was watching Jasmine in fascination. Jasmine, as usual, peeled down her nylons, then kicked them off her feet into the entry of a walk-in closet. Jasmine picked up a book of matches from an onyx ashtray on the vanity and began lighting candles around the bedroom. There were 3 on the dresser, 1 on each nightstand, 2 on the mirrored vanity, and finally, 1 on the window seat next to Kyle's cushion. Now that the entire room was filled with a walled ink bottle made of green glass. Instead of a cap, the bottle had a small golden pipe bowl, which just fit into the top of the bottle. Jasmine pursed her lips around the mouthpiece of the pipe stem and took a long drag from it herself before offering it to Kyle. All of this was done in complete silence. Kyle felt as though he was in a dream world as he took the ink bottle pipe and raised it to his own lips. There was the blurred, now tiny but recognizable figure of the king in the ink bottle, and Kyle covered it with his thumb before taking his first long drag from the water pipe. The cinnamon scent from the burning candles was soon replaced by the strong aroma of crushed green sticks burning in the pipe. Kyle felt a familiar sting in his throat as he inhaled deeply. Their secretive exit from the party was still happening. Kyle listened to the DJ's voice and tried to relax. He knew that was part of the reason for the pipe and the candles. Jasmine was doing her best to turn him on. But now that they were closer to having full sex, he couldn't help but wondering, will she be satisfied? Are the green sticks messing up my coordination? He was in the pipe. Jasmine was reaching for his hand. She kissed him lightly and led him to one side of the 4-poster bed where she sat down, patting the burgundy satin spread next to her. "Sit next to me," she coaxed in a whisper. Kyle sat as close to her as he could and took her in his arms. Part of him was ready to conquer her and quiet those raging hormones over and to know that she'd loved it because he was the best she'd ever had. In his mind's eye, Kyle watched from a high point near the vaulted ceiling of the bedroom as Jasmine moaned and trembled under his caresses. Then he blinked and he was back on the bed, sitting next to her. I hope it really turns out that way, he thought. Meanwhile, Jasmine, untroubled by any doubt, buttoned his shirt and was continuing to kiss him. After several moments, Jasmine pulled Kyle down on top of her on the bed. As her fingers massaged his shoulders, she looked up at him with something like pleading in her eyes. Kyle took this as his signal. He reached behind Jasmine's head to push back pillows and pulled some covers over them. Then he cradled Jasmine in it, and before either of them really thought about it, they were making love. Doubts, questions, weird king figures, and troubles were all forgotten for the moment. They both fell asleep for a while. When Kyle did wake up, Jasmine had her arms around his neck and was kissing him. Kyle's last clear memory of this night was the comfort of Jasmine's arms and the glow as he closed them and inhaled the cinnamon scent. It blended with the sound of Jasmine's breathing and the fire of her skin next to his. Kyle drifted off to sleep again. Samuel Clive Yellowstone III, a.k.a. Sammy, was the smallest 10th grader any of the kids had ever met. He had large brown eyes, thick, curly, without an exact measurement. But amazing abs and arm muscles, along with practiced hands on the drums or with a golf club, had boosted his popularity, even though he was new this year. The cheerleaders adored him, but all of them were occupied at the moment. Sammy would later admit that he had never touched a microwave before in his life. But when he noticed that there was one in the kitchen between the dressing rooms, they really wanted lots of something very sweet to eat as soon as possible. So what? Sammy thought to himself as he picked up the can of condensed milk he found on the countertop. He'd heard that if you heated this stuff, it turned into caramel pudding. Sounded perfect, especially if he could get it done fast. All he had to do was press a few buttons, right? Sammy was glad no one was there to see him pull a chair over to the section of counter where the microwave was. It was too far back on the counter for him to reach without some help. With one knee on the chair, he opened the microwave door. Then he picked up the can of milk and turned it around, looking at the label. No directions for caramel pudding. No directions for microwave. No directions for caramel pudding. No directions for microwaving. No problem. There was a pan on the back burner of the stovetop next to the microwave. Sammy grabbed the pan, filled it with water, and put it back on the burner. How difficult could it be? Sammy put the can into the pan of water and turned the burner on high heat. How long to cook it, he wondered. The burner on high heat. How long to cook it, he wondered. Since he was using an old-fashioned burner instead of a microwave, Sammy had a vague idea that it would take a long time for the condensed milk to become pudding. He would check it after a while. Sammy walked back out to the group at the far end of the pool and sat on the edge of one of the patio chairs. He was surprised to see a tall figure running across the edge of one of the patio chairs. He was surprised to see a tall figure running across the lawn past the table, around the long side of the pool and heading for him. "Hey, Sammy!" It was one of the guitarists from the band. "Come on, dude, we need a drummer," he urged. "What happened to Marcus?" Sammy asked, not moving. Marcus was their usual drummer. "I don't know. Guess he went home with someone." Marcus was their usual drummer. "I don't know. Guess he went home with someone. He was supposed to go to this other gig with us. Now we don't have a drummer. We need you. Come on," the guitarist concluded. Sammy still hadn't moved from his seat. He was thinking he shouldn't really go and do this. Why not? He wasn't sure. "How much?" he asked. Not. He wasn't sure. "How much?" he asked, stalling for time to gather his thoughts, to think. "Hey, we'll pay you double what the regular drummer gets. Whatever you want, okay?" The guy was starting to sound desperate, and Sammy noticed two other band members starting around the pool toward them. He could do this, he thought. "Who's at this party?" Sammy asked, standing up. "It's a club," he thought. "Who's at this party?" Sammy asked, standing up. "It's a club," the guitarist started explaining as the two of them walked towards the other band members, who gave them the thumbs-up sign as they approached. Within minutes, they had climbed into the RV the band used when they traveled and left the circular drive, heading for the freeway. Sammy never got his caramel pudding, and he never heard drive, heading for the freeway. Sammy never got his caramel pudding, and he never heard the explosion he caused. Both Kyle and Jasmine jolted awake at the same instant. "Oh, God, what was that?" Jasmine moaned, rolling onto her side. "It sounded like something blew up." Kyle was trying to make his body move, but he blew up. Kyle was trying to make his body move, but he wanted to close his eyes for just a few minutes. Suddenly, he was sitting up as he remembered. The curfew! A glance at his watch had told him that it was 12:35. Miguel would be punctual as usual, and Kyle had to be at the front gate to meet him or pay the consequences. He did not want to answer any questions about him or pay the consequences. He did not want to answer any questions about this night, so he threw his shirt over his shoulders and dove into his jeans. Kyle was glad that Jasmine had put everything on the same chair. He ran to splash cold water onto his face in Jasmine's marble bathroom sink. Where was Jasmine anyway? Kyle had been so preoccupied with his curfew sink. Where was Jasmine anyway? Kyle had been so preoccupied with his curfew that he hadn't noticed her getting up. Now he saw that she stood next to the vanity, trying to untangle a ball of hair in the back of her head with a large hair pick. Regardless of the curfew, Kyle crossed the room and bent to kiss her. "I have to go, or my parents." He stopped and kissed and bent to kiss her. "I have to go, or my parents." He stopped and kissed her again. "You were good, baby," Jasmine said in a sleepy voice. "I have to go see if the monsters down there have wrecked the place. Ready?" "Yeah," said Kyle, who was beginning to feel his head ache and wishing his stomach would settle down. All he wanted to do at this moment was go back to bed, but Jasmine, as she retraced their route to the side entrance and walked Kyle outside to the circular drive. One more kiss. Kyle wanted it to last, but Jasmine's mind was elsewhere. Then Miguel was there in the drive, waiting for Kyle. Before Kyle could open the door of the Miata, Jasmine had already turned and was almost back at the entrance. She didn't wave. Half walked, half ran out to the pool to try to find out what the crash had been. The DJ had gone and the band had packed up for another gig they had at 12:30. The refreshments had been cleared away and the serving tables folded and put away, except for one, which still had bowls of munchie foods on it. Most of the kids had gone elsewhere or disappeared into private corners on the grounds to cuddle or the far end of the pool from Jasmine. She could see the orange light of their cigarettes and green sticks in the darkness and wondered what they were smoking, but she didn't have time to go check it out. Instead, Jasmine headed for the kitchen next to the changing areas where the explosion had come from. What she saw as she stepped into the kitchen was beyond Jasmine's worst nightmares. She had to duck to keep the pan Sammy used to boil water and heat the condensed milk was stuck in the ceiling, and the pan handle hanging down at an obtuse angle. The stovetop and all of the burners were covered in 3D caramel. Streams of caramel ran down the lower cupboards to the floor. The entire ceiling was filled with caramel stalactites of all different lengths, still dripping as they stretched toward the floor. As Jasmine stood in the kitchen in shock, two of the guitar players who looked like twins walked by, guitars slung over their shoulders and lighted green sticks in their hands. "Dude, what great decorations!" one of them exclaimed. "Did you make these?" "No, I most definitely did not," Jasmine exclaimed in the most considering her own reputation for partying. "I may castrate the person who did make them." "Oh, not cool," said one of the guitar players as the two of them looked at each other and decided to make a hasty exit. Fortunately for Sammy, his gig kept him busy away from Jasmine's party for the rest of that night. When he arrived at him, father and son said a quick goodnight. No questions. Sweetness, thought Kyle. That could mean questions would come later that morning, but by then, Kyle would be rested enough to handle them. Up in his room, Kyle discovered that he was once again wide awake with some nausea and the worsening headache. He took a couple of pills to intercept his beginning, some reality show. A waste of time. No, that wasn't what he wanted. He wished he could call Jasmine, but it was too soon. And what about their distant goodbye? He'd think about that later. After taking a shower, he felt more like sleeping. As soon as he stretched out in his own bed, Kyle was asleep. As usual, Barth and their help. Chapter 5. A Library Afternoon. Marvin, Tucker, and Kyle met at the place late in the afternoon, the day after Jasmine's party, and after Kyle had started to recover from his hangover, as planned. When Tucker checked out one of the college games being broadcasted that afternoon. When they spoke, it was only to comment on their favorite team's play or a mistake. After the game, Kyle felt his headache and unruly stomach returning. At just the right moment, Tucker offered Kyle a Coke and a couple of hangover pills without saying a word. Kyle accepted the offer. By the time the pills began to take into his usual post-game analysis, Tucker joined in to defend his champions, in this case, the losing team. Kyle was beginning to feel more like himself. Finally, he spoke up. "So, Jasmine and I did it." Kyle waited for a reaction. Nothing. Both his friends were completely silent, listening. Thing is, I think she's done it with every friggin' guy in the whole school. Still silence. After a very long time, Tucker said, "Sorry, dude. That's what she wants for now. You're worth more than that." After another pause, Marvin spoke softly. "Kyle, let me give you a picture, okay? Imagine this." "Sure, okay? Imagine this." "Sure," said Kyle, always ready to play along. "Just suppose you're walking through a minefield. You're being careful where you step so you don't get killed in an explosion. At the same time, you're not wearing a helmet, no protective gear, no one is with you, and you aren't carrying a weapon. So even if you're careful, you're dead in the water, right?" "Pretty much," Kyle said. "Well, the way I see it, that was you at the party last night." "We were just having fun and relaxing," Kyle protested. "And you need to do that," Marvin agreed, "but not in a way that lets the adversary take advantage of you." "The adversary take advantage of you." "Jasmine did that, not the adversary," Kyle observed, dejected again by the reminder. "Forget it. You won't understand until you meet the king yourself," Marvin declared resignedly. Kyle suddenly flashed back to the weird little figure of a king that appeared in every drink, Jell-O popper, and green sticks at Jasmine's party. Every drink, Jell-O popper, and green sticks at Jasmine's party. Kyle reassured himself that the hallucination was not real, nor was the king his dad prayed to, or the king those kids talked to at Marvin's gathering. And that historical king who came to the island when it was new and taught the island way and got himself killed. Well, he was dead. "I don't think there is a king to meet," Kyle said. "Well, when the time is right, you will meet him. And we'll see what happens after that," Marvin concluded. Tucker spoke up, grabbing for his BFF's attention. "Dude, Bronwyn Harriman goes to a different school on the other side of the island. She might not even know about Jasmine." "You looked her up?" Kyle asked, surprised. Then, without waiting for a response, he added, "Can't risk her finding out." As he spoke, Kyle's sadness returned. "Hey, don't give up just yet," Marvin advised. "This story isn't over yet." There were actually 2 public libraries, one on each side of the island. Only one of them was used by any of the high school kids, since the other library contained books on subjects that most kids were not interested in, like island history, historical maps of the island from its earliest development, family genealogies, ancient songs of the island, and such. Besides, the drive to the library on the other side of the island was at least an hour of steep, narrow, winding roads that were difficult in good weather conditions and impossible when a sudden storm hit and washed out sections of the road. All things considered, every high schooler who needed to do research or have a quiet place to study came to the library on this side of the island. Kyle waved Miguel off, having agreed to call home when he was ready to be picked up. Kyle liked this arrangement because it meant that Miguel would not be there to witness Kyle's dilemma. Kyle stepped inside the huge heavy wooden outer doors into the entryway of the library. Every public building on the island had two sets of double doors at entrances and exits. The outermost set of heavy wooden doors was designed to keep damp sea breezes out of the buildings in cold weather and to be propped wide open on warmer days. Kyle stood inside the second set of double doors just beyond the metal detectors, trying to think. He had no hope of actually spending any time with Bronwyn Harriman and didn't even know if she would be in the library today. Kyle's only plan at the moment was to catch a glimpse of her, if she was even there, and to watch from a distance. In Kyle's plan, she would not even be aware of him. Since Kyle had never connected with her at the gathering, she didn't even know he existed. It would be easy to stay in the background undiscovered. The first step was to learn if she was in the library now. Kyle walked slowly and silently through the stacks on the first floor until he found what he needed. A few books on algebra and trigonometry. Whether Bronwyn Harriman was here or not, Kyle would have to use these texts to drill down into his algebra assignment. Putting the books under his left arm, Kyle pressed the up button on the ancient elevator and listened as it groaned its way down to the first floor. Inside, Kyle pressed the button for the third floor, where business and business law books were stored. The kids who were most serious about taking on management of their family's businesses on the island went to this floor to keep up with various market reports and changes in the law that most impacted the business line of the family, whatever it was. Most likely, Bronwyn Harriman would be here if she was planning that kind of a career direction. On the other hand, Kyle was just following a hunch, and it was equally possible that she was not here and would not come here at all. He was walking past shelves with book titles like Trade Regulations Between Island and Mainland Communities Before the 1900s, the Journal of Island Trade Standards, and an entire shelf of the annual island market reports. When he came to the end of that row and absently peeked around the corner of shelves at the nearby tables where scattered students were working. Then he froze. To his astonishment, she was there. He had jerked his head back behind the shelves before she looked up, but as he stood there, struggling to stay calm, to catch his breath, and to remain quiet, a sudden irrational question flashed across his mind. Would she hear the sound of his breathing? Ridiculous, perhaps, but from where Kyle stood behind the stacks, Bronwyn Harriman was only a few feet away, seated at one of the long study tables on the side nearest to Kyle, and only 5 or 6 feet away from him. Kyle stood with his heart pounding in his chest, his breathing quieter now, picturing every detail he could recall from his brief glance. Her head was bent over some business report she was reading, so he did not see those lovely turquoise eyes that had captivated him when he first saw her at the gathering. He mentally saw the blue-black hair cut to the length of her earlobes, the nape of her neck with a delicate gold chain around it, probably the family pennant usually worn by island girls once they reached high school. Her ears were double-pierced with gold earrings, matching the style of the necklace. He saw again the line of her long jaw, her perfect nose, a hint of pink on her cheekbones against a perfect light complexion, with no hint of olive or brown. Her slender manicured fingers rested on the top page of the report she was reading. She was bare-legged in sandals, as was the island custom, and she wore a medium blue cap sleeve dress belted at the waist that accentuated her figure and brought out the color of her eyes. Kyle had started stepping backward to the opposite end of the row of stacks so he could find a place at a table farther away. That way, he could steal glances at her from time to time, yet remain undetected. When he reached the opposite end of the row, he walked away from Bronwyn Harriman, through one more set of stacks, and turned, staring at his algebra book. One thing was clear. After that wink, the ball was definitely right to find a seat at one of the tables. They took off the backpack he was wearing. From the backpack, he pulled out his cell, a calculator, a tablet of scratch paper, and several discs of related math references. When he had arranged everything and hung his pack over the back of his chair, Kyle looked up to see that Bronwyn Harriman was actually looking directly at him from across the tables. Once again, he was gazing into his reason for being at the library and all of his surroundings. For that instant, Kyle's entire universe consisted of that one magnificent face. Then she smiled, and for Kyle, the radiance of that smile was better than a perfectly brilliant sunrise. Suddenly overcome with shyness, Kyle looked down at the equations on herself and continued reading her report. She winked. Kyle was thrilled beyond his wildest dreams. In his mind's eye, he stood, turned several handsprings over the library study tables, and landed perfectly on his feet at Bronwyn Harriman's chair. In reality, Kyle did not do any of these things. He had to figure out his next move, and quickly. After that, he would walk over to Bronwyn Harriman and ask her if she wanted to go over to the drink bar with him. Of course, the risk in this plan was that she would get up before the hour was over and leave. But Kyle looked at the stack of business reports next to Bronwyn Harriman and decided that the risk was worthwhile. Also, it would give him time to calm down and build up his nerve. A glance at his watch for entrance was a little drink bar the kids used as a hangout on study breaks. They had everything from bottled water to protein drinks and shakes, all kinds of fruit juices, an espresso machine, and coffee drinks. The atmosphere was casual. The floors were flagstone. There were a few round tables covered with old-fashioned red and white checkered tablecloths, suitable for those who wanted to stand and checking his watch, but somehow he sensed what time it was. Sure enough, when he looked at his watch, it clearly read 2:15. Kyle felt his heart start pounding again, as if it was going to burst right through his chest. It didn't. He stood up resolutely. It was now or never, he thought, as he strode deliberately around the study tables and the bookcase toward where Bronwyn was shaking, but he did his best. Kyle's hands were in his front pockets with his thumbs hooked outside. He squared his shoulders as he walked and stood still just to the left of her chair, waiting. He watched her place her right index finger on the line she was reading. Then she was looking up at him and giving him one of her wonderful smiles with those amazing eyes and all of her face. Kyle cleared his throat. "Want to go get a drink with me?" he said softly, glad for the excuse of being in the library study area. "Sure," Bronwyn Harriman said, as easily as if it was the most natural thing to do in the world. Mercifully for Kyle, she had not made him wait for her answer. He watched as she took a sheet of printer paper as if there was something to clean off. As she pushed in her chair, Kyle put his right hand slightly under her left elbow. It was the gentlemanly thing to do, right? They walked single file through the narrow hall in the stacks, then abreast again as they moved toward the front exit of the library. For Kyle, he might as well have been gliding. He was so euphoric. What in the world? I'll get you whatever you'd like. Bronwyn Harriman had circled around to the opposite side of the round table to face Kyle and was arranging herself in one of the high-back chairs. "I'd like a guava juice protein shake." "Great," said Kyle, heading for the counter to place their order. He returned momentarily with the protein shake and a frappuccino for himself. As say next, Bronwyn Harriman spoke. "I don't think we've actually met each other. My name is Bronwyn Harriman, and everyone calls me Bron. What's your name?" Kyle was still mentally replaying the sound of her voice and the most unusual name he had ever heard, Bronwyn, when she asked him his name, so he stammered a little. And in his. Kyle remembered Tucker's description of the watermelon-colored fingernail polish. He squeezed her hand quickly before releasing her. Those were the sexiest fingers he had ever seen. Long and slender, perfectly white, smooth hands with the perfectly shaped and manicured watermelon-colored nails. Everything about Bron was exquisite. Watermelon-colored nails. Everything about Bron was exquisite, even her name. "So, algebra," Bron was speaking again, and it pulled Kyle out of his reverie. Oh yeah, I'm not very good with algebra. It just doesn't make sense to me. But we still have homework." "Oh, I love algebra. Oh, I love algebra. It's like a series of riddles," said Bron. "Well, I like working with numbers, I guess. I've been doing an increasing amount of the accounting for our family business, and it just seems to come to me naturally." And you? What do you like doing? Me? Well, I'm majoring in business law because I like planning our business directions with my dad. And I like legal analysis of laws and regulations that affect how we do business. Braun was nodding. Well, we have to get through the basics, including algebra, she concluded. Maybe I could help you out, give you some tips that would make it easier. Sure, that would be great. Give you some tips that would make it easier. Sure, that would be great, Kyle answered, hardly believing his good fortune. He was not only spending an afternoon with his dream girl, now she would help him improve in his worst subject, and they would be studying together. I left my books at the library, Kyle began, almost apologetically. Oh, me too. We'll have to go back there and just, talk quietly, Braun summarized. They both knew about the strict rules against making too much noise in the study areas. It could get you kicked out of the library for the day, or worse, for several weeks. They had finished their drinks and walked back to the library study table, where their books were. Kyle cleared a space next to him as Braun retrieved her tablet and business reports and came over to where Kyle was sitting. As she sat down next to him, Kyle caught just a whiff of her fragrance, something like honeysuckle. He inhaled as much of it as he could without being too obvious. How was he ever going to concentrate on his work? Braun had pulled one of Kyle's algebra books toward her and was pointing at a group of equations questioningly. Kyle nodded. Yes, he needed to know how to do these. Braun pulled another sheet of printer paper from her stack and wrote out one of the equations. She pointed to the first variable in the first section of the equation and glanced up at Kyle. He was following. In the next few minutes, Braun walked Kyle through a sequence of steps that took him through each unknown of the equation until he arrived at the correct solution. Kyle sat back amazed and pleased. He took the sheet of printer paper Braun had used for the equation and turned it over. You're a genius, he wrote. Braun smiled and wrote back, It's easy. You should be an algebra teacher, wrote Kyle. It's easy. You should be an algebra teacher, wrote Kyle. I do some tutoring, Braun wrote back. With renewed motivation, Kyle moved on to the next set of equations in his assignment. As before, Braun showed him how to work through the solution step by step. He practiced it a few times until he got the hang of it. By the time they had worked through the third and final set of equations in Kyle's homework assignment, Kyle glanced at his watch and realized with a start that it was already 5:15 p.m. Where had the time gone? Kyle reached for the printer paper. What time does your family have dinner? He wrote. Late on Saturdays, 8 p.m. But actually, I do need to leave, Braun wrote back. Me too. Let's go outside so we can call our rides, okay? Braun read Kyle's last entry and nodded at him. They gathered their things and Braun stood on Kyle's right, so he put his right hand under her elbow again as he had before. Together they moved to the elevators, rode down to the first floor and out to the front library exit. All of Kyle's study materials were in his backpack, so he had his left hand free to do things like push elevator buttons and open doors. His right hand never had to leave Braun's left elbow. Best of all, she opened doors. His right hand never had to leave Braun's left elbow. Best of all, she had actually waited for him, and she was obviously not objecting. This afternoon was turning out millions of times better than Kyle could have ever imagined. He held the door open for Braun with his left hand, and the two of them walked together out the front door of the library to the half-circle gravel driveway that accessed the island road. Houses and trees obliterated most of the ocean view from this angle, but there was one gap that revealed yellow and gold clouds where the sun had just gone down. Below the gold, shades of dark blue clouds met the horizon. Above the yellow gold, the clouds were shades of dark blue clouds met the horizon. Above the yellow gold, the clouds were lighter shapes of rose and lilac purple. These colors seemed to wash over everything on the island, bathing them in soft twilight. From the time that Kyle was old enough to perch on his father's shoulders and watch the sunset, he thought of this time of evening as something magical. On this night, the sunset, he thought of this time of evening as something magical. On this night, Kyle and Braun stood close together, silently enjoying their first sunset together. Do you ever wonder if there's something out there that's bigger than we are? Kyle asked hesitantly, after the colors had begun blending into darker twilight. I don't wonder if there is. I know begun blending into darker twilight. I don't wonder if there is. I know there is, Ron asserted with a confidence that surprised Kyle. Feeling braver, Kyle continued, Yeah, some of my friends even believe that there's a real war going on, but we only see the consequences of it, not the fighters, because it's all invisible. Of it, not the fighters, because it's all invisible. I believe that too, Ron said, looking directly at Kyle. The war is between the king and the adversary, and we are all in it. That's just like what my friends say, Kyle exclaimed in amazement. I actually met the king when I was a little girl, Ron admitted more quietly. The king when I was a little girl, Ron admitted more quietly, her eyes still searching Kyle's face. Have you met the king? She asked unexpectedly. Kyle decided that he must never lie to her, particularly if he wanted to build a life and family with her, as he now suspected. He did not want to hide anything. No, I don't think I ever have yet. Not want to hide anything. No, I don't think I ever have yet, Kyle admitted. I asked him to show me if he's real, so I could start getting to know him if he is. Kyle added that last part as an afterthought, because it showed Braun that the two of them wanted the same thing. Kyle wondered if this admission would cause Braun to have second thoughts about him. If it did, she gave no sign of it, as she said, he is real and he will show you that he is. It could be sometime when you least expect it, because he doesn't work on our time schedule. Well, that's random, thought Kyle, just as he noticed that Braun was gazing far down the island road in front of the library. Her ride? Time was short. Kyle put his question out there. I'd like to see you again, okay? I'd like that too, Braun answered simply. Kyle reached into the right front pocket of his jean jacket and pulled out a business card. It was island custom to carry them everywhere as good advertising for the family business. Today, this card had quite a different purpose. Almost simultaneously, Braun was reaching into a pocket of her leather purse and handing Kyle one of her cards. As Kyle reached out to take it from her, his hand trembled just a little. Here's my ride, Here's my ride, Ron announced, looking up at him with a last smile. Gotta go. Thanks for the drink. No, thank you for teaching me, Kyle exclaimed, as with a flurry of blue skirts, Ron alighted quickly into the black leather passenger seat of the red Jaguar that had just pulled up in front of them. Braun slammed the door, leaving the window down. Bye, she called to Kyle just before the Jag squealed out, sending loose gravel flying in all directions. Bye, Kyle yelled back at her, waving quickly as he saw her poke her head out to look back at him one last time. Then the Jag squealed away, and she was gone. As Kyle stood alone on the roadside in front of the library, the easiest thing to do would have been to believe that this entire afternoon had been a dream. The card in Kyle's hand, that precious, precious card, told him that he was definitely not dreaming. This was real. This was real. Wow, times infinity, wow. He had not only gotten a glimpse of her, they had talked and studied and shared drinks and started to get to know each other. And throughout that entire miraculous afternoon, neither Kyle's regrets about his fling with Jasmine, nor his sense of shame at her being sexual with most of the guys at school, never once entered his mind. If this was love, according to what an old island king had taught and left to the islanders as the island way, Kyle decided that he could stop fighting it and start living accordingly. Chapter 6. What Soren Planned. Soren Marsden would have described this day as another one of those monotonous, clear, blue sky, sunshine school days. Of course, Soren knew from the beginning of this day that it would be anything but monotonous. He gloated in this secret knowledge as he walked past the endless row of gray lockers to his own. He was finally going to show these fat-ass, prissy rich kids who was really worthy of respect. Soren wore baggy black jeans as low on his hips as possible without getting kicked out of school, and a black t-shirt. He kept his dirty blonde hair in a ponytail, even though most of the guys kept short hair or shaved heads. He was definitely not one of them. Soren's alcoholic father was a successful businessman. Despite his erratic behavior toward his son. And Soren's mother had died when he was 4. His grandparents, still grieving the loss of their daughter, had set up a trust for Soren's support and education. This was the only reason he could attend our rich kid's school, as his dad called it. Trust fund aside, Soren never felt that he fit in with his class, a realization that left him doping himself to sleep. Since green sticks didn't work, sometimes he took a bottle from his dad's ample bar, or sampled some of the assorted barbiturates in the downstairs bathroom medicine chest his dad never thought to lock. Usually while his father was traveling on one of his frequent trips for the family business. Soren, being an only child, a rare occurrence on the island, was cared for by a live-in male trustee who spent as little time with Soren as possible and treated him with disdain as soon as his father was not around to observe the trustee. But the trust fund was still under his control, so it was kiss his ass or lose the money, and that wasn't worth it. Soren had outgrown his tears and made his identity as an outcast leader. He had a history of school fights and suspensions to prove it. Now, Soren didn't try to fit in with the class because he was occupied with a friendship of. Soren's initiation into this special partnership had begun years earlier, while he was still in nursery school with Kyle Sanger. Back then, Kyle and Soren had been BFFs, doing everything together. All that had changed. Back then, Soren's mom called Aunt Bella and Kyle's mom called Aunt Mar for fitness training. Once, as they spent a morning sunbathing and swimming in the Sanger's pool, Soren's mom was sunning herself on an air mattress in the pool, while Kyle's mom went to get more sodas from the ground-level kitchen nearest the pool. She was gone less than 15 minutes, but that was enough. Soren's mom had a sudden and completely unexpected heart attack, and pool arranged their drinks and looked for her friend. Soren's mom was unconscious and floating face down near the mattress. Crucial minutes passed as Kyle's mom struggled frantically to pull her friend out of the pool. She didn't know first aid. More crucial minutes passed as Kyle's mom called 911 and waited for them to arrive. And more minutes passed before Anne was finally pronounced dead after repeated efforts to revive her failed. All 4-year-old Soren understood was that his mom was gone, never to return. Aunt Marie had been with his mom when she drowned and didn't help her, so she died. Soren's grief-stricken father had never explained anything to Soren. Instead, Soren was left for work without interruptions from children. There was also the male trustee who only came to the Marsden residence when there were checks or papers to be signed. The trust fund kept Soren in the private school Kyle attended, while Soren's father handled his loneliness by drinking. Too much of Soren's father's income was spent on alcohol for father and son to continue enjoying them. Soren's father moved with his son from their sprawling suburban home to a 2-bedroom apartment. They survived increasingly on Soren's trust with irregular contributions from his father's erratic and impulsive business ventures. During this period of the little boy's intense sadness and loneliness, a friend came who quickly became Soren's constant companion day and night. One day as Soren was struggling to put a model car together. His father was traveling, as usual, on family business, so no help there. Cook clearly would not want to be bothered and probably didn't know anything about model cars anyway. In his frustration, Soren had finally hurled the pieces of the model car across his bedroom against the wall. A boy, close to Soren's age, laughing. Startled, Soren looked quickly around the room, searched his closet, and finally opened the door to peer down the hallway. No one. As Soren stood, puzzled, above the remaining model pieces on the floor, he started as a boy's figure stepped through the large balcony window without opening its doors and faced Soren, grinning. Same height and build as Soren, with carrot-colored curls, sky-blue eyes, and an impish grin. From that day on, Soren and Dylan became inseparable buddies. Early on, Soren learned 2 things about Dylan. First, he was invisible to everyone else except Soren. Second, when Soren acted on Dylan's ideas, Soren usually got insisted. There was no relief for Soren in saying it had been Dylan's idea in the first place. Further, Soren often believed these ideas were brilliant products of his own ingenuity. Soren's grief and increasing bitterness was steadily isolating him from the kids at school. Instead, Soren spent more time alone with Dylan. Soren joined the misfits who were excluded from all the hallway conversations, the instant messages, texts, email chains, and conversation in general between classmates. Soren became one of the kids who carried a cell but didn't get calls and rarely used it to call anyone from Hillside High. This was fine with Soren because, after all, he had Dylan as his cons anyway. Soren didn't participate in any after-school activities, so he was not on any of the sports teams, in debate, or the school plays. He came home alone to the little empty apartment. He spent hours in front of his computer, playing video games and discussing with Dylan ways to get his revenge against Kyle Sanger. Under Dylan's world for ruining his life, and particularly with Kyle Sanger. Soren enjoyed devising his plan for revenge in his partnership with Dylan. He stopped caring about what anyone else thought about him as long as Dylan approved. Dylan's ideas usually disregarded Soren's dad's rules, the school's rules, and always opposed the island way. A rule was involved and followed Dylan's instructions. Over time, as Soren listened to Dylan's arguments and reasoning, it became easier for Soren to identify himself as a rebel, a loner, and someone who deserved Dylan's praise and approval. Each time Soren decided to go along with one of Dylan's ideas, the bond of their friendship deepened and influenced his thoughts that he believed he was doing what he wanted. It never once occurred to Soren that he was being manipulated by Dylan, much less that he was being enslaved by a power that was giving orders to Dylan. Today, if the plan that Soren believed he had devised was successful, this ordinary day would be Kyle's hall. Soren climbed into the new Jaguar hybrid he had driven to school that day. Dylan had suggested the vehicle change because a different vehicle would make it harder for Kyle, Miguel, or any other witnesses to identify Soren later. Soren tucked his long hair, pulled back into his usual ponytail, under a baseball cap, turned backward. He put on a larger last-minute change was his clothes. The black jeans and tee were in Soren's locker, and he wore cut-off shorts and a tank top. They wouldn't figure it out. Soren sat behind the wheel smoking a green sticks to get his buzz as he waited for Kyle to leave school. That morning, Soren had not parked in the high school lot as usual, but across a side street, in the school, since the swim team showered and left from a rear gym door. Another advantage of waiting until after swim practice was that other kids were not around. Jasmine was on restriction because her father had caught her on a shoplifting spree with some of the cheerleaders. That eliminated getting a ride to the mall or a girlfriend's home with one of her parents' personal restriction. She had to suffer the embarrassment of taking the shuttle that wound its way on a fixed route through the burbs for kids who didn't have their own cars or household help to drive them. Jasmine was out of the way. Kyle was oblivious to Soren's presence in the lot when, as usual, Miguel picked Kyle up in the Miata after swim practice ended. Kyle, with some persuasion, he convinced Miguel to let him drive home from school that day. Wonderful, thought Soren, as he watched Kyle sprint around the Miata to take the driver's seat. Soren was only a few months older than Kyle, but already had his driver's license and several classes in emergency driving, racing techniques, and the like under his belt. Too close, were Dylan's mental instructions to Soren as Soren pulled out of the school driveway behind Kyle and Miguel. Soren's strategy was to get ahead of the Miata before they were on the coastal highway. The winding curves of the undivided mountain highway made passing extremely dangerous, not to mention that it was a traffic offense with expensive fines. Not to try passing on the curve sections. Once Soren had gotten ahead of Kyle and Miguel on the stretch where passing was prohibited, Soren would slow down to 45 miles per hour, forcing Kyle to stay behind him at the same crawling speed. That would exasperate both Kyle and Miguel and increase pressure on Kyle to want to pass the Jag. If Kyle attempted to pass the Jag. If Kyle attempted to pass on one of the stretches with no double yellow lines, Soren would simply keep pace with the Miata, not allowing it over into the passing lane. Then edge the Jag over to force the Miata onto the edge of the highway, dangerously near the cliff. Alternatively, if Kyle stayed behind Soren at a crawl, traffic would near the cliff. Alternatively, if Kyle stayed behind Soren at a crawl, traffic would jam up behind them, and this would increase the risk of a rear-end collision. Not as good for Soren's plan, but possible. Pictures of these scenarios played in Soren's mind like movies. Soren understood that his first step was to get ahead of the Miata. Soren understood that his first step was to get ahead of the Miata as unobtrusively as possible. The best chance of that was at the traffic light that controlled the intersection of the side street, where the high school was and the coastal highway. When the Miata stopped, Soren's job would be to pass it, one way or another, and stay ahead of Kyle and Miguel on the highway. Would be to pass it, one way or another, and stay ahead of Kyle and Miguel on the highway. Easy. When the Miata stopped at the light, Kyle and Miguel were obviously in conversation, and Kyle seemed to be reaching over for something, likely to change the music. In the seconds that Miguel was preoccupied with this, Soren pulled around the Miata on the right and squealed. Miguel was preoccupied with this, Soren pulled around the Miata on the right and squealed out onto the highway, giving the appearance that he was showing off. It worked. As Soren glanced back into his rearview mirror, he saw the Miata still stuck at the light, which had changed back to red. Traffic was light from this direction at this hour, so the chances of someone else getting between them were slim. This direction at this hour, so the chances of someone else getting between them were slim. Soren slowed a little, waiting for the Miata to catch up. Kyle maneuvered onto the highway and was directly behind Soren, as Soren had expected. Kyle, who was preoccupied with the new experience of driving on this mountain highway, had not recognized Soren. The new experience of driving on this mountain highway had not recognized Soren. The two vehicles traveled some distance as Soren waited for his opportunity. At the next section of highway, where passing was allowed, Soren slowed the Jag to a crawl and Kyle was forced to slow behind him. Several cars passed both Miguel and Soren going between 60 and 70 miles per hour. Several cars passed both Miguel and Soren going between 60 and 70 miles per hour. Then the curves got sharper. The double yellow lines appeared and no one could pass. Within the next mile, the road would straighten out and passing would be permitted, though still risky. A vehicle could unexpectedly appear at the top of the next hill. It would be in the passing lane, on a collision course with any vehicle trying to pass in that lane. A less experienced driver might overlook the danger and try to pass anyway. Kyle did just that. He picked that moment to assert his independence against Miguel's stern warning, "Don't try to pass." Assert his independence against Miguel's stern warning, "Don't try to pass." Kyle pulled into the passing lane to get around the slow-moving Jaguar, just as Soren had expected. Soren gloated, keeping his eyes on the curving highway in front of him as he kept the Jag exactly even with the Miata. Meanwhile, Kyle tried in vain to either get in front of the Jag and back into the slow lane, or to pull behind the Jag. As if on cue, an SUV appeared at the top of the next hill. It was on a head-on collision course with the Miata, unless Kyle could pull back into the slow lane. Seconds dragged into eternities as the Miata could pull back into the slow lane. Seconds dragged into eternities as the Miata and the SUV got closer to each other. All the while, Soren kept the Jag even with the Miata. Somehow, at the last possible instant, Kyle jerked the wheel hard, trying to avoid the crash. The Miata clipped the front fender of the SUV and tires screeched as it guardrail. Then Kyle lost control of the wheel and the Miata suddenly swerved into the oceanside lane. Somehow, Kyle missed colliding with the Jag. Soren had gunned his engine as Kyle veered back toward the Jag and the ocean. Soren's plan definitely did not include having an accident himself. Then, just as suddenly, the Miata went to rest upside down in a ravine. The SUV stopped at the next lookout point, half a mile up the coastal highway. It had mostly fender damage. Driver and passenger were shaken up, but otherwise unhurt except for some bruises. If Soren could have looked back at the accident scene, he could have watched the left front wheel of the Miata still accident he had caused. Caleb had adjusted the Miata's speed and remained in the air above the roof of the car, his face, even with Kyle and Miguel, looking down on them as they talked. Caleb knew even before they did that the SUV was headed toward them and gazed ahead to observe its route while he listened to the conversation inside the Miata. Barth brought up Barth wanted to be ready for anything that happened next. Caleb and Barth watched Kyle flick his right turn signal on to show he was switching back into the non-passing lane. The slow-moving Jaguar didn't budge, just stayed even with the Miata. Kyle's eyes jumped from the SUV ahead to the Jag in the next lane. Miguel was cursing under his breath. Kyle's mind. Was that Soren? He wasn't sure, and there was no time to think. The SUV was only yards ahead. Kyle caught a glimpse of a man and a woman in the front seat as he yelled, "Ah!" And there was the screech of tires on asphalt as he jerked the steering wheel to avoid the collision. Miguel had not fastened his seatbelt and tried to grip before he lost his hold. Kyle gripped the steering wheel with all of his strength. The Miata jerked sharply toward the guardrail on the land side of the highway and began to roll. It continued rolling. Both Caleb and Barth hovered over the Miata as it careened crazily on a curve in the road, overturned, and rolled down the side of an embankment. They had success until it could roll down a shallow, less rocky part of the ravine's edge. Finally, they were there, helping an unsuspecting Miguel to get his knife out of the screwdriver pocket of his worker's pants, to slit through his air balloon, to knock out the edges of broken glass in his passenger window, and finally to squeeze through the narrow opening to get out of the car. Touching it to the driver's side to find Kyle and discovered him unconscious. Blood ran into Kyle's ear from cuts on the side of his face and head. Miguel shouted at Kyle, trying to rouse him, but Kyle didn't move or answer. An unknown defect in one of the valves in Kyle's heart had caused it to pound hard as the Miata overturned and rolled, then to suddenly stop. Miguel could not detect this. Kyle didn't know it, and he couldn't speak to tell anyone what happened. Instead, the instant that his heart stopped, Kyle found himself in an unfamiliar but comfortable place. As he opened his eyes, he was looking out across a grassy meadow, about the size of a football field, toward a river under a gradual incline, so that Kyle could just glimpse the river water, or whatever it was. It sparkled as though brilliant sunlight was shining down on it, and revealed a constantly changing rainbow of colors as it rippled and splashed against rocks in its path. There were several amazing things in this place that Kyle experienced simultaneously, breaths to get as much of it as he could. Once you could get him past apologizing for not being able to describe it very well, and not being crazy, and all those sorts of comments, Kyle would say that breathing that air was like breathing in light energy that made you feel better than you had ever felt in your life. Next, Kyle realized how brilliant and he had never seen. Familiar colors were a zillion times more intense. Even the grass was a more vibrant green. Kyle stared wide-eyed in every direction. Strange new flowers and exotic birds were everywhere. Also, everything, even the most ordinary things, like the sky or the scattered trees across the field, everything seemed to be more, what, real? Kyle would say later that absolutely everything seemed to be alive, including the air itself, and to be contributing to the sound that filled this place. Kyle was hearing something that seemed to be music, though again like nothing he had ever heard before. Just beautiful was all he could say. Another thing that amazed Kyle was the overwhelming sense of peace. Only seconds ago, he had been thinking about traffic on the coastal highway and feeling the stress of driving under difficult conditions, as well as Miguel's critical eye. Now he felt energized and stress-free, sort of like green sticks, only infinitely better. Before Kyle had time to consider all of these experiences, he became aware of something like a force field all around him. Instantly, he knew that this power was immense and infinite enough to end his life faster than turning off a light switch. It would be as though he had never existed at all. He should have panicked, but he didn't. He should have run away, but he couldn't. Instead, Kyle was flooded with the awareness that he was a mere speck in the universe, a grain of sand or even smaller. Whatever the power was that surrounded him, Kyle was unable to move. He fell to the ground under its force. As he fell, he sensed what he called absolute perfection. Whatever it was, it caused Kyle to remember and see the moments in his life when he had done and said things he wasn't proud of. As these scenes paraded before him, Kyle began to sob and tremble uncontrollably. Finally calm again, Kyle realized that someone was talking to him. As he lay on his back on the ground, unable to move, Kyle looked up to see a man walking toward him across the grass. The man was about 6 feet tall, with a muscular build, thick, dark, curly, almost kinky hair and beard, and a broad smile. Kyle sensed immense power all around him. It was like electricity, only stronger, filling the air and coming into Kyle with each breath he took. It could have destroyed him effortlessly, yet somehow did not. Was it another force field? Or the same force field? Kyle wondered. What grabbed Kyle's attention most of all were the man's eyes. Not just because of their unusual color, which was a mixture of blue and green. The only way Kyle could ever describe them afterwards was to say that love came from those eyes, even as Kyle sensed that they saw everything about him, inside and outside, like some powerful scanner. The love exuding from this man remained unchanged. The man stopped next to where Kyle lay. He reached a large hand down to Kyle and helped, almost lifted, him to his feet. The man said, Kyle, we finally meet face to face. The man said, Kyle, we finally meet face to face. Not like trying to get your attention at a party. Kyle heard a smile in his voice and saw the man was smiling broadly. The man continued, This is my kingdom, and I want to share it with you, but you are not part of it yet. The man wore a deep red, but you are not part of it yet. The man wore a deep red cape that almost touched the ground. Under the cape, a suit of armor shimmered. The suit of armor consisted of a breastplate with an extension just above his knees under a broad belt. A pair of boots of the same shimmering material covered his feet up to mid-calf. From the lights that winked and danced on the material covered his feet up to mid-calf. From the lights that winked and danced on the surface of the armor, Kyle suspected embedded jewels of some kind that he couldn't identify. An aura of light, even brighter than the air of the shimmering armor, seemed to surround this man, to emanate from him, and to shine from his face. As Kyle gazed back into those eyes, all he could think was how much he longed to remain forever here with this person, or king, or whoever he was. As Kyle looked into this man's eyes, he felt that he had never longed for anything so desperately, either before or afterward, in his entire life. In his presence, Kyle felt how small and flawed he truly was, how limited his mind was, how impure he was. Mental questions filled his thoughts. Who are you, and how can I stay here with you? I am the king, ruling all other kings and you. I am the king, ruling all other kings and realms, including this one, the man said out loud. He didn't say this like he was bragging, as the kids at school would have. The king continued, As to whether you stay with me, that choice is up to you, since only you can decide who you will serve. Kyle had not spoken a word. You can decide who you will serve. Kyle had not spoken a word, yet this king continued to answer his unspoken questions. Wow, I've never felt so dirty or messed up before. It's like I need a shower that cleans my thoughts and stuff too, Kyle thought. Actually, the adversary is using his power and your failures to slowly kill you right now, the king said with sadness in his voice. Oh, you mean the accident, Kyle said, suddenly remembering, as if it was something from the distant past. No, I have already healed you completely from the accident. And at the right moment, that healing will become obvious in your world, the king said. No, it is an ancient evil deep inside of you that is killing you now. Kyle glanced down momentarily at his own body. To his horror, he saw glittering chains wrapped around him from his ankles up to his neck, and around his arms to his wrists. Kyle's mind was reeling. He hadn't even known about these chains. When had they been wound so tightly around him? Why had he never noticed them before? Kyle had only known about the chains for a few seconds, but in that time, he'd become totally preoccupied with them. Each time he thought about them, they became tighter and heavier. The tighter and heavier they became, the more they hurt him, and the more he thought about them. Hopeless. Kyle panted for breath as he struggled to get free. The more he struggled, the more the chain squeezed against his lungs. His muscles weren't strong enough. Is this how I die? Kyle wondered, as panic filled his mind. Kyle looked up at the king with panic showing in his eyes. Again, you can decide to live. It's up to you. The king's encouragement came as a complete surprise to Kyle. What do I do? I don't want to die, Kyle exclaimed, fighting to get each word out. Give your life to me, the king said matter-of-factly. Otherwise, the adversary will enslave you forever. As you see, he's already begun to steal you. Kyle could barely speak out loud because he couldn't breathe. I can't fight, he gasped. I am the only one who has ever defeated him and can save you from him, the king answered simply. I never was infected by his evil. You and all the islanders are infected, so he is slowly killing each one of you. Great, thought Kyle, feeling his life slipping away. This is the moment. So, who are you going to serve? Me or the adversary? Kyle had the bizarre sensation of a fight going on inside him. Part of him longed to stay with this king and to do whatever he instructed, especially as Kyle continued to look at those amazing eyes. Another part of him protested. He couldn't. As he did, the light all around the king also engulfed Kyle, and he found that he could breathe again. As new air filled his lungs and cleared his head, his heart's desire was even stronger. You, Kyle said simply, I'll serve you. In that case, the king explained, looking directly at Kyle, you must give me permission to make you wear your armor and use your weapon to resist the adversary. Here the king paused as questions filled Kyle's mind. Say what you're thinking, the king invited. Well, how will we ever defeat this adversary and that deadly power you talked about? Are we just trapped in this war forever? At this question, I did it, the king said, still with laughter in his voice. Did what? Asked Kyle, mystified. You see, when an innocent person lets the adversary kill him, he defeats the adversary's evil power, because innocent blood is shed. None of the islanders were innocent, so everyone was doomed to become slaves of the adversary. Asler gave me the power to come back from death to life. That means I can give new life and power to everyone who turns to serve me. Okay, please get these chains off me and break the curse. Kyle felt like he had to push out each word and wondered if he would die before he got free. You are free. I now adopt. Kyle had done a running jump, followed by a series of backflips, 2 cartwheels, and several somersaults, culminating in a handstand and a curl that landed him on his back in front of the king. It was kind of like a toddler, intending to draw a picture that made an uncontrolled scribble instead. Kyle jumped to his feet, still holding his left thumb, to get it back in place, and stood drawn. Then he was overwhelmed with relief. At least she had not seen him jumping all over the place in front of the king. Kyle looked down and saw that all the chains that had wrapped around him were in a heap at his feet. In their place was a suit of armor like the king's, although slightly smaller, with fewer jewels and decorations. Then, in the vibrant life and joy of Kyle's new for the adversary's lies again, he will start wrapping you in his chains again as he did before. Always resist him, using your authority as a prince. The tutor will help you. Tutor? Kyle said questioningly. You will meet him soon. He will teach you about me, the war, the armor, and the sword that I have given you to use against the adversary. Everything you need to know to defeat the adversary. Never forget, we do defeat him, no matter how hopeless things seem. The king continued, for now, keep listening and talking to me. You won't see me, but I'll always be with you. There was more that the king said to Kyle that day, but their conversation continued for some time. It is too long to reach the island. Kyle's body remained trapped in the Miata. His heart had started to beat again, after a momentary shock. Miguel knew that he had to get Kyle out of the Miata and a safe distance away before the escaping gas could catch fire and cause an explosion. But how? With a sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach, Miguel realized a searing pain while heard 2 sets of feet thudding on the highway above his head. They were moving diagonally across the pavement, getting closer. The next thing Miguel saw were 2 men. One who was tall and wiry, with a blonde military haircut and large, expressive hazel eyes. The other was shorter, powerfully built, and darker complected, with brown hair that wound in. Now they were sliding down the rocks toward Miguel. The taller one was talking to 911 on his cell, as the other quickly took in Miguel's anguished expression. The chain of cars commuting home were gone, and the Miata had rolled far below the line of sight of passing motorists. How had these guys seen them, Miguel wondered, but he had no time to ask. Miguel swayed on his feet. Seen them, Miguel wondered, but he had no time to ask. Miguel swayed on his feet, feeling suddenly like he might pass out from the searing pain in his leg. Barth's hand steadied him, and Miguel heard him ask, "You okay?" just as Miguel collapsed. Barth caught him, breaking his fall and easing him to the ground. Miguel's right leg was broken, and while he was breaking his fall and easing him to the ground. Miguel's right leg was broken, and while he was in shock, he had fought his way out of the Miata and around to the passenger side to get Kyle. Caleb had circled unobserved to Kyle's door, where Kyle's head was pinned against the top edge of the passenger window and a dent in the roof. His seatbelt was still fastened, and he was trapped by the air balloon window and a dent in the roof. His seatbelt was still fastened, and he was trapped by the air balloon. At the moment that Kyle's heart started beating again, it was Caleb who touched the door handle, and the passenger door opened. On his knees, Caleb moved the fingers of his right hand along the edge of the broken window to give Kyle room to move his head. If Kyle had been aware of anything, he the broken window to give Kyle room to move his head. If Kyle had been aware of anything, he would have felt his seatbelt loosen slightly at the same time that his air balloon deflated just slightly, so he could be eased free of the Miata. Caleb caught Kyle as he fell out of the car. Then, cradling him like a child, carried him up the bank of the ravine and held him still in a half-sitting position, just as a fire engine with several volunteers rolled up. Within moments, both Miguel and Kyle had been examined by paramedics, given emergency treatment, and were headed to the nearest hospital. Barth and Caleb stood back, watching the ambulance merging into the lane of traffic going towards the nearest hospital. The most critical part of their work was done. Kyle Sanger would not die because of this accident. The king was healing him so that he could fulfill his destiny, and he would live a long, healthy life. Chapter 7. Kyle's Dream. Kyle did not want to wake up. Gradually and unwillingly, he became aware of pillows all around him, of bird sounds from somewhere nearby, and finally, a shadowy pattern of leaf-covered branches dancing between his closed eyelids and the sunlight. Instinctively, he ran his hand down the edge of the bed. The cool, velvety feel of satin sheets registered in his consciousness. He was in his own bed, in his own room, not the hospital. He squinted at the brilliant He squinted at the brilliant sunlight pouring in the windows beside his bed and recognized the sounds of his mother's chanting voice in the background, behind the noise of the squabbling birds nesting in the eucalyptus tree near his window. His mother was in the family chapel at the end of the hallway. The Sanger home was a Spanish-style mansion that had been passed down for 5 generations before Kyle's father. The family's money had originally come from their extensive vineyards, though some of the land had been sold off. Wise investing and some good fortune had combined to provide a comfortable inheritance. This helped to pay for upkeep of the property and the hired help. Kyle's grandfather had been a successful architect until he retired and handed over the business to Kyle's father, who wanted Kyle to continue the Sanger family tradition as leading architects on the island. Kyle was not thinking of his heritage at the moment, though. His mind was stretching towards something that seemed to be just beyond his reach. What day was this? And how many days had gone by now, anyway? He hesitated as he tentatively turned on his side, half expecting pain from his broken ribs. No pain. Kyle was flooded again with the strange sensation that he had experienced as he talked with the king, who he met after the accident. He sank back against the pillows. In his mind, Kyle saw the Miata skid sideways and off the road, felt the sickening nausea as they began to turn over and over again down the embankment alongside of the undivided highway. Kyle's body bounced on the bed, jolting him from the half-dream, where he relived the shuddering halt of the Miata on its hood. Miguel had somehow managed to unfasten his seatbelt and crawl out of the Miata on its hood. Out of the window on the driver's side. With the odor of gasoline in the air, Miguel had worked frantically to release the seatbelt around Kyle's hips. Blackness. Screaming pain as arms pushed under his body and gripped his shoulders. Blackness. Stones as arms pushed under his body and gripped his shoulders. Blackness. Stones crunching underfoot as 2 pairs of muscular arms cradled him up the edge of the ravine. Stillness. A shuddering blast and brilliant orange light from somewhere very close to where he was laying. In spite of the explosion of the Miata, Kyle remembered the strangest feeling that he was safe, that the flames would not touch him. He couldn't fathom where the strange sensation had come from. Then he was hearing again the crackling of flames. Sirens getting louder, then stopping. Chemical smells in the air. Nausea in the pit of his stomach. Voices all around him. Too loud. Blackness. Kyle was relieved when these images slipped away as quickly as they had come. Barth and Caleb were there, Caleb standing at the foot of Kyle's bed, waiting to help Kyle drift into sleep as soon as he was ready. bed, waiting to help Kyle drift into sleep as soon as he was ready. Barth watched from the bedroom door while keeping an eye on the hallway as he made certain the bedroom remained free of uninvited emissaries of the adversary. Kyle did not need any unwelcome visitors during this night. It was time for healing, and Barth and Caleb were ready to carry out the king's promise to Kyle to heal. It was time for healing, and Barth and Caleb were ready to carry out the king's promise to Kyle to heal him completely from the accident. Moments before they helped him drift into sleep, Caleb suggested to Kyle's mind that he take a deep breath. Reflexively, Kyle put his right hand over his injured ribs to guard against the pain he expected. As Kyle drew in his breath, he was injured ribs to guard against the pain he expected. As Kyle drew in his breath, he was surprised to feel no pain. Next, he probed his ribs with his fingers. No pain. Kyle sat up in bed, touching his face and neck where cuts had been, probing his ribs that had been so painful only moments earlier, and discovering that he felt no pain anywhere. Only moments earlier, and discovering that he felt no pain anywhere. Kyle leaned back into his pillows to consider this. Caleb reminded him of the king's words, and Kyle realized that this was no coincidence. The king that Kyle had met and talked with in that strange other world had promised to heal Kyle completely from this accident. That strange other world had promised to heal Kyle completely from this accident in this world. Now it had happened. "Thank you," Kyle said simply, still listening. "I have so many more adventures for you, and I'll give you the strength for them." Kyle recognized the king's voice because he had heard it so clearly in that other world, but still distinct enough for him to hear when he paid attention. Comforted, Kyle closed his eyes and was immediately fast asleep. When Kyle opened his eyes the next time, the sky was dark, and his mother was sitting in the chair near his bed. Kyle's heart twisted inside him as he saw her tear-stained face and gazed into those troubled brown eyes of hers, husky with sleep. "Oh, my boy," she exclaimed softly as she stood to take his face between her palms and kiss his forehead. Barth and Caleb had positioned themselves in the upper corners of the arched ceiling in Kyle's room. Barth was sending peace to Kyle's mother while Caleb concentrated on Kyle. As he felt the brush of her lips against his skin, growled. "You're hungry," his mother said, sounding relieved. "I'll bring you some soup." "Mom, not soup," Kyle protested, raising himself on his forearms. "I want a ham sandwich, okay? And I'd like some of those onion-flavored chips if any are left. And maybe even some chocolate chip cookies?" At this request, her face broke into a smile. This was a request she could handle. "I think that can be arranged," she answered cheerfully. "Anything else?" "Spicy mustard. And no pickles," Kyle instructed. His mother spread her hands, palms up, and looked at the ceiling as she sighed and said, "So particular, this son," as she turned to go down to the kitchen. Kyle was some way to help, and he was definitely ready to eat. When both of his parents could listen, Kyle would have to explain that he was healed of all accident injuries. He would think about that later. How long had he been asleep this time? He didn't know for sure. He reached for the TV remote on the nightstand at his right and flicked on the set, mounted in his bookcase. He's on the network channels, Slime Time cartoons, a horror flick, a talk show on sex changes. He flicked the TV off again impatiently. His cell was on the nightstand next to his bed. As Kyle shifted in bed to reach the cell, he caught a whiff of his body odor. His armpits stunk. He needed a shower, and the sooner, the better. But food first. Started moving the tip of his right thumb around the tiny lit keyboard. "Okay," he read from Tucker, and texted back, "Okay." He thought about adding, "Come over." Strangely, Kyle was thinking about Soren Marsden and of the dark life that Soren was living. Unless Soren changed his mind, he would end up as one of the adversary's slaves. Message him. There was no audible voice, but this mental impression was strong and clear. Kyle had just turned on a favorite music mix, but the impression did not go away. Kyle's memory flashed to some of the king's words on the sword, and he started looking for those words in the ancient book. When he found them, Kyle grabbed the tablet next to his cell on the nightstand and entered Soren's phone number. "For evil your whole life, and your pension is death. But the general's gift is real life, eternal life, delivered by the king." Kyle sent a separate text when he found another passage. The king says, "Look at me. I stand at the door. I knock. If you hear me call and open the door, I'll come right in and sit down to supper with you." Footsteps coming down the hall. Kyle knew that this meant his food was on the way. Kyle's father followed his mother into the bedroom carrying drinks. The older man ate his meal slowly, pacing himself with Kyle. Then he pushed his plate back, cleared his throat, and as Kyle had expected, the questions began. Do you remember anything about what Kyle definitely did not want to return to the accident scene, either mentally or physically? Those memories came into his thoughts and dreams too much as it was. He wanted his father to stop with the questions. He was still trying to figure out a way to send this signal to his father when Adriana, the young Salvadorian maid, came in with their dessert. She served them wordlessly, beginning with her, then finally Kyle. "You feeling better?" she asked Kyle, with genuine concern showing in her warm, serious eyes. "Much, much better, thank you," answered Kyle, with the same quiet dignity that he had seen his father use with the household help. "That's good," Adriana responded, nodding and smiling. As she left, Adriana responded, nodding and smiling. As she left the room, Kyle wished that he could share in her relief. Instead, he felt that the mystery was just beginning for him. He decided to work towards some time alone with his father so they could discuss it alone. He stretched carefully, then remembered that the pains of his injuries from the accident were gone. Kyle raised both arms above his head, arching his back in a stretch, and yawned loudly. "Well, we can talk more tomorrow. You need to get some rest," his mother said quickly, rising to straighten his covers for the zillionth time that evening. Kyle wanted to let her know that everything would be all right, even though he couldn't solve the mystery of the car accident yet. He reached for her impulsively, and they embraced for a long moment. Kyle felt her small bone frame as she hugged him close. He wanted to protect her, but from what? He wasn't sure himself. When her grip on his arms relaxed, and she straightened, still gazing down at him, lying in bed, she had tears in her eyes. "If you need anything during the night, you call and I will come." "I know, Mom, but I'll be fine, really." She had studied him once more with a long, searching look, then turned to her husband. "Don't you keep him up too long," she admonished before walking slowly down the hall to make one last stop at the chapel and descend the stairs for the night. Barth had followed her with one arm resting lightly across her slender shoulders as he walked, unseen and undetected, beside her. She had a sense of warmth and calm as she stepped into the chapel. When she had knelt by the glowing red light of the presence lamp and begun to speak softly in prayer, Barth left her, knowing she was already in the throne room, finding times of refreshing that she needed. Barth returned down the hall as soundlessly as he had come, stepping back into Kyle's room. Kyle looked at his father with relief now that his mother was cared for. The head of the Sanger family looked back at his son from across the room. Mr. Arthur Patrick Sanger was almost an exact replica of Kyle, if you added about 40 years of living onto Kyle's frame. Father had passed on to his son the same chiseled features, the green hazel eyes, and the tall frame. There were highlights of his father's bright red hair mixed in with the darker brown from his mother on Kyle's head. Kyle's skin was a few shades darker than his father's, and he was small-boned like his mother. "Kyle, I don't want you to get paranoid, but any ideas of anyone who might want to hurt you? Maybe somebody who doesn't like you at school?" This time, Kyle knew his father would persist until he got the answers he wanted. Kyle studied the top edge of the television screen instead of meeting his father's steady gaze. He was also trying to ignore the gnawing feeling in his stomach, which he knew was not hunger. Kyle's mind turned to the icy air that had become his unwanted companion these days, as it would surround him, giving him chills. He thought of that day in biology lab, when the invisible thing had dived at him, and he had actually ducked to get out of its way, even though he could not see it. Ever since the day in biology, Kyle often had the sense that someone or something he couldn't see was watching him. Kyle could not bring himself to say these things to his father. They sounded ridiculous, even to Kyle, who had lived through them. "Well," Kyle began as he sensed the unspoken questions on his father's face, I don't know what happened. I wish I knew who stayed beside me on the highway and wouldn't let me get back over." Kyle was determined not to let his voice quiver, but it did. Thoughts of the accident reminded Kyle of those strange experiences he had had, that most amazing place he had seen, and his conversation with the king in a dream, or whatever it was, of things that he couldn't talk about with anyone he knew. If this has something to do with Soren or that gang of losers he hangs with, Art Sanger began on one of his pet peeves. Kyle stopped him before he could get started. Dad, there aren't any gangs at school. No one wants them, so no worries there. The truth that Kyle had to admit was, true enough, Kyle was a new driver, but the sports car next to him on the mountain highway had forced Kyle to remain in the passing lane longer than was safe and increased the risk of a head-on collision. Even an experienced driver would have had trouble. Why would anyone do that? What had Miguel told his father? It was too late to find out. Miguel, besides his broken leg. According to Kyle's mom, it would heal in a few weeks. Kyle knew he might as well get this over with. His gaze caught his father's eyes and held them. Look, Dad, Kyle began with determination in his voice. I can't tell you as much as you'd like to know. Kyle paused and sighed. One thing I know, Art Sanger grinned in spite of himself. Good thinking, he said to Kyle. His son was becoming a logical thinker just like him. That would serve him well when he took over leadership of the Sanger family businesses. Kyle's father spoke again. There will probably be some people who want to ask you more questions. Dad, I can't remember what happened. It just most of all to skip the process of being asked questions he could not answer and that dredged up unwanted memories. Nothing will happen until you've had some time to recover, Kyle's father said as if to reassure his son. I believe that you'll be able to remember what you need to remember at the right time. So for now, just stop thinking about it and concentrate on getting some rest. A bulky white-haired man who was the family attorney and his skinny young clerk. He saw their faces in his mind, one wrinkled and pasty, the other tanned with fine features. Are we going to court? He finally ventured, dreading the answer. I don't know, Kyle. I don't have to tell you that you could have been killed. Kyle listened as his father's voice grew louder in exasperation. It's time for you to be a normal 15-year-old kid and learn all the things you're learning and doing so you get everything out of life that you can. I'm very proud of you, Kyle. You should know that. This is not the time for you to get killed in a car accident because someone else's stupid kid decides to show off on the highway. The Miata was totaled, you know? Besides the flames, some part of him remembered the eerie sounds of grinding metal. Speaking of answers, Kyle wanted several for himself. He leaned back against his pile of goose-down pillows, enjoying their softness. Kyle closed his eyes and had almost dozed off. Movement against his bed brought him quickly back from sleep. His father was sitting in a chair very close to Kyle's. Your mom and I are just so grateful that you're alive, son. The voice was very soft now. Kyle knew that there were more words his dad wanted to say to him, but couldn't yet. Kyle kept his eyes closed and swallowed, but couldn't get rid of the lump in his throat. When Kyle did open his eyes again, he almost had his emotions under control. Then his father spoke to his son. You've had more than enough for one day. We all have. Kyle saw his father make a swipe at his eyes before blowing his nose into a handkerchief. Ready to go upstairs? He asked Kyle in a lighter tone of voice. Going upstairs meant going to the observatory that was at the top floor of the house. The glass dome built into the roof enabled an excellent his earliest childhood memories with his dad. I'll take you up if you like, Kyle's father offered. Kyle suddenly remembered again that the king had healed his injuries. What could he say to his dad? Kyle wondered. I really feel better now, Dad, Kyle began. Let me try the stairs, okay? His father assented in silence and watched with no sign of discomfort. Sitting at the telescope, Kyle soon became completely absorbed in the panorama of stars above him. Views from the telescope were not new to Kyle, but tonight there was something different. What? Something seemed to fill every star Kyle looked at, to fill the vast dark spaces between them, and to be around Kyle as he adjusted and peered. Then he heard, or felt, a distant mental voice that interrupted his thoughts and said, I am here with you now, as I promised. I will never leave you or abandon you. You saw a tiny piece of my realm, but all these are part of it as well. Kyle realized with a start that he recognized this voice. It belonged to the guy in the shining armor and auto-rolled. It was the king. But how could it be a dream since he was hearing that voice again? Then, for just a moment, all the vivid colors, the music, the beauty of that other world came back to Kyle. It had to be real. He didn't know how to make sense of it, or where it was located, but it had to be real because he had actually Cape who told Kyle he was the king. Could his dad feel it too? Kyle wanted to know, but was not yet ready to ask. Saturn was high in the sky by this hour, even higher than the moon at this point. See the rings? His father asked. Kyle refocused the telescopic lens to get a better view of the slightly darkened lines of haze Inserter could peer through the lens of the telescope. Well, some scientists say the rings of Saturn could disappear, but that won't happen in your lifetime, Kyle's father observed. Not unless I live to be thousands of years old and have, let's see, great-great-great-great-great-grandchildren, Kyle answered, grinning as he deliberately referred to their ancestors that helped to set up and develop this island. As Kyle expected, the reference was not lost on his dad, who answered, "Right, of course. By then you will have taken all your descendants to a new island, and you can watch Saturn from there." They both laughed. Father and son then began stargazing in earnest. They knew that the Earth's orbit rings of Saturn. They had watched the planet formation shift in preparation for this drama. They knew that it would not occur again for several centuries. The millennial moon, so huge and bright in Kyle's grammar school memories, had waned, and other delights of the new century engaged father and son as they continued to locate constellations and to take turns looking through the telescope. Sort of, cosmic power source out there, Dad? Kyle spoke into one of the silences between them. He watched his father slowly step back from the telescope. "Yes, I believe it is more than just a power source," he answered quietly. "What about you?" "Well, it's new to me, but, Dad, after the accident," Kyle paused. "How could he maybe wasn't a dream? I talked to a king who told me about an invisible war on this island, and lots of other stuff," Kyle answered. "You just keep listening," Kyle's father said, and to Kyle's astonishment, his dad had a huge grin on his face as he spoke. Another astonishing thing was that there was no lecture. Have you? "Tell you what," his dad answered. "Let's finish this in the morning. We're both tired, and the king will still be there for us when we need to talk to him." "Okay," Kyle agreed, feeling fatigue and shock at the same time. The fatigue part was because it would feel so much better to be lying in his bed. The shock part was because Kyle was getting the distinct. Dad said, "Want a lift?" "Yeah," Kyle said, wrapping his arms around his father's shoulders. After he was once again settled in his own bed and his father had gone downstairs, Kyle closed his eyes and saw the midnight sky, blanketed with stars. He knew that some of those stars had sent out the light that he had seen tonight years before he had been born. Not before he had been born. Not so many years ago, a younger Kyle had decided that he could count them. He'd never actually accomplished this. Tonight, he wondered what kind of force it would take to bring those countless planets, not to mention all the ones he couldn't see, into being. Had the king done that? Kyle's mind was filled with countless questions. Had the king done that? Kyle's mind was filled with countless questions. How did his dad know the king? What about that powerless church? What about that invisible fist? Kyle recalled his conversation with the king. And the war, a war that Tucker and Marvin seemed to already know about. Kyle couldn't make the pieces of this puzzle fit together at all. Barth stepped into this moment, given an approving sign from Caleb that the tutor was already at work with Kyle, and Barth could assist. Kyle found himself reliving his moments in that incredible place with the king, and Kyle's decision to join the king in the Invisible War. How had Marvin and Tucker figured out this stuff? And to join the king in the Invisible War? How had Marvin and Tucker figured out this stuff? Well, Kyle was determined to ask them the next time he saw them. In the middle of that night, in the darkness of his dreams, Kyle gradually became aware of a spot of light that seemed to grow until it surrounded his whole body. He felt fully alert and calm. Kyle couldn't see anything in the darkness at first. In the next few seconds, Kyle's gaze was drawn to a thin ribbon of light on the horizon that was barely visible at first. With each passing moment, the ribbon got wider and brighter. At the same time, the darkness was gradually changing from black to midnight blue. And then, as the ribbon of a new dawn continued to get wider and brighter, Kyle realized that there was open sky above and all around him. The ribbon disappeared as dawn's first light began to replace the darkness. Moments later, the first hint of sunlight appeared on the horizon. At long last, the yellow-gold brilliance of the sun came up over the horizon. Soon, Kyle could not stand to look directly into the sunlight. His gaze moved to the sunbeams that lit the range of low mountains, the foothills, and the field where he stood. When almost half of the sun had come up over the horizon, Kyle became aware of something else shimmering in the sky directly overhead. He craned his neck to peer up at this object. Long before Kyle had any idea what it was, he saw flashes of light from the thing, although it was nowhere near the sun. He saw flashes of light from the thing, although it was nowhere near the sun, and could not have been reflecting the sun's rays at that point. At first, he could not make out details, only that this thing was descending toward him. He watched it for a few moments, and a long gold-colored blade came into focus. At one end, the blade twinkled, several sparkling lights of red, green. At one end, the blade twinkled, several sparkling lights of red, green, blue, and other brilliant colors. They were jewels of some kind. Was this a sword? Kyle wondered, recalling the king's words about seeing a weapon in his dreams. This sword sank lower until it was between Kyle and the sun, which was completely above the horizon by now. Then, with one sudden rush, the sword was directly in front of Kyle. Kyle could see that he was indeed looking at a broadsword with a central ridge running all the way from guard to tip of a razor-sharp double-edged blade. Kyle couldn't be certain if the blade was made of pure gold or if the gold blade. Kyle couldn't be certain if the blade was made of pure gold or if the gold covered a stronger metal. Either way, anyone tall enough and muscular enough to swing this sword would have a formidable weapon. What would it have been like to have this blade to use in the underground tunnels? Kyle wondered. The sword had come to rest within Kyle's reach, with the light of wondered. The sword had come to rest within Kyle's reach, with the light of the sun behind it. As he stood transfixed, Kyle's eyes caught sight of a circular medallion right above the grip of the handle. In the center of the medallion was an immense blood-red ruby, glinting in the sun's light. Surrounding the blood-red ruby in a circle were brilliant, clear diamonds. Surrounding the blood-red ruby in a circle were brilliant, clear diamonds that seemed to dance around the giant gem. The leather grip was fitted with evenly spaced, cord-like ridges of gold leading to the guard or the curved bar that separated blade and handle. The guard was studded with rows of precious gemstones on either side. He remained captivated by the precious gemstones on either side. He remained captivated by the sheer size and bulk of the sword. The blade itself was 8 feet long or longer. Kyle wondered how much this sword actually weighed, and whether he could even lift it, much less use it in a battle. He decided it was not very likely. Kyle thought that he must be imagining it. It was not very likely. Kyle thought that he must be imagining it first, but after he had put his head down and closed his eyes to eliminate all distractions, he knew that he was hearing a faint humming sound, and that the humming sound was coming from the sword. This time, when Kyle opened his eyes and looked, he saw an aura glowing around the entire perimeter of the sword. His eyes and looked, he saw an aura glowing around the entire perimeter of the sword. When he heard, no, he felt the voice. "Take the sword. It's for you." These words were repeated again and again until they registered in Kyle's mind, and they were deeply etched into his heart. "Take the sword," Kyle repeated. "Take the sword," Kyle repeated to himself. He was suddenly filled with a burning desire to do just that, even though his logic told him that this weapon was much too heavy for him to lift, much less use as a sword. Kyle finally tried to reach for the sword, only to confirm, as he suspected, that both of his arms were far too short. Nothing he could do. No amount of force or mental determination would make them long enough. Then everything melted away into blackness. Chapter 8. School Skirmishes and Growing Pains. As it happened, the next morning, Kyle's dad left early for an emergency business meeting, and Kyle texted Tucker, inviting him and Marvin for a late breakfast. Kyle's mom was shopping with KK, and Adriana was busy with her household tasks. The guys had Kyle's home to themselves. In keeping with island hospitality customs, Kyle kept Adriana busy with food requests for his guests until everyone had enough to eat. When they had all finished, Marvin stood up and started throwing darts at the target on the ceiling of Kyle's bedroom. The dartboards had been strategically positioned in Kyle's room and the ceiling in the place, with supervision from Kyle's dad. Tucker had challenged Marvin to their usual competition. Each player, in turn, got 3 darts to shoot. Points from each shot were totaled for their score. Players got 10 turns in each game. Both Washington brothers were skilled dart throwers, so their matches were always close. One last tug, and with a quiet thumping sound, the metal-pointed dart came free into Marvin's right hand. Marvin was winning this match as he half-turned, grinning down at his kid brother. Tucker had been the thrower, and Marvin passed down the dart to him for the next group of shots. Marvin was the only one thrower, and Marvin passed down the dart to him for the next group of shots. Marvin was the only one of the three guys who was tall enough to pull the darts out of the ceiling dartboard. Ever since kindergarten, when Tucker became Kyle's closest buddy, the two friends told each other everything that was important. Kyle was unusually distracted from this three-way dart game and remained silent. Important. Kyle was unusually distracted from this three-way dart game and remained silent as Marvin and Tucker continued their typical verbal sparring match. Finally, Marvin said, "Hey Kyle, which planet you on?" "Dude, Earth is a good place to visit," Tucker added, mimicking the drawl of their 5'2" social studies teacher whose thick auburn French braid extended to the base of her butt and invited jokes behind her back about her natural thong. As Marvin and Tucker waited for Kyle's answer, Kyle shifted on his pillows. He couldn't fool these guys. They knew him too well. "Okay, I had this dream." Shifted on his pillows. He couldn't fool these guys. They knew him too well. "Okay, I had this dream last night," Kyle began. Then he proceeded to tell them the whole thing about the huge broadsword blade with the intricately jeweled handle and crossbow that he had seen coming down to him from the sky at sunrise. He related how he stretched as high as he could, but was never able to grasp the handle, and how he did not dare to grab for the razor-sharp blade. They didn't laugh or cut him down, as he knew they wouldn't. When he had finished, Marvin said, "Of course you can't do anything with it." "Huh?" said Kyle, surprised. "Of course you can't do anything with it." "Huh?" said Kyle, surprised. "Well," Marvin continued in a matter-of-fact tone, "the sword is a weapon that comes from the king. So if you haven't met the king and you're not fighting in his army, you won't be able to do anything with the weapon." Kyle hesitated, wondering how much he should tell his friends. Finally looking down, he said, "Well, the thing is, I actually did meet the king." This admission was rushed and self-conscious, but Marvin and Tucker were high-fiving each other anyway. Kyle had finally taken a first step toward finding his place in the invisible war, and his friends knew it. Marvin took over at this point, knowing Kyle had much to learn in a short time. "Okay, you didn't want to be in the war because you didn't want to kill people, right?" Marvin began. "Yeah," Kyle said. "Fighting in this war isn't like that. We're not fighting humans. We're fighting the adversary, the king's ancient enemy. He's usually invisible in our world, but we see the damage from what he does," Marvin explained. Kyle was nodding because this was a review of things the king had told him. Marvin continued, "The adversary always lies, so it's most important not to listen to him. All he wants is to rip us off as much as he can, then kill us and make us suffer forever. That's his way of getting back at the king." "Yeah, the king talked to me about that. So what does any of this have to do with the sword I saw in my dream?" Kyle asked. Marvin was thoughtful, then spoke. "Well, the sword is our major battle weapon from the king. In our world, the sword just looks like some ancient book. In the king's realm, though, it's a powerful double-edged blade. And it cuts like a sword to overcome the adversary. So, in my dream, I saw it as it is in the king's realm." As he spoke, Kyle was seeing the brilliantly lit blade again. "Okay, how do we fight?" Kyle asked. "We speak the words book into whatever battle we're in." "Words? Words?" Kyle repeated incredulously. "We're gonna fight this war with just words? Does the adversary shoot blanks?" "Not hardly," Marvin returned. "Here's the deal. The words in the ancient book have all the power of the king behind them, since he wrote accomplish. When one of the king's warriors speaks the words from the ancient book, it is like the king is speaking them. They accomplish what the king intended. He has other warriors in his kingdom that help us too. They go out at his command and make his words come true." "Fine. What does any of that have to do with me?" Kyle asked. Feeling like his lie from the adversary, the lying demon has to leave or is destroyed on the spot. Either way, we help defeat that warrior of the adversary. Win that battle and take that territory for the king. So can this adversary guy kill us? And what do we do to get ready to take him on? Kyle asked, studying the screen of his tablet tutor so we know which part of the blade to use when we go into battle. Or the sword isn't sharp enough to be any good. You gotta know as much of the sword blade as you can and say the words that cut through the specific lie the adversary's telling you. Well, blade or no blade, Kyle answered, it sure doesn't look like we're getting anywhere so far, since we have evidence and we help, Tucker explained. By now, Marvin had finished his turn and added his points, so he continued explaining as Tucker took his shots. Whenever you're in a battle, the king or the tutor will tell you what words to say when you need them. Tucker missed the point he needed and came back to Kyle so Marvin could shoot. Yeah, that was Kyle's only comment. We could do a drill now, Tucker suggested with typical enthusiasm. Remember, we win. Kyle just nodded without speaking as he tried to think all this through. Marvin handed the darts to Tucker and sat down across from Kyle. Hey, how hard was it for you to get healed last night? Kyle was silent a few minutes, then said, Okay, I get that it's not like saying a spell from a witch because the king wrote these words before time. It's not us using our own power because it's the king's power coming through us to do what he planned. Yee-haw! Cheered Marvin. You're getting it. He had a sudden thought. Hey, Kyle, I'm learning it too. We can do it together like we did biology, Tucker offered. Tucker loved biology as much as Kyle hated it. Although Kyle and Tucker had ended up in different sections of biology this year, they worked together outside of class and the lab with the result that Kyle was getting decent grades. Between the help from his near-genius lab partner, Hat Boy, and particularly fascinated by the lyrics of a song sung to the king about the beginning of life. Oh yes, you shaped me first inside, then out. You formed me in my mother's womb. I thank you, High King. You're breathtaking. Body and soul, I am marvelously made. I worship in adoration. What a creation. It wasn't quite right. It was a shade of smoky blue that matched the color of her eyeshadow. After all, she couldn't wear black all the time. But Jasmine wasn't really concentrating on the appearance of her fingernails. She had other concerns. In her mind's eye, Jasmine was seeing again the scene that erupted with her parents after they returned from their business trip. She stood with her feet planted, shoulder-width apart, and her hands on her hips. She was glaring at Jasmine with that white fury kind of expression in her eyes that Jasmine dreaded most. But, Mama, I didn't do any. You know better, and so do I. Jasmine's mother said in one of her fierce whispers that she reserved for things that she considered too horrible to speak out loud if it happened. Her mother had found bits of dried caramel still in the screen of the fan in the hood of the stove. Next, her father had confronted her with the pieces of a broken whiskey bottle that the gardener had found under the hedge closest to the pool. At this point, Jasmine decided it would be best to tell the truth, or at least part of it. So Jasmine admitted to have a pool party, she told her parents, and the pudding boiled over and spattered the stove. Some of the guys from school had come over with alcohol, but Jasmine insisted she told them to take it somewhere else. One of the guys was pretty drunk and got mad. He had to be restrained by the others. She had watched them all leave. Basically, she summarized, trying to sound like a reporter, all leave. Basically, she summarized, trying to sound like a reporter, her friends had just come over to swim and have some fun. Jasmine then quickly listed every one of her cleanup efforts and concluded that she hadn't noticed the caramel. She was glad the gardener found the broken glass. Jasmine tried asking her parents if they wanted her to scrub off the screen of the stove hood. Jasmine tried asking her parents if they wanted her to scrub off the screen of the stove hood. Jasmine, you know. Her father paused for effect. You know very well what this is. He was not asking a question. Between the thumb and forefinger of his right hand, he held the butt of a cigarette, picked out of a bedroom ashtray that Jasmine was absolutely certain she had emptied into the outgoing trash. It would be no use trying to convince him that it was just tobacco in the cigarette butt. Although green sticks were completely legal, Jasmine's parents' strict religious beliefs forbade them. Jasmine's mind had raced, reaching for something his parents' strict religious beliefs forbade them. Jasmine's mind had raced, reaching for something to say. Things had not gone according to her plan at all, and Jasmine would be on her very best behavior for a long time, counting her blessings that she hadn't gotten grounded for long enough to miss the winter dance. The loud, sharp voice of an adult woman brought Jasmine for long enough to miss the winter dance. The loud, sharp voice of an adult woman brought Jasmine back to her surroundings in Miss Kingsley's social studies class. Inside the classroom, two of the cheerleaders, Sarah and Nicole, were seated immediately to the right of Jasmine. At this moment, they were loudly discussing one of their favorite subjects, guys. At this moment, they were loudly discussing one of their favorite subjects, guys. Today, it was one particular guy, Barrett Saunders, this year's quarterback of the varsity football team. Anyone who cared to listen could easily overhear everything they were saying, but they didn't care. Since no one could use their cell phones at school, everyone was talking, but they didn't care. Since no one could use their cell phones at school, everyone was talking to each other at once, and the noise level was enough to drown them out. "He doesn't even know that I'm alive," Sarah was moaning in a stage whisper. "I know he likes you," Nicole insisted, "but if you don't believe it, I'll ask him to the dance myself." "But if you don't believe it, I'll ask him to the dance myself." "Nicole," Sarah pleaded, "he won't go with you. He's a senior. You'll just end up embarrassing yourself. He wouldn't go with any of the 10th grade girls." "You just watch. I bet I can get him to go with me," Nicole countered. There was determination, Nicole countered. There was determination and a hint of superiority in her voice. Jasmine wondered how much Nicole was bluffing and how much she was willing to try. This would be interesting to watch, Jasmine thought, but she would have to give her attention to it later. At this moment, the discussion she was assigned to lead would begin any time now. At this moment, the discussion she was assigned to lead would begin any time now. Miss Kingsley had walked into the classroom. Usually, a teacher stepping into a place at the front of the classroom would not stop everyone from continuing their conversations, but Miss Kingsley had a unique way of announcing that class was beginning and students were to get quiet. If the kids did a unique way of announcing that class was beginning and students were to get quiet. If the kids didn't stop talking by themselves, when she came into class, she blew a silver whistle that she wore on a chain around her neck. The pitch and volume of that whistle were loud enough to leave your ears ringing for several minutes, or as the jocks put it, loud enough to wake the island's founding fathers. Several minutes, or as the jocks put it, loud enough to wake the island's founding fathers. In any case, avoiding the whistle was generally preferred. Today, they got quiet. Ms. Kingsley began talking as she took attendance in her usual fashion. She told them that Jasmine Abdul would be leading the class discussion today, assisted by Kyle Sanger. As Abdul would be leading the class discussion today, assisted by Kyle Sanger. As soon as Kyle's name was mentioned with Jasmine's, the class burst into a buzz of conversation about Jasmine's party, Jasmine's latest escapade with one of the football jocks, and so on. Ms. Kingsley tried issuing one of her quiet commands with absolutely no result. Then came the Kingsley tried issuing one of her quiet commands with absolutely no result. Then came the whistle. Without thinking about it, Kyle put his fingers in his ears to stop the ringing. He hadn't been talking, but no matter, since everyone else was. Today's discussion topic was about birth control, including abortion. Traditionally, the topic was about birth control, including abortion. Traditionally, the Island Way prohibited abortion and island laws made it illegal. Everyone in class knew that Ms. Kingsley was a radical who did not agree with the Island Way, but she generally kept her views to herself, so she had taught high school for years with no problems. Ms. Kingsley had not been one of the rebels, so she had taught high school for years with no problems. Ms. Kingsley had not been one of the rebels meeting in the tunnels under the high school, but Kyle knew that a few of the students in this class had been there. Yes, this too is part of the war. Kyle heard once again that clear mental voice that was becoming so familiar, the king. Understanding that this was becoming so familiar, the king. Understanding that this was a battle, Kyle listened for more instructions as Jasmine started conducting the discussion. Soon, Kyle heard the king again. There are two things that no one in this class understands, the king explained. First, the kids that obey the Island Way don't really know why they're doing that. The kids that obey the Island Way don't really know why they're doing that. Second, those who rebel against the Island Way don't know the consequences for themselves or the island of what they're doing. Challenge them to understand what they believe, why they believe it, and the consequences. Kyle was still figuring out how to follow the king's instructions. Kyle was still figuring out how to follow the king's instructions when Jasmine pulled him into the class discussion. It would take much too long to give you a complete account of that discussion. What happened was that Kyle posed the two questions from the king to the class without saying that they came from the king. After that, kids started talking saying that they came from the king. After that, kids started talking more about what they believed was right or wrong, even more than they were talking about abortion. At this point, I should tell you that some of the island schools had gradually started teaching a revised version of island history that didn't include much about the king or his influence on island law. Island history that didn't include much about the king or his influence on island laws and island life. The result of this new approach to teaching history was that island high school kids didn't know much about the king or how the island way had come to be the law of the island. This change had happened so gradually that most islanders didn't even realize it. The island. This change had happened so gradually that most islanders didn't even realize it. Before the discussion in Miss Kingsley's class ended, some of the kids actually decided that they wanted to study about where the island laws had come from, to understand the history for themselves. Kyle knew that this investigation into island laws would history for themselves. Kyle knew that this investigation into island laws would lead the kids into a study of the king. As Kyle wondered if the king would start speaking to them as he did to Kyle, the king's voice came again. "Good job, Kyle. Yes, I will draw every one of them that I can away from the adversary's lies, to take their place in the war and to inherit them. You helped me today, and you will do this again with increasing power from me." At this point, Kyle had completely forgotten about the social studies class, the birth control discussion, and Jasmine. He came back to his senses as Jasmine was saying that in closing, Kyle would summarize key points of the discussion. Kyle took a deep breath. Words were coming into his mind easily. He knew what to say and was able to say it, as if he had practiced for weeks. As he finished, Ms. Kingsley asked for the class to thank Kyle and Jasmine for their work. Everyone applauded as Kyle and Jasmine took their seats. Kyle was still in a daze when he heard the king say, "I give you the words to say when you help you." Random, Kyle thought. Then he reconsidered. No, this thing with the king was actually more amazing than he had ever expected. Kyle held the strap of his backpack with one hand as he pushed his other arm through and settled the pack in a comfortable place on his back. Miguel was in uniform and waiting at his usual parking, Kyle asked, already knowing the answer. "Siempre, always," Miguel answered, flashing his large white teeth in a grin toward Kyle. "You can speak to me in Spanish if you want," Kyle offered. "I can understand you." "Yes, I know, but your parents don't like it," Miguel answered. He squealed the tires as he left the into an empty parking lot and got out of the car. Coming around to Kyle's side, he opened the door. Kyle was already in the driver's seat, ready and waiting. This pleased Miguel, given the recent accident, Kyle's recuperation, and the driver's license test tomorrow. Kyle's father wanted his son to demonstrate courage and confidence on the road as he would need to while running a test and a road test tomorrow after school. Miguel took pride in Kyle's progress and would use this final training session to reassure himself and Kyle that all was ready for Kyle's transition to manhood. These driving sessions had begun years earlier when Kyle was 12. Miguel had taken Kyle into a large empty parking lot after business hours one evening and started to use the accelerator while Miguel kept his foot on the brake. But it got easier, and Kyle's skill improved. The secret sessions became a ritual Kyle anticipated. Actually, Kyle's father had arranged this process with Miguel, but neither of them saw any reason to tell Kyle this and spoil his fun. Today, Kyle was wondering what Miguel would ask him. With the test for his driver's license, Miguel had become increasingly more cautious and exacting with his demands on Kyle. Miguel prepared Kyle for the written exam by describing situations to Kyle and asking him what he would do. Kyle flashed back in his mind's eye to earlier moments in his driving sessions with Miguel. He remembered taking a turn too wide on one of the narrow and ending up in a shallow ditch amidst Miguel's laughter. Another time he spun out of control on glare ice as it snowed one Christmas. In this secret session, Miguel had ensured that Kyle learned how to handle the car on ice and snow using deserted mountain roads. It worked. On the freeway, Kyle also learned to expect Miguel to suddenly say, "Park in a tight spot?" Miguel's direct question brought Kyle back to the present. "I'll show you," Kyle answered, as he pulled the Miata into position to begin the maneuver. "Bet I get it right the first time, too." He continued as he looked over his shoulder and began backing up. "If you do, it'll be because you had such an excellent instructor," Miguel retorted good-naturedly sensible. As Miguel expected, Kyle parallel parked flawlessly. Similarly, Kyle was answering all of Miguel's practice exam questions correctly without hesitation. The only remaining task was to try to drive on the winding mountain highway that would form part of Kyle's road test. Kyle showed no anxiety and drove one curvy stretch of the highway as though he Both of them were excited about the new vehicle Kyle's dad had promised to give Kyle when he got his license. By this time tomorrow, I'll have my new car, Kyle thought to himself. Mañana, Miguel said in farewell to his pupil. Mañana, Kyle echoed. Both of Kyle's parents were gone for a long weekend business trip, so it had been arranged for Kyle to spend tonight, Saturday and Sunday morning with the Washingtons. Miguel would be available for any driving needed in the event Kyle needed a driver or didn't want to risk theft of his new vehicle. Most likely, Miguel would be handing Kyle his new set of car keys to use over the weekend. Just before he dropped Kyle, Miguel would be handing Kyle his new set of car keys to use over the weekend. Just before he dropped Kyle off, Miguel reminded him to be at the usual parking place near the high school to be picked up for his road test, and of the plan to go to a matinee movie afterward. As if I would forget, Kyle quipped. Miguel squealed the tires of the Miata as he pulled out of Kyle quipped. Miguel squealed the tires of the Miata as he pulled out of the Washington Estate Drive and beeped the horn. Kyle didn't forget. He woke early, especially for a Saturday morning, to the aroma of coffee coming from the Washington kitchen and the smell of something baking. When Kyle had washed, dressed, and appeared in the Washington dining room, Tucker walked over to the dining table with a plate of brownies still warm from the oven. He set the plate in the center of the dining room table and started filling coffee mugs. "Brownies for breakfast?" asked Kyle. "Made 'em myself," Tucker answered proudly. "Keep you sharp, Kyle." "Made 'em myself," Tucker answered proudly. "Keep you sharp for the tests, or else give you a sugar high," Kyle quipped, laughing. Tucker's mom spoke up from the kitchen. "Now don't you worry, baby. I got you covered. You got eggs, cheese, sausage, biscuits." "Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, Mrs. Watts." "Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, Mrs. Washington," Kyle exclaimed. "But the magic is in them brownies," Tucker declared, smacking his lips. "Hey," Kyle exclaimed, "something's washing my foot." Tucker laughed as Mrs. Washington moved quickly from the kitchen stove to the table. "Oh, Bushy, you come here "Oh, Bushy, you come here right now," she said. "Sorry, he has a foot fetish." "You have another furry person in your family and I haven't met him yet?" Kyle announced. By this time, Tucker's mom had seated herself at the kitchen table with the newcomer on her lap. "This is Boosh. He's a purebred poodle." On her lap. "This is Boosh. He's a purebred poodle, and he is 8 months old this week," she explained to Kyle. "He will turn silver soon, even though he's black now, and he'll grow to be as tall as halfway to my knee in height and weigh about 35 to 40 pounds. He doesn't look like a poodle yet because we haven't taken him to the groomer for a haircut." Boosh obviously knew who his owner was and had curled up into a ball on Mrs. Washington's lap as she was talking and stroking him absent-mindedly. "Yeah, he looks like a fluff ball, all right," Kyle agreed. "How come you named him Boosh?" Kyle asked. "'Cause he has a big mouth for such a..." "How come you named him Boosh?" Kyle asked. "'Cause he has a big mouth for such a little tiny dog," Tucker interjected. "Now you hush," Tucker's mom said, pretending offense. "We aren't spelling it correctly, but his name sounds like the French word for mouth and he usually barks a lot. Today he's been busy helping Browser eat breakfast, so he's been unusually quiet." "Well, good to meet you, Boosh," Kyle said, reaching around the table to take one of the puppy's paws for a handshake. At this, Boosh gave a short, high-pitched bark and got a laugh. "See what I mean?" Mrs. Washington asked Kyle, smiling. "Boosh, ferme ta bouche," she instructed Boosh. That means shut up in French. She's usually telling him to shut up in French, Tucker explained between bites of his eggs. Kyle did his best to enjoy the breakfast spread and thanked Tucker's mom as always, but he was dealing with some last-minute nerves about his driving tests this morning, and would-be road tests went as anticipated with no problems. Kyle was buoyant as he drove himself in his new silver BMW back to the Washington family home, with Miguel following in the Miata. Several hours were spent on a celebration dinner with the Washington family, with slaps on the back and bear hugs from Tucker and Marvin, texting, car admiring, separate theater with Marvin driving his comfortable old car barefoot, as was his custom. When the movies ended, Kyle and Tucker walked out and stopped again at the snack bar. Tucker bought Cokes for both of them and a Snickers. He asked Kyle if he wanted anything. "Just Coke is fine," Kyle answered automatically. He was thinking about the crowd he would face at the roller rink. As he usually did, Kyle seethed. I got your back, dude, Tucker continued. It's the unseen war, but they're not the enemy. The adversary's doing this. We got to talk to the king now to get his help. We fixin' to walk into enemy territory like it's ours, 'cause we win. Easy for you to say, Kyle retorted angrily. Tucker didn't answer directly about the kids and all the stuff they were saying about Kyle. The 4 unseen warriors that were always with them heard everything, and as Tucker spoke, several other warriors joined them. My king, you said in the ancient book, but no weapon that can hurt you has ever been forged. Any accuser who takes you to court will be dismissed as a liar. Using the sword, as Tucker and Marvin called it, there were about 10 of the king's warriors walking all around them as they headed toward the roller rink. Don't matter what they try, Tucker said quietly to Kyle. The king's warriors coming with us. Kyle didn't see any of the king's warriors, but he was amazed that he no longer felt stressed or panicky. He acted, though several of the kids looked at them and opened their mouths to speak, no one said a word. They just looked at Kyle and Tucker, then looked above Kyle and Tucker, then turned and started minding their own business. Kyle looked over at Tucker thinking, can you believe this? But Tucker just flashed back one of his broad grins and headed for a bench to put on his blades. Tucker was the first one in skates, being catty, but her question was partly sincere. Neither of the girls made a move to put on skates, since no one else was skating yet, and they did not want to compete with Tucker Washington's performance. Gradually, more kids started meandering in and getting their skates. A few of the jocks showed up, but they, like Kyle, were on the swim or cross-country teams, not the football team, them at the last minute. Sometimes he skated around them backwards, laughing at his carefully calculated moves and enjoying himself. Everyone put up with this without protest. Tucker had at first gained grudging admiration and later complete acceptance from their grade school years onward together by his skating ability, and he was definitely compared to Tucker. His usual style was to look for a group of slower skaters and stick with them, going around the edges of the rink. That way they could enjoy it instead of performing. They got enough competition on the school sports teams. For most of the girls who had come along, skating was less important than connecting with friends they didn't usually get time with at school, Anna said to Nicole. She connected with Daddy Babymaker. She was speaking loudly enough for at least half of the skaters to overhear. Nicole matched Marissa's decibel level when she answered, Oh yeah, so it's baby fat. Her emphasis on the word baby was clear. Kyle turned to face Nicole, although he was at least 50, stop skating and stare them down from across the rink. He got the effect he wanted. Both of the cheerleaders noticed him glaring at them from the other side of the rink. They continued whispering and laughing, but their snipping stopped, at least temporarily. Jasmine was not a newcomer to catfights or the meanness that the island girls could dish out. Most of the time, she just... Today, something was different. Very different. Before either Marissa or Nicole realized what was happening, they were caught off guard by Jasmine bursting in to get her revenge. One minute, the girls were standing next to each other on the side of the rink. The next minute, Jasmine had thrown herself at them in a blind rage, screaming obscenities, using her long fingernails to gouge their arms, then doubling up her fists to start hitting them wherever she could land a blow. The scene caught everybody by surprise, so no one moved in to break it up at first. By the time several of the jocks, not to mention a security guard who worked at the roller rink, had stepped in to separate the girls and stop the fight, there were several bloody arms and bruised bodies, one person with a facial cut, and 3 girls in tears. Of course, they all were kicked out of the roller rink for the rest of the night and a few weeks into the future, but that was a minor detail as the island police had been called and several kids had also called the girls' parents. Each of the girls was required to promise to stop the fight or wear handcuffs in a ride to the police station. Jasmine was the first girl led away by one of the police officers and the security cuffs in a ride to the police station. Jasmine was the first girl led away by one of the police officers and the security guard to an office at one end of the rink, where she was seated to wait with the guard and the officer while the other squad cars left. Kyle was hanging with the jocks, still skating at the far end of the rink and trying to appear oblivious to what was happening with the catfight. Again, Kyle heard or sensed the now familiar voice of the king. "Get her jacket," the king said. Kyle immediately remembered the rabbit's fur jacket Jasmine had worn to the rink that night. He scanned the far side of the rink as he turned and skated in that direction, worn to the rink that night. He scanned the far side of the rink as he turned and skated in that direction. He spotted the jacket hanging on the back of a bar stool in the snack area. He didn't have to get his skates off to retrieve it, but he couldn't take it to Jasmine without taking them off. He fumbled with the laces that suddenly seemed twice as long as usual and kicked the skates off. He got each of his laces that suddenly seemed twice as long as usual and kicked the skates off. He got each of his boots on with one pull and headed for the back office where Jasmine was being held. The office door was solid wood with no window, and it was closed. Kyle could hear low voices inside. When he knocked on the door, the security guard, a short, muscular guy with a military haircut, and a tattoo of an anchor on his forearm, cracked the door and said, "Yeah?" She left her jacket," Kyle said. He handed the jacket to the guard since he couldn't reach or even see Jasmine. As the door was cracked, Kyle could hear the sound of Jasmine's muffled sobs. Kyle felt a stab of guilt go through him. If he got Jasmine pregnant, was he responsible for this? "Okay," the guard said as he took the jacket and handed it to Jasmine without opening the door any wider. Kyle heard Jasmine mumble thanks as she put the jacket on. "Can I talk to her?" Kyle asked the guard. "Dunno. Maybe later," the guard said evasively before he shut the office door again. Click. That was all Kyle could do for the moment. At first, he was frustrated. He'd not been able to complete what the king had told him to do because the guard wouldn't let him into the office to talk to Jasmine or to give her the jacket. Kyle stood a few yards from the closed office door protesting to the king. "I tried," Kyle thought, knowing the king would hear him. "You are not responsible for the consequences," the king's voice was reassuring. "You obeyed me. That is enough." Meanwhile, the other girls involved in the fight had been escorted outside and put into squad cars. The officers, all on a first-name basis with the girls' families, were waiting for parents to arrive to discuss what had happened. In the end, all the girls in the fight, including Jasmine, were taken to the police station in a veritable convoy of police cars, with parents following close behind. They would post bail, file complaints, and gather their scattered wits to decide how they would do damage control for the reputation of their families and their businesses, while they discipline these rebellious teenage daughters who had so flagrantly violated the island way. Kyle went back to his group of jocks. Fortunately for Kyle, there were plenty of football linemen and the like to get the fight stopped. After the girls had all been loaded into police cruisers and taken away, the rink was unusually quiet, as the kids who were still around whispered to each other about what had happened. Some of them knew that Kyle and Jasmine were doing it. On the mainland, a high school girl getting pregnant would not be such an unusual event. On the island, the traditions of the island way and family fortunes had combined to effectively eliminate such pregnancies since the development of this island culture. Perhaps Kyle and Jasmine were an exception. Within a half an hour of the fight, the stories that got texted, called, and whispered to every kid at Hillview High soon had Jasmine identified as some kind of wild animal. Also, everyone believed that Jasmine must actually be pregnant. Otherwise, even Jasmine would not have gotten so crazy. Of course, they had all decided that Daddy Babymaker was the father. Kyle rode with Tucker to the Washington home to get his car. Tucker and Marvin drove separately back to Kyle's so they could talk in the place. After they all had cokes and were settled in beanbag chairs, Marvin said, "Good on you, Kyle, for leading the social studies discussion on birth control." "Oh, that. Thanks." Kyle had actually forgotten because of the Daddy Babymaker stuff. After he'd had a moment to think, Kyle said, "Hey, how did you know about that?" "Your social studies teacher is getting her master's degree at my college," Marvin explained. "What did she say?" Kyle was curious and slightly apprehensive. She told me that you posed very important questions for the class to consider. She said that she didn't agree with you on everything. Important questions for the class to consider. She said that she didn't agree with you on everything, and the class didn't either, but she was glad you said what you did, and she respected you for it. Okay, Kyle said, smiling with relief. Good deal. I bet you were obeying the king, and he gave you favor with your teacher, Marvin observed. I did a sword drill with Tucker the night before. Favor with your teacher, Marvin observed. I did a sword drill with Tucker the night before, and I remembered that place in the ancient book where it says that if they haul us into court to testify because we belong to the king, he'll tell us what to say. You'll end up on the witness stand, called to testify. Make up your mind right now not to worry about it. I'll give you the called to testify. Make up your mind right now not to worry about it. I'll give you the words and wisdom that will reduce all your accusers to stammers and stutters. So that's the part of the blade I used, and it worked. Even if no one will be my friend now, Kyle said. Well, I'm proud of you, Marvin said. You're stepping up and becoming a seasoned warrior. All right, little bro. You've been at this longer. Kyle just started, Marvin said in self-defense. Kyle wanted to brag on his friend. Good on you for the skating, Tucker. Tucker grinned. His skating was legendary, and he knew it. There was a pause as they drank, and Marvin studied Kyle. Okay, what's on your mind? Marvin asked. Kyle's surprise, Marvin and Tucker were both laughing. Dude, ain't nobody who didn't blow it, said Tucker. Marvin sighed before he spoke. Kyle, here's the deal. It's not about being good enough. It's about the king. He shed his own blood for you. He chose you. He made you good enough. He provided. Remember what it was like the first time you met him? Yeah, sure, Kyle answered. Okay, you felt new and clean and alive and different, right? Marvin prodded. Okay, sure, but Tucker exploded. Dude, you ain't the only person in the universe. We all mess up. There was silence for several minutes as they takes us wherever we are. And he makes us good enough. Now, when you mess up, you tell him and ask his forgiveness. He knows if you mean it and he forgives you. Then you can keep on going. Besides, you can tell us too. We're all in this together and we're all talking to him. Okay, Kyle said simply. He took Jasmine's party. We were, over. She's looking fat and everybody says she's pregnant. But she does it with everybody. Besides, we only did it once. Kyle stopped, then started again. After the party, I finally got it. She was doing it with everybody, like most of the jocks, if not all of them. Paused, then continued. I started doing those, sword drill things with you guys. You guys are actually keeping the island way with sex, like husbands and wives only and all that stuff, Kyle concluded. It's not just the island way. It's from the words in the sword. Marvin showed Kyle some places on the blade that he had ended. The king forgave Kyle and reminded him to ask for help when the adversary shot fiery darts, trying to get a hold on Kyle with lust or other things. Kyle understood now that his friends would be there for him in this war, as they had always been before with everything else. He ripped open the stubborn plastic wrap with his teeth. Even Kyle had developed quite an appetite as they traipsed through security before boarding the flight. Meanwhile, Tucker, who was sitting next to Kyle crunching cheese popcorn, had left nothing to chance and packed various snacks in his carry-on bag. In the row behind them, KK and her BFF Judith, who was traveling with the Sanger family as they moved snowmen around and built igloos on the new tablet upgrades they'd gotten for Christmas. Kyle's parents were seated in front of Kyle and Tucker, engaged in a conversation too quiet to be heard. Kyle looked out the window on his right at cumulus clouds that were backlit by a winter sun shining behind them as the passenger jet flew west. He was definitely looking forward to this vacation. In the Sanger family's rented condo, studying one of the condo association's brochures in his left hand and holding a tumbler of guava juice in his right. Dad, can't we go hand gliding while we're here? These are great deals. Well, Mr. Sanger paused to refill the large stoneware mug with coffee before continuing. We can, though maybe a different writers, so we're not in a plane, Kyle explained. Okay, but the trips are set up for one instructor and one glider, and the A-frame only holds 2 people. Also, you need some kind of motor in case there isn't enough wind. Well, they have backpacks with motors and propellers, Kyle began. I am not sending you up in a motorized backpack with a propeller, Tucker, that no further discussion would change his mind. Here's the deal, Mr. Sanger announced. You can go up in a glider plane that can take you higher and farther than a hand glider. He paused, again seeing Kyle shake his head. Or you could do something that isn't quite the same, but still a good time. Like what? Kyle asked, expecting he wouldn't like time. Like what? Kyle asked, expecting he wouldn't like the answer. Like hot air ballooning, Mr. Sanger answered. Kyle looked at Tucker to see his reaction. Yeah, we could, Tucker began, looking at Kyle to get his agreement. Who all would go with us? Kyle asked, ready to bargain. You, Tucker, me, ready to bargain. You, Tucker, me, and the guy flying the balloon. At least I think that would be all, answered Mr. Sanger. Come on, Kyle, we'd still be out over the water, Tucker coaxed. Okay, said Kyle resignedly. Kyle was ready for more adventures, as he called them. Ever since the accident, and even though the king had healed all of his injuries, Kyle had been trying to live more carefully so he wouldn't get hurt again. The problem was that it got really boring really fast. Tucker clapped him on the back. Deal, he announced. As it was arranged, they were set to go up a few hours before sunset the next day. The next morning, they left after a late breakfast of guava juice, bacon, and eggs. The launch point was near the island's only airport in a clearing large enough to lay out the balloon. Kyle was surprised at the number of people who showed up to help. How come so many people? He asked, surprised at the number of people who showed up to help. How come so many people? He asked to no one in particular. That's the retriever crew, answered Tucker, who seemed to know more about this than Kyle. Kyle watched with increasing interest as the crew unpacked the balloon from its carrying bag, laid it out as flat as possible on the ground, and connected the balloon to its propane burner, and the basket that would carry Kyle, Tucker, Mr. Sanger, and the balloon pilot. One of the crew, an old dude with a beer belly and faded blue jean shorts and a tank top, used a fan to blow cool air into the balloon to begin inflating it. After the balloon was filled with air, another dude from the crew aimed a gas burner into the hole at the bottom of the balloon. Tucker said it was called the mouth of the balloon. Yet another crew member held a rope tied to the balloon opposite of the mouth. Tucker explained that he was the crown man, and his job was to keep the balloon from lifting off the ground before they were ready. And to keep it from swaying too much when it rose. Next, all the crew got involved as they uprighted the balloon. The crown man still held his line at the apex of the balloon, and several others secured the basket so that the pilot, Kyle, and the others could climb aboard. When they were all seated around the sides of the square basket, Tucker told Kyle that they were just waiting for the pilot to be ready before they could lift off. Within moments, the pilot, a brown-skinned dude with a fade haircut who was indistinguishable from the rest of the crew by the way he was dressed, directed more heat from the burner into the balloon, and they started to lift off. From about 20 feet up, Kyle looked down to see the crew busily packing up the inflation equipment and loading into what Tucker called the chaser, or the retrieve vehicle that would meet them when they landed. Well, we're clear around the island now, so we probably won't be over the water, Kyle observed as the balloon continued to gain altitude. You'll see, was Tucker's answer. They caught an updraft and soon were soaring high above the island. The sun just touched the horizon, ready to set, and in the opposite easterly direction, a scattering of volcanic mountains rose behind the airfield. Kyle was surprised that there was little sensation of movement. The balloon floated effortlessly, and it was only the changing scenery below that showed their speed. Both Kyle and cream and squirted it into the air. They watched as the white blob moved underneath the balloon basket, then went sideways and rose to the height of the basket, a few hundred yards from them, and descended again. What? Questioned Kyle, looking at Tucker. That's how he tells where we can catch an updraft or make a turn, Tucker explained. How do you know all this stuff? Tucker said, with a touch of pride in his voice. Glad we going again. They were nearer to the ocean now, though, with miles to go. Dad, will we be over the water before sunset? Kyle asked. I think so. It depends on the wind, Kyle's dad answered noncommittally. Kyle decided not to point out that being over the water was his reason for miles that made up the mountains and recalled shots of erupting volcanoes he had seen on the news. Meanwhile, their pilot was looking toward the steadily approaching coastline where some of the high-rise hotels were visible. Another explanation came from Tucker. He's watching for the flags on the hotel buildings to see what way the wind is blowing. No chimneys around here to see what way the smoke is. Laughed. Kyle noticed that the pilot was intermittently turning the burner up higher, then down again. He also noticed that they were moving either higher or lower, although they basically stayed at the same altitude. Kyle's dad was using his binoculars to see details of the lava peaks. The sun had gone partially below the line of the horizon now, but the sunlight began to look more like tarnished gold and to mix with a palette of colors in surrounding clouds. The high-rise buildings closer to the shore blocked their view initially. Later, just as the sun was moments from disappearing, the balloon cleared all of the buildings and trees to give an unobstructed view of an island sunset of yellow-orange light enfolded in orange and violet. "Hey, look," said Tucker, pointing. "Oh, yeah, said Kyle admiringly. Kyle was thinking that the brilliant yellows and oranges were softer now, but they were the same colors of the fiery lava that came spilling over the Black Rock Mountains when a volcano erupted. Kyle wondered, a tidal wave? A hurricane? A falling star? Kyle wasn't sure. He had not consciously asked the question, but as he considered it, he heard a clear inner voice say, "All of those things came from me, and I gave them the power they have." The voice was getting easier to recognize now, each time he experienced it. Kyle had been hearing her sense reminded him of the king, though it was less distinct. Kyle recalled now the king's warning that on Earth he would not hear the king's voice as clearly as he did in the throne room. That same day, as Kyle nearly died, the king had also promised a tutor to teach and remind them of everything they needed to know from the king. So this could be the tutor, Kyle thought. It seemed to be in the immense distances between stars, as well as within the stars themselves. It was the kind of power that birthed galaxies. Kyle felt dizzy as he tried to wrap his mind around this. Suddenly, for just an instant, Kyle was filled again with that strong, sweet presence that makes you feel that you could go through anything if it would just stay with you and never met the king. The words that came to him now were from the ancient book he had studied with Tucker and Marvin during sword drills. He will quiet you with his love. He will take delight in you. During the past few months since the accident, Kyle had changed from not wanting anything to do with the war to understanding that it was not about killing, but about fighting. Now, Kyle was thrilled that he was chosen to be one of the king's warriors. Kyle's thoughts were abruptly interrupted. "Hey, do you ever get hungry?" Tucker jabbed the silent Kyle. "Well, I think this is the longest I've ever heard you not mention food," Kyle returned. "Can't eat when important stuff is happening," answered Tucker, I think. Kyle's dad piped up, pointing to a distant line of trees that looked like matchsticks with head decorations, but were actually distant palms. "He'll look for a windbreak." "Our chaser gonna meet us there?" asked Tucker. "The pilot has a two-way radio to let them know where we'll land," Kyle's dad said. "We don't have any seat belts. How do we keep this time of day? With calm wind conditions, and that's why I picked an excellent pilot," Kyle's dad responded. "And did you note that I didn't mention anything about the risks of hand gliding?" "Noted," Kyle said, grinning. There was a customary champagne toast at the end of the ride that the senior Mr. Sanger would join because of his business connections with the company provided. As he moved closer to his 21st birthday and the day that he would join the board of directors to guide business decisions, Kyle was learning more about the Sanger family vineyards, all of their products, growing conditions required for each variety of grape, aging techniques, production costs, and managing daily operations. He was also becoming an expert in quality potentials. He had seen the bottles of champagne, knew their quality was inferior, and wasn't interested in the toast. Tucker followed Kyle's lead, so Kyle's dad did the schmoozing and the champagne toast for all of them. The landing was uneventful as the crew was gathered below them at the landing site, watching the direction of the descending balloon and being careful to stay upwind of ice. The pilot tossed several drop lines to crew members to steady the balloon as it came close to the ground. To Kyle's unspoken relief, the gondola touched down without turning over. They had a moment of bumpy ride as the basket jerked and slid its way along the uneven ground. After it had stopped and all passengers had climbed out, Tucker punched Kyle's arm with a grin. Few mainlanders got into the interior of the big island. The natives depended on tourists for their livelihoods, so they were welcoming and courteous at the hotels and restaurants or resorts where they worked. But at the end of the day, they went home to be left alone. This house was one story, all stone, and large enough for extended family to share. As the businessmen and wives met for drinks, Kyle and Tucker were being entertained by their 17-year-old son named Daewon. He was a solidly built kid with military-cut dark brown hair and large warm brown eyes set wide in his broad tan face. He wore khaki shorts, thong sandals, and a tee that said Triumvirate Tours. They had removed their shoes as full-grown men lay prostrate, face down on the thick carpeting. Taiwan motioned Kyle and Tucker to keep quiet. They maneuvered through the room as quickly as they could without stepping on anyone. As they were occupied avoiding elbows and outstretched arms, both Kyle and Tucker heard muffled voices talking or singing, some in English, others in unintelligible shapes and sizes, tall, short, fat, and skinny. Some wearing business suits as though they had come from work. Others were in jeans or shorts and tees. Some were old with salt and pepper hair. Others looked like college students. Next, Kyle and Tucker walked through a back entrance into a huge open kitchen with flagstone floors. The adjoining dining room had several picture windows, their bamboo shades rolled up to admit sunlight and afternoon breezes. A crystal punch bowl, brimmed with a milky liquid that was laden with island-grown fruits, occupied the center of one round dining table and caught Tucker's eye almost immediately. "Oh yeah, help yourself," Daewon offered, following Tucker's gaze for glasses. The three guys slouched in their chairs around the dining table, sipping the sweet exotic punch. Tucker broke the silence first. "So, what are the dudes doing in there?" he asked Daewon. Daewon cleared his throat and began to explain what Kyle had called the weirdness in the living room. "Those guys are advanced troops," his explanation, and began again. "If I talk about the general, do you know who I mean?" Daewon asked, looking first at Tucker, then at Kyle. "We know about the war, and we're getting to know the king." Tucker glanced quickly over at Kyle for confirmation and continued. "But we haven't met the general, and we ain't seen this before." "King mention a tutor when you talked to him?" Daewon asked. It was Kyle's turn to answer. "The king said he assigned a tutor for me, us, so we would know everything we needed for the war," Kyle began, then added, "But I haven't talked to the tutor yet." Tucker piped in, "Dude, if those guys are advanced troops, I can be an advanced trooper every Saturday morning when I sleep in." That got a laugh before Daewon continued. "Yeah, well, they're actually talking with the tutor who is giving them their assignments from the king. Of course, everything the king does is approved by the general first. Also, the tutor takes them into the spirit realm, wherever they need to go to complete their assignments. The tutor tells them what they need to do to fight the battle. Sometimes he shows them where the adversary is, what he's up to, and even how to strategize. Okay, not that they are, but it sure looks like those dudes are just laying around talking to air, or themselves, or no one," Kyle quipped. Daewon was unperturbed and answered quietly, "Okay, but you better hope they're succeeding, because their warfare right now is against the rebellion on your island. If that rebellion succeeds, it will bring an end to the island way and life as you have always known it." Both Kyle and Tucker stared at Daewon. Then, at almost the same instant, both Kyle and Tucker flashed back to the scenes in the secret tunnel under the high school. "Oh," said Kyle, comprehending what he and Tucker had witnessed just before they had fled the tunnel, running for their lives. "So, what can we do?" Tucker was subdued. Daewon leaned back and stretched as he answered, "I don't know." He paused to let his words sink in. "I'm not in charge. Like, those guys out there don't take their orders from me, and that's a good thing." Another silence. After a few moments, Daewon spoke again. "Here's the deal. You have to ask the king and listen for his answer. You joined his fighting force, right? So ask him." Kyle looked wordlessly at Tucker. "Okay, I don't know, it's just too weird. Maybe we need a sword drill." Tucker nodded his agreement and helped himself to another glass of the milky punch as he glanced around the kitchen for some munchies. They hadn't eaten since walking around the volcano. "We also need some food," Kyle said. The sun had almost set by the time Kyle and Tucker's parents finished their business and got back to the condo. The guys got busy grilling steaks for dinner, while Tucker and Kyle's moms joined forces in the kitchen to fix the rest of the meal. The two families enjoyed their steaks with avocado salads and homemade bread, courtesy of Tucker's mom, who was an excellent baker and had given Tucker his love of food. As they enjoyed the thick sirloins, they listened to the pounding surf through open windows and gazed at pinpoint lights of enjoyed the thick sirloins. They listened to the pounding surf through open windows and gazed at pinpoint lights of stars in the darkened sky. Time for a sword drill would be limited, since the men had planned for Kyle and Tucker to join them on an early morning cruise over to a nearby island for a day of snorkeling and a tour of the landscape. It would be their last chance to see and visit the island for a day of snorkeling and a tour of the landscape. It would be their last chance to see and visit the original local businesses, since developers had already begun to tear down the buildings and replace them with hotels and restaurants to bring in more tourism. The native agriculture and traditional exports of the islands would soon be lost to the past. They would only be preserved. Traditional exports of the islands would soon be lost to the past. They would only be preserved by the photographs that had been taken by visitors. Both Kyle and Tucker knew there was no use in trying to get out of the trip and sleep in. They sat on twin beds in their shared sleeping space and considered the new information from day one that afternoon. Their tablets were ready for research and considered the new information from day one that afternoon. Their tablets were ready for research and note-taking. "We just got to talk to him," Tucker said. "Okay, you mean the king, right? You first," Kyle answered. Tucker fumbled some with his words, but in the end, he laid out before the king the questions both Kyle and Tucker had about the rebellion. The strange advance troops in, as Daewon had called them, their assignments in this invisible war, and their inheritance from the king. Next, Kyle added his own ideas and questions. As the two of them sat silent, waiting for an answer from the king, they were not aware that Caleb and Barth had joined them in the room. Tucker, who had been getting to know the king longer than Kyle, did recognize the tutor's influence in his thoughts and started taking notes about what he heard. Kyle was busy looking up passages from the ancient book on his tablet. By this time, both Kyle and Tucker understood that they wore their armor at all times as they lived on Earth, which was considered enemy territory in the Invisible War, and that the armor itself was invisible on Earth. They also knew that the more they could memorize from the ancient book, the better visible on Earth. They also knew that the more they could memorize from the ancient book, the better prepared they would be to confront the adversary in a battle. Kyle was the first to say what they were both thinking. "Please tell or show us what you want us to do, so the island won't be lost and everything our ancestors fought for taken away from us." "Yeah," was Tucker's contribution. They continued for about a half an hour more, alternately talking and listening to the king. In the end, they were reassured that the king was with them constantly, whether they could sense him or not, and that both of them would face battle in a future confrontation with the adversary, but the king would make certain that they were ready for it. Kyle and Tucker's dads decided that since the cruise ship left the dock at 7 a.m. and passengers were advised to be ready to board by 6:30 a.m., Kyle and Tucker had better be awake, up and moving to be ready to board by 6:30 a.m. Kyle and Tucker had better be awake, up and moving by 5 a.m. at the latest. It was almost like a school morning, only worse because this was vacation. After alarms on Kyle and Tucker's watches and cell phones had gone off and been pushed, thrown, or slammed into silence, both boys had rolled back into that world between not quite asleep and not yet awake, while hearing the waves through the open window. Tucker's mom appeared in the bedroom doorway with her left hand on her hip and a pitcher of cold water in her right hand. "I'm ready to douse the last one of you left in bed," she announced in drill cold water in her right hand. "I'm ready to douse the last one of you left in bed," she announced in drill sergeant style. The rest of her announcement was a series of amazingly fast movements, especially by Tucker, who had prior experience with such announcements from his mom. Within seconds, both boys were out of bed, standing at the door, ready to go to the kitchen. Now, his mom. Within seconds, both boys were out of bed, standing at the door, ready to go to the kitchen. "Now that's more like it," Tucker's mom concluded with a wide smile as she stepped aside to let the boys pass. Kyle and Tucker weren't coffee drinkers like their parents, so the two of them made a dash for the stock of Cokes in the kitchen refrigerator. Tucker got there first, and Kyle, who caught it with his right mid-hand like a softball. Good, Bulldog. Now it'll just be fizz, Kyle complained, setting the unopened can on the counter and getting another cold one to drink. The waking up process got a jump start with a breakfast of hot buttered eggs and cheese, bacon, sausages, guava juice, and toast. Thanks to the quick work of both sons, managed to be at the dock on time. As they got closer to the yacht that would carry them to the other island, both boys caught whiffs of coffee in the sea breeze, and Tucker said he could smell fresh, homemade bread, though Kyle didn't believe him at first. Once they had gone aboard the yacht, christened the Summer Charm, the aroma of baking bread was unmistakable. Strong enough tall skinny dude with a dark brown crew cut, sunglasses, and the t-shirt the crew wore labeled Triumvirate Tours. Two of the crewmen undertook to get the Summer Charm out of her slot and headed for open water. As soon as they had cleared the tangle of seacraft near the docks, the other crew members began serving mugs of steaming coffee and the largest homemade cinnamon. The rolls were still warm from the oven with a brush or two of melted butter to top them off. Thoughts of sleeping in vanished as the boys settled themselves in padded deck chairs and watched the up and down rhythmic motion of the yacht's bow. More distant views were obliterated until the morning sun could burn off the fog. The sea was calm enough to hear the splash of a dolphin next to a school of dolphins. The dolphins were on the side of the yacht where Kyle and Tucker were sitting. Tucker was absorbed in his second cinnamon roll, but Kyle longed to find a way to play with the dolphins. He glanced around him searching for something, anything, to use as a toy. One of the passengers nearby was a girl. She looked to be junior high age with long carrot-colored pug nose and cheekbones. She was munching on a half a cinnamon roll with a Turkish hand towel spread across her lap to catch crumbs. Kyle was too engrossed in his goal to think of being self-conscious. "Could I please buy your napkin?" Kyle asked the high school girl abruptly with urgency in his voice. "I want to play with the dolphins while we're close to them, and I think that'll work." Yeah. Immediately, she pulled the towel off her knees, shook it free of crumbs, and offered it to Kyle. "If you get them to play with you, it's free. Otherwise, we'll deal," she answered with a smile. Kyle nodded agreement and quickly knotted the ends of the towel to make a knob. Using the loose ends of the towel as a handle, he leaned over the side of the yacht, looking for the nearest dolphin, the side of the yacht a couple of times to make a thumping sound and possibly get the dolphin's attention. Next, he splashed the water with the towel knob, trying to get the dolphin's attention. He didn't have much of a chance of starting something unless one of them came within his reach. After several attempts to get their attention by hitting the hand towel against the water and splashing it as much as his reach over the side, the dolphin surfaced, swam near the yacht, or showed any interest. Kyle was ready to give up. Just then, one of the dolphins surprised Kyle by coming up at the place where the towel knot had left the water and right in front of where Kyle was leaning over the side of the yacht. This was his chance. Kyle brought the knotted towel out of the water. This time, the water again, close to where the dolphin had surfaced. The next second, one of the dolphins was there. As it came up out of the water, Kyle came down with the knotted towel and connected with the top of the dolphin's head. The dolphin submerged again. Could this work? Would the dolphin understand that Kyle wanted to play? Was this crazy? All this went through what seemed an interminable time. Kyle remained motionless in his position over the side of the yacht. The wet knotted towel dangled loose in his hands as he wondered if he had blown it or if there was any chance of playing. After several long moments passed, another dolphin came up in front of him. Kyle repeated his action, bringing the knot down as close to the dolphin's head as he came away. There was another dolphin immediately behind the first, almost as if it was in a line. The dolphin came up slightly out of the water so that when Kyle brought the knotted towel down, he bopped the dolphin on the top of the head. Before Kyle had time to wonder if this new game would work, there was another dolphin coming up out of the water at the same place as the last one, hardly bopping this dolphin on the top of its head. Kyle continued this sequence with several more dolphins, laughing at their antics and their eagerness to get back in line for another turn at being bopped. As they came up in line, some of them turned around full circle after they were bopped. One of them stayed up long enough to chatter, as if making a comment. By now, the junior high girl could keep up the rhythm of the game he had started of bopping each dolphin who surfaced next on the top of its head. It was obvious to any observer that these dolphins were actually lining up to take their turn at getting bopped on top of the head with the towel. They were actually playing with Kyle as he had hoped. After a few more minutes of the game, one of the dolphins came up out of the water a little looking toward Kyle. The dolphin then flopped sideways back into the water and rejoined the school that was now swimming away from the yacht. "Ah, he was saying thank you and goodbye," exclaimed the junior high girl admiringly. "Yeah, I guess he was," Kyle answered, smiling back at her and glancing over at Tucker for the first time. having finally gotten his fill of the cinnamon rolls as evidenced by the crumbs on his shirt and shorts. Tucker was smiling and giving Kyle a silent thumbs up. "Guess you win," the junior high girl said. "The dolphins were definitely playing with you, so the hand towel is yours for free." "Oh yeah, they were, huh?" answered junior high girl. He was still amazed and replaying the scenes of the dolphin game in his mind. Kyle pulled himself back to the present moment. Where was that hand towel? He didn't need it and he could give it back. Where was it? Had he dropped it in the water? Kyle peered over the side of the yacht. Nothing there. Then he glanced down at his tennis shoes and saw the knotted end and turned back to the junior higher. "Here, you can have it back. The game is over and I don't need it. I'm sorry it got wet," Kyle offered with a smile. "Oh, that's okay," the girl answered brightly. "It's washable, no worries. Besides, the game was wonderful. I said you could have it for free if the dolphins played with you, and they sure included retaking his seat." "I like the dolphins too," said a distinct voice within Kyle. It sounded just like the king, and he had a smile in his voice. Kyle realized that he was wondering if it was too early in the morning to hear from the king. How silly was that? The king didn't keep office hours. He could talk with the dolphins were among the happiest in his life, and sharing them with the king made it even better. They were nearing the island shore now. Swimmers and snorkelers became visible in the shallower water as the yacht drew closer to the beach. The Summer Charm had pulled up next to a narrow dock and passengers were disembarking to begin activities on the beach. He climbed up the steps of the yacht to the dock. Tucker's heavy steps thumped on the boards of the dock as he and Kyle disembarked. Both of them were looking at the island beaches spreading in front and to both sides of them. The dads, as Kyle called them, were just ahead, so Kyle texted Tucker instead of speaking. Rather be on the beach. Tucker texted, "Wasn't happening. At least not immediately." Likely, it would not happen today, along with any ideas of scuba diving as Kyle and Tucker had discussed. Instead, they resolutely headed with the dads along the gravel road leading from the beach to the main drag of the island, where shops, restaurants, and businesses of the island were located. Beyond and of small family dwellings with footpaths between them. The dads had become engrossed in a conversation about the market values of the various businesses being sold, the products involved, and related subjects that Kyle and Tucker both found boring. The boys noticed the unusual deep red color of the earth. Good thing we didn't wear sandals, thought Kyle. The soil had a way of sticking. The road were groves of pineapple trees. Rich soil of these fields had produced pineapple and other cash crops for decades. According to Kyle's dad, the pineapple crop would no longer exist on this island once the developers finished their work. Tucker piped up and said, "Hey Dad, can Kyle and I take a detour through the village and meet you guys later?" This caused both of the place as cell reception on the island was not dependable. Shortly, they had a plan. At the end of the main drag was a restaurant called the Fisherman's Haven that was well known to islanders as well as to returning tourists. Kyle's dad was giving the boys instructions. "You guys just follow this main street all the way to the end. The Fisherman's Haven is the last building on the street and going left. According to our captain, it's the most well-known restaurant on this island. Also, there aren't any other restaurants around here, so you can't miss it. If you are going to leave the street, look around at the nearest store and business names so you know where you are and can find the restaurant." "We'll be fine, don't worry," Kyle reassured his dad. Kyle and Tucker agreed to meet. Everyone synchronized their watches. The plan settled, Kyle and Tucker headed off toward a footpath that looked like it would angle back toward the beach. They left the main drag near a touristy-looking shop called the Sun and Sea. As they walked through the village, Kyle and Tucker passed some homes with front doors open. They could hear the clink of glasses and silverware and the chattering of children playing in a story building that appeared to be a school. The yard behind the school was filled with playground equipment, including several swing sets, a teeter-totter, monkey bars, and a central, large wooden merry-go-round with bench seats and a handrail around its outer edge. There were at least 25 children either sitting on seats or standing and holding onto the rail. Most of the children, who were slightly larger than the rest of the children, were taking turns pushing the merry-go-round to get it going faster. It was a struggle for them, and their efforts were rewarded by calls and complaints from the children, such as, "Go faster," and "Come on, make it go." One of the boys turned and started walking toward Kyle and Tucker. He looked to be around 7 years old, tall for his age, and large hazel eyes. He reminded Kyle of himself at that age. "Will you help push us?" he asked with a slight quiver in his voice. Most likely his parents had told him not to talk with the tourists, but today this need was more important. He did not want to be known as the island weakling. Kyle and Tucker looked first at each other, then at the merry-go-round. and the two of them headed for the merry-go-round. As they did, a cheer rose from the children who realized that bigger muscles were on the way. Tucker was first to grab the outer rail and start running. "Hang on tight," Kyle admonished, thinking of KK and some of her antics. As the merry-go-round picked up speed, squeals of delight came from the children. It seemed that when Tucker was getting out of breath, Kyle took over. This went on for about 15 minutes, though it seemed like a much longer time to both Kyle and Tucker. The merry-go-round creaked and wobbled on its central axis as it continued spinning. Both boys were still huffing a bit when they stopped for a break. "Look over there," said Tucker, pointing across the field behind the school sloping roof above the only building in the entire village that was made of fieldstone. The building appeared to be some kind of chapel. It stood in a manicured yard, strewn with assorted palm trees. "What?" said Kyle. "Day-Wan!" bellowed Tucker in his best booming voice. The distant figure of a young man standing near the corner of the chapel recognized Day-Wan immediately. Kyle turned back to face the kids momentarily. "We gotta go," he called, lifting a hand in farewell. There was a group moan from the kids, but the boy who had first asked for help pushing the merry-go-round ran after Kyle and Tucker yelling, "Wait, wait!" So they did. When the boy reached them, he held out his hands in turn. "My pleasure," said Kyle, slipping into the customer service mode as he had seen his father do. Tucker beamed down at this unusual kid, saying, "You cool, dude, you cool." By now, the kids on the merry-go-round were calling out a chorus of thank yous. The boy turned and ran back toward them with new energy. He wanted muscles just like those guys, so he went back to pushing the merry-go-round. The little kids got a ride, and he got stronger. Day-Wan was striding rapidly toward Kyle and Tucker, his whole face exploding in a welcoming smile as he recognized them. "What you doing here?" asked Kyle. "Yeah," said Day-Wan. "My dad's advising some of the island business owners on their contracts with the developers. You know, they're tearing down a lot of the island buildings to make hotels and increase the tourist trade." "Yeah, we heard that too," said Kyle. "So what you doing here?" Day-Wan returned good-naturedly. "We came on a day cruise on the Summer Charm for a picnic, snorkeling and beach stuff, but our dads wanted to walk through the island and look at all the business stuff while it's still here. We're kinda with them, but on a detour." "Yeah, boring," Day-Wan agreed. "So you golfing at this church?" Tucker piped up. "No, on my way to the course," said Day-Wan. Then grinning broadly at both of them, Day-Wan jabbed, "You know, there are more advanced troops here." "Advanced troops, huh?" Kyle echoed, chuckling as he recalled Tucker's quip about joining the advanced troops when he slept in on Saturday mornings. "Like golf?" Day-Wan asked. "Like golf?" Day-Wan asked. Kyle and Tucker both nodded. They walked the few blocks to the island golf course to play around before Kyle and Tucker had to meet up with the dads. Tucker could drive a ball and put it where he wanted it, but putting was another story. Now Tucker stood erect with his putting iron positioned next to his golf ball. Only a few inches to go, and he could win this round. He tapped the ball as lightly as he could, but it rolled past the hole and continued rolling several more inches. This was the fourth time he had gone through these motions. Tucker raised his head and let out a roar. It was the same roar he used to get everyone to cheer at pep rallies, but this time it was pure frustration. "Gently, gently," Kyle coached. "Yeah, so you're such the expert?" Tucker asked in exasperation. Little sister needs a gentle touch," Kyle said, by way of explanation. They finished their round, which Tucker lost, of course. Day-Wan showed them a shortcut to the restaurant to meet the dads. Good thing, it was already 12:15. They thanked Day-Wan, told him they'd see him the next time they were on the Big Island, and headed for the restaurant. "Hi, I'm Zandri, and I'll be your waitress today." The dads, Kyle and Tucker, were seated at one of the square, rough-hewn wooden tables in the Fisherman's Haven. The young woman who had just greeted them was standing on Tucker's right. The dads knew this menu and ordered first, since they were paying for the meal. Kyle didn't need to check the menu because he knew he wanted scallops. Tucker had checked the specials and chose the fresh catch of the day, which came breaded in mixed grains, walnuts, mango, and a mix of island spices. breaded in mixed grains, walnuts, mango, and a mix of island spices. Xandri had a well-developed, womanly figure. Her long black hair was neatly plaited into 2 braids that were wound separately at the back of her head. Her warm brown eyes seemed to laugh with the rest of her face, and she had a beautiful, friendly smile. She radiated warm cheerfulness. She had a beautiful, friendly smile. She radiated warm cheerfulness. Xandri was an excellent waitress, getting each order right the first time, refilling all the drinks as they needed it, bringing a smile and a quick answer for everyone. When Tucker looked up at Xandri for the first time to give his order, he actually blushed. No one else caught it for the first time to give his order. He actually blushed. No one else caught it, but Tucker couldn't fool Kyle, who saw it all. Tucker had definitely taken notice of this young lady. After the first time he looked up at her and what Kyle recognized as his first blush, Tucker kept his eyes averted, looking at the menu as if he were studying it. He had given his order in a voice. Tucker kept his eyes averted, looking at the menu as if he were studying it. He had given his order in a voice that was unusually husky. Even after Xandri disappeared to put in their order and the dads continued their conversation, Tucker kept his face in his menu. Kyle jabbed him with an elbow. "Saw that blush," he said in a low tone. Tucker Washington saw that blush, he said in a low tone. Tucker Washington did not even speak. He did not offer a return jab. He did not defend himself, and when he finally snapped the menu closed, all Tucker had to say was, "She fine. She's so fine." They had all stood to go, and the dads were taking care of "She's so fine." They had all stood to go, and the dads were taking care of the bill when Xandri came over to Tucker again. Tucker extended both of his hands to take Xandri's right hand and to give her one of his cards as he said, "May I call you sometime, Xandri?" "Sure can," she said easily. While taking Tucker's card, she tore a page from her waitress pad easily. While taking Tucker's card, she tore a page from her waitress pad and quickly wrote down her email and cell number before handing it to Tucker. Tucker accepted it as if it were a piece of china, holding it oh so gently between the thumb and fingers of his right hand. Xandri had flashed him one of her smiles and turned to go back to work. In the middle of all this, Kyle had to turn away to control his laughter. He grabbed for his glass of Coke, squeezed extra lemon into it, and gulped. It worked. The outburst of laughter that he had feared would erupt didn't. "See, that's the gentle touch you need in golfing," Kyle managed didn't. "See, that's the gentle touch you need in golfing," Kyle managed to say while keeping his urge to laugh under control. "Hush, she ain't no golf ball," Tucker retorted, but he was still smiling because he was thinking about her. Meanwhile, the dads were walking out. Kyle slammed his glass down on the table and stood to follow the group out of the restaurant. Oh yeah, Tucker had it bad. It was after 3 p.m. when they got back to the yacht. No snorkeling today, but there would be other days. Kyle and Tucker settled themselves in comfortable deck chairs. The activities of the morning, the huge lunch, and an afternoon of sailing ahead of them, combined, made dozing off to sleep very easy. Kyle had put his head back and closed his eyes when he heard Tucker speak. "We gonna talk tonight. I got her number," he announced. "Good work, bro," Kyle said. "You definitely got the bug." "Good work, bro," Kyle said. "You definitely got the bug." "She fine. She's so fine." Tucker was still in the clouds. Kyle searched for the right thing to say. "She looks good, she's great with food, and she likes you. That's perfect, dude." Tucker just nodded contentedly. "Know what?" Tucker just nodded contentedly. "Know what?" Kyle asked. He wanted to give Tucker his good news before they both dozed off. "What?" asked Tucker. "Braun asked me to go horseback riding with her after we get back from vacation." "Hey, congrats!" Tucker cheered, sitting up and clapping Kyle on the shoulder. Just after the yacht had cleared the island beach and headed toward their destination, Tucker spoke for the last time on that trip. "My life ain't never gonna be the same after this day." That got nods of agreement and hearty laughter from Rex and Janai, as well as Caleb and Barth. That of course neither Kyle nor Tucker saw or heard. Chapter 10. An Afternoon on Horseback. Braun had saddled her own horse, a sorrel part Morgan gelding, and a larger Appaloosa mare they called Rosie for Kyle. They would have to ride a 15-mile trail to get to the beach, so they both wore backpacks with water and food, in addition to the saddlebags each horse carried. A pale wintry sun shot bleached sunlight through a break in the overcast sky as they began the trail ride by traversing a field in back of the family family's stables. Kyle could handle a horse, but he was much less experienced than Bronwyn, who had been riding in shows since she was 9. Bron courteously let Kyle lead and set the pace as they rode. Kyle managed to be insistent enough with Rosie that he kept her at a canter in the open areas as they rode without talking. After an hour or so, more of the smog had burned off and the sun was warmer. Both horses needed water, and Bron took the lead to show Kyle a section of the trail that led to a watering trough. Bron dismounted with the ease of years' experience. Kyle kicked out of his stirrups and, with great determination, got his right leg over Rosie's back so he could slide down her side. When the horses had finished drinking, Kyle followed Bron's example and gave his horse free rein to crop grass near the trough. Kyle and Bronwyn had not spent any time alone with each other since their afternoon at the library. Kyle, encouraged by Bron's account of meeting the king as a little girl, had summoned up all his courage and tried to explain to her his dreams about the sword. He needed her to understand because the message of the dreams seemed so in line with Kyle's life. Kyle felt as though he had pulled his heart out of his chest and handed it to Bronwyn to carry. By the time he had finished his explanation, Kyle could not wait for her reaction and interrupted the silence between them after less than a minute had passed. Well, at least you're not laughing, he began as he looked back at Bronwyn. She wasn't. She had also stopped walking when Kyle did and was standing, her legs braced to keep her footing, loose reins held in her left hand as her horse nuzzled her left shoulder, asking for another chance at the half-devoured apple she still held in her other hand. Bronwyn was looking at Kyle with those luxurious turquoise eyes of hers. Kyle couldn't look at her without being immediately turned on. He wondered if it could always be this way. In Kyle's mind, he had a flash of the two of them standing in this same spot when they were in their 70s. Kyle saw himself with a long flowing white beard reaching down to the middle of his chest. He was leaning slightly on a walking cane. Bron's hair was darker gray and pulled back behind her head somehow. But those eyes of hers were still the same as right now. With a jolt, Kyle was back in the present because Bronwyn was saying something to him. Kyle blushed as he realized that she had caught him dreaming. Bronwyn just laughed, and Kyle thought what a delicious laugh it was. Never in his life had he thought of anyone's laugh as delicious. Then her face got serious. Before the two of us get more involved, she began, getting 100% of Kyle's attention instantly, there's one thing you need to do. What? Kyle demanded. They had continued to start getting to know him because, well, that's the most important thing in my life. Also, it is crucial for everyone living on the island right now. Kyle didn't respond immediately because he had no idea what to say. It was one thing to admit to Tucker and Marvin, who were his closest friends ever, that he had met the king and talked with him. It was another thing nearly high tide. They mounted again and headed along the beach, letting the horses choose whether to walk higher up on the sand or into the edges of the foamy waves that washed up on the beach. Kyle held himself on the edge of speaking as if poised at the end of a diving board. Then he bit his lower lip and took the plunge. I have met the king. He looked back at him and began to nod her head as a smile spread across her face. She offered no ridicule or criticism. Second, as Kyle admitted out loud to Bronwyn that he had met the king and decided to join him in the unseen war, the king's presence became strong enough to be almost overpowering for Kyle. He checked his footing as the undertow of an outgoing tide set immediately. Impulses streamed through Kyle's mind. Bronwyn knows and talks to the king. Bronwyn is in the war too. Kyle knew the new bonds that had formed between Tucker, Marvin, and himself. Could that happen with a girl? What would that be like anyway? Meanwhile, the two of them stood facing each other in the knee-high tide, both sensing that this moment did. They had been waiting for this moment, and they were celebrating. Then, as though they had been placed back on Earth after being somewhere else, both Kyle and Bronwyn sensed that the intensity of the presence had passed. The king was still with them and would not leave them, but the experience of closeness to raw power faded slightly, and it was easier to breathe, to move, and to speak. Shoulders and drew her closer. As he did, Kyle could just barely feel her breasts against his chest, and he thought he was going to explode. He didn't. Meanwhile, the horses were starting to nip at each other. The moment faded. They led the horses up past the dry sand, toward the trail that would take them back to Bronwyn's home. They had so many horses. When she spoke again, Bronwyn was matter of fact. "There are a few things I can explain to you. The others we can work on together." Kyle was listening attentively. He liked the sound of this, especially the part about working on it together. Bron gave up and let her horse chomp the rest of the apple in her flattened hand. "Should I tell you?" Instantly in the present moment, Bron kept her hand in the same place as she continued, and it was all that Kyle could do to keep listening to what she was saying. She continued leading her horse through the waves, moving closer to the places where white foamy edges of the waves would engulf her ankles. After several minutes of silence, she looked at Kyle again. At that moment, his mount gave Kyle looking at their feet as the tide went out. Bronwyn even has beautiful feet, Kyle thought, and sighed as he resolved to concentrate on whatever she was trying to tell him. "Okay, yes, do tell me the rest," he said. "I'll listen." Bron made Kyle wait a while for the rest of what she had to say. "The dream you had about the sword makes sense if you—" stumble forward, almost falling into the water and getting a burst of laughter from Bronwyn. See, you're laughing," Kyle said in mock accusation, pointing a finger at Bron. Bron took a breath and began explaining. "Okay, the sword you saw in your dream just looks like an ancient book in our world." "I know, Bron. He taught me." Bronwyn pulled socks and English-style summer riding boots onto her still damp feet. Kyle had worn jeans and Western boots for riding, boots that he still carried in his backpack as they walked along the beach. It took him longer to get them out and onto his feet, so Bron waited to mount until he was finished. Then she put her right foot in a stirrup and swung one leg over her rosy. When he finally succeeded and caught up to Bronwyn, both of them broke the horses into a gallop. Winning this race was uppermost in both of their minds. It had to be arranged beforehand that Kyle would stay with Bron's family for dinner that evening. To Kyle's unlimited relief, his parents would not be joining them for dinner. When Bron and Kyle got back from their ride, his parents would not be joining them for dinner. When Bron and Kyle got back from their ride, the housekeeper met them both near the back entrance they had used. "Bronwyn," the help always called Bron by her full name, even though it annoyed her, "you are to show Kyle the spare room at the head of the stairs. He can shower in there. Remember, dinner is served at 8 p.m., so be the stairs. He can shower in there. Remember, dinner is served at 8 p.m., so be on time." "Thank you, Emma," Bron called back in the distant, polite tone she used when she preferred not being polite at all. Turning her head sideways to hide her expression from the housekeeper's gaze, Bron quickly headed Kyle toward the winding staircase in the front foyer. Let's ask if you can have a sleepover," Kyle whispered in her ear just before he grabbed her around the waist and started playing his tongue over the skin behind her ear. Bron squealed and started laughing as she pushed him away and ran up the stairs toward her room. Kyle was right behind her in hot pursuit. "That's your room," Bron pointed toward the one open door, before bolting for her own room and slamming the door, sliding the chain lock into place before Kyle could enter. He pounded on her door anyway. She was standing just behind it, judging by the near sound of her giggling, and Kyle imagined her arms crossed smugly just below her breasts. After she heard Kyle shut his door and it was quiet in the hall, Bronwyn walked through the cream and marigold colors of her large bedroom into her bath and turned off the water that was filling the oval-shaped tub. She had something to do before she could take her bath. Bron stood on her balcony gazing toward the mountains that were only partially visible under the layer of fog. "Oh, my king, now I've really put my foot in it," she moaned, reliving her conversation with Kyle at the beach that afternoon. "Kyle is clueless, and now he thinks I'm crazy." She couldn't blame him for not understanding what she was trying to explain. He hadn't been raised the way she had been. Try as she might, When she was with him, her words didn't always come out the way she wanted them to. She was with him, her words didn't always come out the way she wanted them to. She was starting to scold herself for even trying and to feel pretty miserable and stupid because of the way things were turning out when a familiar sense of peace started to fill the inside of her as it surrounded her at the same time. She recognized the feeling because it had happened so many times before, but it was a surprise. She recognized the feeling because it had happened so many times before, but it was a surprise every time. "Thank you, my king," she breathed as she stood for several moments in the last rays of the setting sun, soaking in the welcome sense of security and well-being that were part of being aware of the king. "Not that I know what to do now," she thought to herself, of being aware of the king. "Not that I know what to do now," she thought to herself impatiently, beginning to pace back and forth next to the wooden balcony railing. She didn't hear any voices or see any figures in flowing white robes, and if that ever happened, Bronwyn would have agreed with Kyle that she really was crazy. There was a strong, clear mental voice that she really was crazy. There was a strong, clear mental voice that interrupted her thoughts sometimes, though. She had learned to pay attention when it did, especially at times when she was asking for help, like now. "I love him too, you know, even more than you do. I want him to get to know me even more than you do." Bronwyn stood up a little straighter. She felt as though some huge and heavy weight had been lifted off her. After all, she didn't have to support the world on her shoulders, did she? She wasn't the goddess of the universe. She wanted to be in the king's plan, but it didn't have to be according to her perception of things or on her timetable. Actually, that was quite a relief, and showing him everything he needs to know at the right time. Bronwyn walked back into her bedroom, feeling several pounds lighter and more at peace than she had for days. She glanced at the little alarm clock on the bedside table. Oops, 7:25. She had to take that bath, and the water would be all cold by now. Bron rushed into a bathtub when he put his ear against her bedroom door. "Go to your room, Kyle," she ordered in a deep voice and laughed again. "Why? I'll be good. In fact, I'll be very good," Kyle protested, feigning offense. But if Bron heard him, she was no longer giving him any attention. He turned and walked slowly, and sport coat had already been taken upstairs to his room. Kyle found the garment bag hanging in the closet of the bedroom he was to use. To the shower. Since his head was nearly shaved, Kyle didn't have to mess around with a hairdryer, and he stretched out naked on the top of the king-size bed to relax a moment. The room was trimmed in dark mahogany, as was most green decor made it feel as though Kyle had entered a forest. The shutters of the tall window next to the bathroom door let in the remaining light from the gathering fog, but other than that, the room was dark. Kyle didn't even realize that he had closed his eyes. Bronwyn knocked at the bedroom door where Kyle had fallen asleep and handed him a seashell. "Now you can hear," explained, smiling up at him. "I will," Kyle had answered, putting the shell into his pants pocket. The shell was small enough to be unobtrusive, so he could always keep it in a pocket. Kyle was seated next to Bronwyn in the harem dining room. The huge round hardwood dining table seated 10 people comfortably. As they waited for Bronwyn's parents, he tapped his right foot in a staccato rhythm on the floor. Catching himself suddenly, he stopped. It was part of being nervous. This was Kyle's first time to meet Bronwyn's parents and spend time with them. He had to make a good impression. Kyle stole another glance at Bronwyn sitting on his right. She was more stunning than usual in a soft washable sleeves and puffy shoulders, a teardrop neck, and a belted waist above a flowing skirt that came to the middle of her calf. It accentuated her already lovely figure. It took effort, but Kyle averted his eyes often enough that she would not feel he was staring at her. To distract himself, Kyle mentally counted the number of forks and spoons at his place, for raising him to know how to conduct himself at formal meals. In contrast to the Sanger family's laid-back style, the Harriman family dining table was definitely formal. Each place setting was laid with crystal and fine china. In an effort to keep from getting too nervous and to stop himself from fidgeting, Kyle fingered the shell from Bron in his. If he didn't do or say anything to blow this meal, it would be a perfect day. Bronwyn's parents walked into the dining room with greetings and a warm welcome for Kyle. Kyle observed that Bronwyn had her father's blue-black hair and smile. Her mother had given her the turquoise eyes, heart-shaped face, and light complexion. When everyone was seriously experienced, it changed the atmosphere at the table. Clearly, these people had known, loved, and followed the king for years. The Harriman family was responsible for the bakeries of the island, as well as for some of the wines. As they began to pass around platters of roast beef that had been slow cooked with carrots and potatoes, plates with all manner of bread, fresh vegetable and fruit salads, Kyle forgot his nervousness. He even temporarily forgot about the seashell he had been fingering in his pocket and started enjoying the scrumptious food. Kyle did sports at school, but horse riding was a new exercise for him, and he had certainly worked up an appetite. The Harrimans were ready for it, and by the time the meal was finished, no one, including Kyle, could hold another bite. Afterward, they had adjourned to the family's comfortable and spacious sitting room, where huge windows provided a view of the surf and a fire blazed in the fireplace. The window was open just enough to hear the sounds of the pounding waves in the background if you listened. Coffee was served Coffee was served in stoneware mugs instead of china, and bite-sized cookies were included for anyone who could be tempted. Bronwyn's parents had seated themselves on the only couch in the room. Bronwyn and Kyle took matching fireside chairs near the fireplace. At first, Kyle thought that what was making this evening so special was that he was here with Bronwyn. As the evening went on and the conversation deepened, he realized that he was sensing the king's presence just as he had while stargazing with his dad. On that night, Kyle had learned that the king was present within the stars as well as in the spaces between them. On this night with Bron's family, Kyle realized that the king was present with and in this family just as he was in the stars. Chapter 11. Carry your luggage, sharpen your weapon. Kyle put his right hand flat between Jasmine's shoulder blades and waited for her to thaw. She was sitting up on one of the lounge chairs next to the Sanger's pool, and they'd been arguing. It went on. Kyle waited without moving his hand. He didn't know what else to do. He had never seen Jasmine like this before. It had worked before to touch Jasmine this way to get her attention. Would it work now? She didn't speak or move a muscle. Kyle waited. Just before he was ready to turn and walk away, he caught the sound of a muffled sob and stayed still. Jasmine's shoulders were shaking. I'm sorry, Kyle said softly. He vaguely recalled his dad saying something about it always being the right thing to apologize if a girl was offended. What had he done? They had sex. Was he sorry for that? Before he could answer his own question, he became aware of the king's presence, an experience he was beginning to recognize more quickly these days. He didn't hear words, just a very deep impression, a knowing within himself that Jasmine was actually pregnant. Was the king telling him? Sorry for what? Jasmine asked after an interminable silence between them. Well, you're crying, so you must be unhappy, and everyone says you're, pregnant. Kyle finally managed to say the word out loud. So what? Okay, I'm pregnant, Jasmine announced accusingly. Her words were like a gunshot to Kyle's ears, but they confirmed that he had heard, or felt rather, the king's voice. All Kyle's old arguments began racing around in a circle in his mind. Even though I was protected? Even though I asked if she was using birth control? Even though I did everything to keep this from happening? Besides, we only did it once. And Jasmine did it with all those guys on the teams and with the other jocks. Anyway, it's none of your business, Jasmine retorted. Kyle stood behind her lounge chair silently. Jasmine seemed to hate everything about the island way. At first, it had seemed to be a normal part of growing up on the island. Lots of kids acted out against the island way during high school. It was a phase, as Kyle's parents would call it. Jasmine was angrier and more determined than most, Kyle decided, and wondered what would happen to her. Then it occurred to him that she could be pregnant with his child. Sure, she had done it with most of the guys in their class, but it was still possible. Well, if I'm the father, it is definitely my business, Kyle answered simply, sounding more like an adult and much calmer than he felt. So get a paternity test, Jasmine retorted. Should he get tested? Kyle asked himself. Retorted. Should he get tested? Kyle asked himself. He decided that it couldn't hurt anything and it would clearly show that he was not the father, unless he was. I will, Kyle said. In his mind's eye, Kyle saw and heard his parents' reaction. As an island family, even if this child was conceived outside of marriage, it would be their grandchild. They would want to be involved in everything. Kyle would also be involved because part of his inheritance would belong to this child. Kyle leaned back in his lounge chair to absorb the warmth of the afternoon sun and think. What if he was actually about to be a dad, like noon sun, and think? What if he was actually about to be a dad, like his dad was? How weird was that? Jasmine had taken off her sunglasses to stare at Kyle. She remained silent and continued boring a hole into Kyle with fiery black eyes. She looked like she wanted to nail him to the wall. Kyle looked like she wanted to nail him to the wall. Kyle looked over at her and spoke quietly, trying very hard not to sound angry. He actually surprised himself as he heard himself saying, "We can get through this. Look, I told you, I'll get tested. And if I'm the dad, don't worry. I'll help you and, the baby." Kyle, the baby. Kyle did struggle to say this word. His voice trailed off into silence. He was still thinking that this just could not be actually happening. He felt about an inch tall, as if he had shrunk and was arguing with an angry giant who would be happy to drown him or eat him or something even more unpleasant. Kyle couldn't figure out why Jasmine was being so hateful. Hadn't she wanted to hear that he would help her? Well, you can just forget about that, Jasmine retorted, her eyes blazing. Do you really think that I'm going to go through having a baby now in the middle of high school? Having a baby now in the middle of high school? Oops. Kyle didn't know what he thought, except for one thing. He really hoped he could talk her out of having an abortion if she decided to do that. He wasn't ready to be a dad, but he didn't want his kid killed either. Kyle found himself wondering how he had been attracted to Jasmine in the first place. Whatever it was gone now. I wish I could forget it, Kyle said, feeling defeated. Had he ever really cared for Jasmine? Kyle wondered. He couldn't imagine that now, and he definitely wouldn't want to have sex with her ever again. You probably are the father, Kyle heard an accusing mental voice say. Then he felt a sinking sensation in the pit of his gut. Was he hearing the king? Somehow, it didn't quite sound like the king. Kyle remembered one of Tucker's tips. If you ain't sure, ask him, 'cause he'll show you. Kyle did. Show me it's you and not the adversary, Kyle breathed. Then he knew. The voice had said he was probably the father. The king would know for sure, because he knew everything. Relieved and pleased that he could recognize the king's voice better in any case. So, are we enemies now? Kyle asked as he stood up from his lounge chair to stretch. Jasmine turned her back to Kyle. She didn't answer him. Without waiting or pressing her further, Kyle walked toward the diving board at the opposite end of the pool. He grabbed the handrail with his right hand and pulled himself up the first 2 steps of the end of the board and turned around. He did a perfect backward flip dive into the water with very little splash and came up congratulating himself. If anyone besides Jasmine had seen that dive, they would have cheered for him, but not Jasmine. Surprised? The voice of the king spoke clearly to Kyle. This time there was no doubt about it, and Kyle was relieved the island way from childhood. It says that marriage is one man and one woman committed to each other for life, and that sex is only for inside marriage. You tested these laws. Now this relationship, the pregnancy, the baby, are all part of the war. As I told you, everything you do either builds my kingdom. For the time being, Jasmine is serving the adversary. You know the adversary will use her and the sex you had with her to drag you down if he can. I was wrong, Kyle said. He suddenly saw his choices to get high with alcohol plus green sticks at Jasmine's party and their whole sexual relationship for what it was. So what do I do now? Kyle asked dejectedly. He spoke to the king out loud, but very softly. Jasmine was most likely not listening, but he didn't want to take a chance of her overhearing him. I forgave you when you asked me, the king reminded him, then continued. I won't give up on you or leave you, Kyle asked, hating the answer he expected. You are not, the king answered, but you must get the paternity test for your family and for Jasmine. I will, Kyle managed to say contritely, as he was overwhelmed with relief. Then he added, the thing is, I just can't live like this. I mean, how does anybody live with pictures into your mind? Lies. If you accept his distortion, sex is what you do to please yourself whenever you feel like it. I made it a spiritual and physical miracle for both husband and wife. My plan for you is so much greater than anything the adversary can offer you. You cannot even come close to imagining who you are destined to be. Need to conquer the adversary, even though it looks impossible. The tutor will show you everything, and I'm always with you. But only you can decide whether to believe the adversary or me. The king's voice was quiet but firm. The chagrin of foolish decisions he had made at Jasmine's party was still fresh in Kyle's mind. He of the adversary ever again. He made his choice. Thanks for giving me another chance. I believe you, Kyle said simply. War or no war, sex or no sex, he wanted what the king offered, now more than anything, even if he couldn't yet imagine how to have it. In a few strokes, Kyle was back at the end of the pool and swimming across the pool again. He repeated this action, swimming lap after lap, mentally reviewing what the king had told him and wondering how all this would work out. He continued to swim until he felt his muscles relaxing. At the shallow end, near their patio chairs, Kyle stepped out of the pool and toweled dry. Jasmine was laying flat on him, Kyle said in a commanding voice. What? Jasmine answered, still pouting. She didn't want to listen to him, but she did anyway. I'll talk to my dad this afternoon and we'll tell my mom tonight. I'll get a paternity test so we can both know if it is me or not. My parents will probably want to get together with your parents to discuss what we find out. Sounded less angry, as if she knew there was no point in arguing about what Kyle had said. If Soren could have seen himself the same way that Kyle saw himself when he met the king for the first time, Soren would have realized that he was bound from his chin to his toes in long lengths of heavy chains. They were coiled around his body, his arms, and his legs. They made each step that he took harder, and with every move they dragged him down. They squeezed his body just enough that he stopped trying to struggle against them because it got too hard to breathe. Soren had no idea the chains were around him, when they had appeared, or where they came from. He had become so accustomed to dragging them around with him, feel their weight, or know that they were keeping him from filling his lungs with air, the way that you do when you are taking a deep breath. As if all of this wasn't bad enough, Soren found that his friend Dylan was requiring more and more of his attention as days went by. It had been fine when Soren was a little kid with no friends and no family at home to grow up with, but now that he had a driver's license and with more ways to spend his time, Soren began to want to be free of Dylan's demands for his attention. Dylan himself was no longer the little boy he had been when he and Soren first met. Dylan had gotten older just as Soren had, and he had developed more sophisticated ways of getting and keeping Soren's attention and energy. Hours. It hadn't been difficult for Dylan to become Soren's closest friend because he was actually Soren's only friend. Soren found escape in his companionship with Dylan to avoid the pain of his mother's death and his solitary life. As years passed and the friendship deepened, Dylan gradually began to make more demands of Soren so that Soren did not spend all of his free time with Dylan. Since no one but Soren could see Dylan, it wasn't something that Soren could talk over with anyone. He just kept on being a loner and doing what Dylan required to keep their friendship going. Soren didn't even know this himself, but gradually he began to wish for a way to escape from the pressure of Dylan's manipulation. Soren wanted to escape. Of course, Soren knew that he could never mention this concern to Dylan. It would make Dylan very angry, and Soren had learned that it was worth any effort to avoid Dylan's temper tantrums. As a result, Soren spent a steadily increasing amount of his time with Dylan doing what Dylan wanted him to do, even when it got Soren and Dylan's idea. Soren's hatred of Kyle had gotten stronger as his friendship with Dylan got closer. As Soren's life became darker and more miserable, Soren hated Kyle all the more for anything good that happened to Kyle. It didn't matter that Soren's choices added to his misery, with Dylan's constant repetition of all the reasons Soren had to hate oblivious to the choices he was making. He continued hanging with Dylan and taking the blame for Dylan's suggestions. All along, Soren would have told you, if you asked him, that he was in control, and that he could stop hanging out with Dylan anytime he chose. Soren was convinced that this was true. Despite all of this, the day finally came because lately, Dylan had been telling Soren about a place that he wanted to show Soren. Dylan spent hours telling Soren how incredible this place was, about the beautiful and sexy women that were everywhere there, the fast, sporty cars of every possible make and model, the wealth and mansions there to be enjoyed by anyone who claimed them for himself, the command, and absolutely anything that Soren could ever dream of or desire. Dylan was also fond of contrasting this incredible other world with Soren's present life. In this other world, Soren would never be lonely or unhappy, Dylan had explained, and Soren would never again have to worry about not being good enough or cool enough for anyone, the sharpest, who had everything going for them, just as Soren had always longed for his life to be. Although Soren had listened attentively to Dylan's vivid descriptions, he never volunteered to visit this other world, no matter how amazing Dylan said it was. The thing that stopped Soren was what Dylan called the admission. In order to get into this other world, with its treasures and wonders, Soren would have to kill himself. Dylan insisted that this was no big deal, nothing to worry about. Just a simple sidestep, like stepping aside to let someone pass you in the hall. It was accurate to say that Soren's life became a little more difficult and a little darker with each passing day. As you may have guessed by now, Soren was the last person who could see or admit this. So Soren just kept doing his best to satisfy Dylan, all the while telling himself that he was fortunate to have such a loyal, sophisticated, and intelligent friend. A friendship that made Soren much more cool and exceptional than any of his classmates. All the same, Soren wished from time to time that he could talk with one of the girls in his class, or perhaps one of the few loners he noticed hanging around after school. Nothing of this sort was possible, of course, since Dylan occupied all of Soren's attention. Gradually, Soren's wishes became more frequent, until finally, he began to long for a break from Dylan's constant presence, suggestions, and increasing demands that Soren carry out Dylan's ideas. Soren was beginning to experience Dylan's suggestions as orders and to discover that this continued friendship with Dylan depended on absolute agreement and obedience. Of all the suggestions or ideas that Dylan expected Soren to perform, the ugliest and most violent had been the accident that Soren planned and caused for Kyle Sanger. An investigation had commenced. Tread marks that the vehicle Soren drove on the day of the accident were traced back to him. Soren's father had quickly established that he was out of town on a business trip on the day of the accident. That left Soren as the most likely suspect. Soren's father authorized Soren's trustee to hire a skilled defense attorney for Soren. The lawyer had effected as many delays as possible in the trial process. Ultimately, a preliminary hearing was inevitable. Just as Soren began to chafe under Dylan's demands, the date for the inevitable hearing came up. Soren had been reminded of the hearing date so many times by the trustee, his father, and the team of attorneys that it was impossible for him to forget. Actually, the harsh reality of going to court to face a living Kyle Sanger and all of his family, as well as the large reputable law firm that Mr. Sanger had hired to get justice for Kyle, all became a living nightmare for Soren. Somebody watching Soren Marsden from the outside would have said that Soren lived a dark, lonely life. The weeks that passed as Dylan's demands on Soren increased, and as Soren's trial progressed, were the darkest days that even Soren had ever lived. "Slacker," said Marvin. "Huh?" "Slacker," said Marvin. "Huh?" Kyle answered, looking up bewildered. He'd been completely absorbed in his tablet. "You heard me, slacker," Marvin repeated. "Me? Why?" Kyle looked as if he was just waking up from a long nap, and his voice showed his irritation. Marvin and Kyle were in the place, waiting for Tucker, who was due to show up any minute from an extra football practice. Kyle and Marvin had taken their usual positions in the beanbag seats after grabbing an ample supply of Cokes and snacks. "Okay, dude, here's the deal. You've been skipping your sword drills, and you're getting weak." Marvin was like a hunting your sword drills, and you're getting weak. Marvin was like a hunting dog who had treed his bird. He wasn't about to let it go. Kyle raised both hands as if he was being held up. "Guilty. Master, what must I do now?" he said with mock piety. Marvin rolled his eyes and growled, "I'm not your master." "Just kidding," howled. "I'm not your master." "Just kidding," Kyle protested as though he was offended. Now it was Marvin's turn to be absorbed. He looked down at the tablet in his hands without speaking for several minutes. At that point, Tucker made his usual noisy entrance and called to Kyle to come release the voice lock and let him in. Kyle jumped to his feet, called to Kyle to come release the voice lock and let him in. Kyle jumped to his feet and used his long legs to bound up the ladder steps 2 at a time. He was at the door with the voice lock in seconds, ordering Tucker to back up far enough so he could speak the secret code into the voice lock without being overheard. Tucker obeyed, moving to the outside door of the workers' shed to be out of earshot heard. Tucker obeyed, moving to the outside door of the workers' shed to be out of earshot for Kyle to speak into the lock. This was according to the ritual they had developed through years of growing up together. Neither of these friends of Kyle's wanted to be banned from the place, and they knew Kyle's grandfather had given strict orders that the voice lock was never to be shared with anyone. Kyle's grandfather had given strict orders that the voice lock was never to be shared with anyone outside the Sanger family. With the lock released, Tucker followed Kyle, maneuvering his bulk more slowly down the ladder, and took a seat between Kyle and Marvin. "Your brother says I'm weak because I skipped sword drills, but school and stuff gets in the way," Kyle told Tucker. "'Cause I skipped sword drills, but school and stuff gets in the way," Kyle told Tucker. "Yeah, we bad," Tucker admitted, looking somberly at Marvin. "Now what?" "We kick butt," Marvin announced. Kyle and Tucker waited, listening. Marvin went on to explain that the king had impressed him with urgency during the past 2 days, and they all needed to spend some time talking to him. So it happened that all 3 of them went into the throne room to converse with the king, and that the conversation was more urgent than it had ever been. To their surprise, the king talked with them about Soren Marsden, about how the adversary was in the process of destroying Soren's life so that Soren would be the adversary's slave forever. As Marvin, Tucker, and Kyle listened, they heard a most amazing thing. They heard the king's compassion for Soren, and as he talked with them, tears rolled down the king's cheeks. Leaving drops like clear jewels on the top of his breastplate. Kyle struggled most with forgiving Soren. After all, Soren had tried to cause Kyle serious injury or death. As they listened and talked with the king throughout that night, they gradually came to understand that the king was giving them a commission. Their assignment was to go to battle with the adversary for Soren's life. They also understood that although this battle was only for one person, the king considered it to be every bit as important as if they were battling for the entire island. Fighting for Soren's life would be the most significant struggle that any one of them had yet faced. Of course, as soon as they realized that the king was asking them to join him in battle for Soren, they all agreed. How could they let the adversary make Soren a slave forever? He'd been ruthless, but if he would turn to the king, they knew the king would forgive him. They also realized that the adversary had used Soren to try to kill Kyle, but the plot failed. The king had protected Kyle and healed him. Their next mission was to sharpen their swords to confront the adversary with their weapons in hand and to fight for Soren's life. Kyle told Tucker and Marvin about hearing the adversary's voice and almost mistaking it for the king. "He'll try to fool you if he can, even make you think he's one of the king's warriors," said Marvin. Searching through pages of the ancient writing for the place he wanted. "Here, the king says, 'I am the good shepherd. I know my own sheep, and my own sheep know me.'" Marvin and Tucker talked about how they had learned to recognize the king's voice, which was usually a mental voice instead of an audible one. though Marvin said it could be either kind. They both agreed that winning the invisible war depended on distinguishing the king's voice from any other the way that you recognize one of your parents talking to you in a noisy crowd. Kyle and Tucker talked with the king all night, then talking to you in a noisy crowd. Kyle and Tucker talked with the king all night. Then they had an extended sword drill, so they were ready for any of the adversary's tactics. Their blades were sharp and sent light beams in all directions in the king's throne room. On Earth, Kyle and Tucker knew their weapons and were ready to answer any attack effectively in battle against the adversary. Their weapons and were ready to answer any attack effectively in battle against the adversary. Chapter 11. Soren's Journey. One particular afternoon, as Soren sat in his bedroom brooding over his upcoming session with the public defender to review his answers for the preliminary hearing, Dylan made an appearance once again. Dylan had grown and developed along with Soren. He was no longer the cute little boy who had stepped through the window of Soren's bedroom years ago. He had developed into a muscular youth who was slightly taller than Soren. Dylan slipped soundlessly through the walls of Soren's room whenever he desired. Dylan slipped soundlessly through the walls of Soren's room whenever he desired, as if there were no walls there at all. Soren was preoccupied with contemplating his future. Thanks to Dylan, Soren's future now included going through a trial for the attempted manslaughter of Kyle Sanger. The district attorney had actually pushed for an attempted murder. The district attorney had actually pushed for an attempted murder charge in adult court, but Soren's expensive high-powered defense team was on top of it, and most likely the sentence would be reduced to a manslaughter charge. This possibility did nothing to lighten Soren's load. Dylan was not the person that Soren wanted to see at this moment. Dylan was not the person that Soren wanted to see at this moment, especially since Dylan had introduced the plan to kill Kyle Sanger into Soren's mind in the first place. Actually, Dylan had all sorts of ways of making Soren miserable if he ever resisted Dylan's suggestions. It would be more accurate to say that these suggestions were Dylan's suggestions. It would be more accurate to say that these suggestions were orders, because Soren felt that he had no choice but to carry them out. On the day of Kyle's accident, Dylan was whispering suggestions into Soren's ear as Soren planned how to bring about the collision intended to kill Kyle. Worst of all, now that Soren was being tried for the crime, Dylan would say, as he always did, that Soren was the one who had chosen to follow Dylan's suggestions, so the criminal charges were Soren's own fault. All of this raced through Soren's mind in a flash as he looked up to see Dylan enter his room. Seeing Dylan, Soren was filled with rage. "You!" Soren yelled, getting to his feet. "Thanks to you, I have to go to court and—" "Me?" Dylan said with a mocking little smile. "You hated Kyle Sanger and wanted revenge. All I did was help you." Clenched both of his fists, glaring at Dylan with bulging eyes and a flushed face. Soren was finally waking up to the psychological pressure he'd endured as he listened to Dylan through the years. Dylan raised his eyebrows. "So it's my fault the plan didn't work to kill Kyle? You didn't have to do it if you didn't want to. Do you have a better idea?" When Soren punched him, it was a hard body that he punched. Dylan's muscles felt like iron, as if he had been working out with an excellent personal trainer for years. Soren wasn't a half-bad wrestler, but he found that he was no match for Dylan, as his punches seemed to have no impact. In contrast, Dylan's calculated blows each hit their mark, all over Soren's body. Just before he left the room by going back through the wall, Dylan delivered a last taunt. "Ready to give up, or do you need some more? By the way, don't think I'm going to appear whenever you want me. I'll come back to you when I'm good and ready. You think you're suffering now? If you even think about hitting me again, you'll find out ached from head to foot." But that wasn't the worst. The worst was that Soren had just been beaten up by the one person he thought was his best friend. Soren now realized with a sinking heart that Dylan was oblivious to Soren's troubles. As usual, Dylan's constant mental barrage in Soren's mind had ultimately goaded Soren in a mental hospital or in juvenile detention. Soren would bear the blame for attempting to kill Kyle, not Dylan. In all the dark, lonely years of Soren's life, this hour, as he lay aching, bruised and deserted on his bedroom floor, was the darkest ever. Soren remained prostrate on the carpet, too beaten and bruised to move, until he drifted and left him after the fight. Although the carpet was thick, Soren felt stiffness in his muscles from spending a night on the floor. The bruises and welts from his fight with Dylan still smarted each time he moved, but to Soren's surprise, he found no obvious sign of the fight as he looked for cuts and bruises on his arms, shoulders, and legs. His pain was very real, but it didn't show up anywhere. It would be much better, Soren thought, to end it and go into oblivion, where he would not know or care what happened. As always, when Soren was actually being coached by Dylan or one of Dylan's kind, Soren believed that the ideas that he was considering about ending his life were his own. For several hours, as the sun continued to rise higher in the sky, it had actually come complete with a pale blue sky, a crisp breeze, and a noisy blue jay announcing his presence to songbirds in the trees surrounding the complex where Soren and his father lived. While the sun was still close to the horizon, its rays began to burn off the smog and take the chill out of the air. Hours later, Islanders would begin making their morning commute for weekend. He landed after the fight with Dylan. Nothing in the details of his surroundings caught Soren's attention when he finally peeled himself off the carpet and stood up, still hurting. He got into his shower feeling worse than he did after days of drinking finally gave him a hangover. Even though Dylan had succeeded in physically humiliating Soren, this wasn't enough. Dylan continued, except Dylan. Never mind that Dylan had just beaten him up. Horrible as all this sounds, Soren had gotten used to this way of thinking over the years, and he had completely forgotten that it could ever be different. Soren finished showering, shaving, and dressing automatically. Although it was too early for stores and businesses to be open, Soren grabbed his keys from the dresser top and Soren was pulling his truck into a parking space next to the high school gym door. The parking lot and grounds were completely quiet and empty. No games were scheduled this weekend and there were no practices. Band camp and cheerleading camp were in progress. The high school was deserted and expected to stay that way for the weekend. Soren carried with him his gym to have a passkey to the high school, and Dylan had provided one. Of course, Dylan was not the one who got in trouble with the school administration, as Soren followed Dylan's instructions, but that had not bothered Soren until today. Soren knew now that he had been a fool. Dylan was not his best friend. Dylan was his enemy. This new insight was a relief for his best friend. Dylan was his enemy. This new insight was a relief for Soren, but it also forced him to face the unbearable isolation that he had tolerated all his life. Soren used the master key to let himself inside the storage room next to the gym. Years ago, the high school had held a competitive horseback riding program. Now, all the tack, saddles, and other type of riding equipment were gone, except for one hook opposite the storage room door that had originally held bridle reins. The hook was several inches above Soren's head and secured into a stud in the wall. Soren found an old metal bucket used to catch and secured into a stud in the wall. Soren found an old metal bucket used to catch a leak in the roof in a corner next to the coach's office. He could stand on the bucket to create slack in the rope. Soren had considered using the basketball hoop to hang from, but it was not strong enough to support his weight. Also, it was too high for Soren's 5'7" body to support his weight. Soren was sweating as he worked methodically to finish his plan. It was as though he was trying to satisfy a drug addiction. Dylan's constant pressure on Soren to make everything better by ending his life as quickly as possible kept Soren moving, though his hands trembled. And his head pounded. If Soren could have talked about this, he would have said that through it all, he felt as though he was trying to outrun someone chasing him with a whip and lashing it at him to put as many wounds as possible across his back. Soren just had to hurry and get this done. He had already tied the rope into a noose with a slip knot and a loop to go over the hook. He positioned the bucket under the hook and turned it upside down to stand on. This part was easy. Soren stood on the upside-down bucket, shifting his weight to get his balance and make both of his feet fit. He held the noose in his right hand and passed it over his head and around his neck. Soren took one last look at his setup. He had practiced enough with the noose to know that it would tighten around his neck as soon as he jumped, and that with the bucket kicked away, he would not be able to touch the floor with his feet. All that remained was to jump, so the noose would tighten high on his neck and cut off his air, while his feet dangled free. Soren jumped. Kyle had watched his dad pulling on a wetsuit more times than he could count. On this particular morning, On this particular morning, Kyle and his dad were sitting on the edge of the 30-foot fishing boat that would take them out into deeper waters, where their encounters with ocean plant life, tropical fish, and myriads of saltwater life forms would provide endless opportunities for Kyle's dad to get videos. Kyle sloshed his wetsuit in the water. Opportunities for Kyle's dad to get videos. Kyle sloshed his wetsuit in the water to make sure it was thoroughly soaked. Before Kyle's first dive, his dad had taught him that it was much easier to slide into a wetsuit after it was already wet. Not too bad, Kyle thought as he smoothed the suit over his feet before kicking into his boots. Fins would come later after smoothed the suit over his feet before kicking into his boots. Fins would come later after all the other gear. Kyle's dad stood to put his arms into the vest sleeves and adjust oxygen tanks on his back. He held Kyle's vest and tanks for him, checked the snorkel attached to the right side of Kyle's mask in case of an emergency, and picked up two of the weights Kyle would add to his vest to control buoyancy. Kyle's dad had sufficient bulk and muscle mass that he did not require additional weight. Kyle chafed again at his slight build. Soon, he thought to himself, my workouts will pay off and I'll be built like he is. For the time being, Kyle tucked the weights his dad had offered him into the pockets of his father. Had been a certified open water diver for years. Art Sanger had personally supervised and approved Kyle's training and skill level. Kyle was still adjusting the heel on his right fin as his dad spit into his mask to clean it off and replaced it over his face. Ready? He asked Kyle. Kyle nodded, adjusting his own face mask. Father in time. Both of the Sanger men put in the mouthpieces connecting to their oxygen supply. Kyle waited for his dad to plunge below the surface and get in a good kick. Then he followed close behind. He was relieved that his dad was the one carrying the underwater camera. Kyle always enjoyed his dad's videos after their dives, but he had enough equipment to handle every stroke and kick taking him deeper. He was carrying a flashlight on his belt in case his dad needed more light. The older Mr. Sanger, already 50 yards ahead of Kyle, was already taking pictures of the coral beds below them. A school of colorful fish that Kyle could not identify surrounded him momentarily in the process of swimming around him. After they had passed a few good kicks and Kyle was beside him. Kyle accepted the camera his dad offered and looked through the lens in the direction his dad was pointing. Zebra sharks. They were small, still babies, and there were two of them. They seemed to be unguarded, but most likely Mama was not too far away. Fascinated, Kyle focused his attention on surrounded by the myriad colors of the ocean. He could have stared at them longer, but a hand on his shoulder and his dad reaching for the camera arrested his attention. It would not be a good idea to wait around for Mama zebra shark. Kyle followed his dad again, heading away from the sharks. As usual, Kyle's dad found plenty of deep-sea life to photograph and was ready. Their oxygen supply was low enough for them to head back to the ship. They clambered up the ladder after pushing up their masks, removing fins and tossing them on board. They were seated in dry clothing in the Sanger kitchen before Kyle's dad raised the subject that Kyle had been expecting. So you dodged a bullet, Art Sanger began, waited for Kyle to respond. Yeah, Dad, I was stupid, Kyle said and paused. Even though it is the island way, I really don't get how anyone is supposed to never have sex until they get married. Unless we all get married when we're 12, Kyle added the last part with sarcasm. A faint smile came to Art Sanger's face. To the table where they sat. The old man shirts that Kyle's dad wore always had to have chest pockets so that he had some place to put his pipe. Kyle wondered if he would ever smoke a pipe when he got old. He liked smoking green sticks, but pipes seemed pretty gross. After he had stuffed the bowl of his pipe with his favorite blend, Art Sanger struck a match and put his son. Here's the deal, he began in his usual way of summarizing a subject. Your share of the family business is enough for you to attend a good college, buy a home, marry, and begin a family. Unless... At this point, the older Mr. Sanger paused for significance, but Kyle knew what was coming. Unless I... Right, Art Sanger agreed, letting smoke escape from his mouth as he spoke. A woman pregnant with your child means that child is our first grandchild and your first heir. That means that child inherits a share of your estate, including the Sanger family business. Kyle's father spoke quietly, not ever seen his dad like this before. The older man continued, We've scheduled your paternity test for Monday afternoon. You will be taking the day off from school. I suggest that you keep this matter to yourself, at least until we know more. Kyle knew his father well enough to know that there were millions of things he was not saying. Like, what were you thinking? And why did you do it with this woman that you don't even want to marry? Kyle knew that he could not explain to his dad that he was not the father. Test results would do that. Kyle sighed, feeling again the weight of the stupid decisions he had made before and during Jasmine's party. The king had forgiven him, but he had not and during Jasmine's party. The king had forgiven him, but he had not quite forgiven himself. The two Sanger men continued talking until the sun had gone to the horizon and spread colorful beams of light across the island landscape. After Soren jumped and the noose had tightened around his neck, he felt himself sinking down much farther than the inches tightened around his neck. He felt himself sinking down much farther than the inches of rope it had taken to tighten the noose, and he hadn't kicked the bucket away either. As seconds, then moments passed, Soren began to wonder if he would ever stop falling. When he had the sensation of landing, the darkness all around him was as thick as if you stepped into a sheet of paper that you had darkness all around him was as thick as if you stepped into a sheet of paper that you had completely covered with carbon pencil or black chalk, and the blackness became 3D, closing in all around you. Soren could feel all of his body parts, but he could not see them, no matter how close he put his hand to his eyes. No matter that he touched his mouth to his arm, no matter how close he put his hand to his eyes. No matter that he touched his mouth to his arm to make sure he could still feel it. No matter anything else he tried. After Soren gave up on trying to see himself, he began to notice that someone or something seemed to be standing in front of him. "Hello," Soren said, softly at first, then louder. "Hello," Soren said, softly at first, then louder. "Hello, who's there?" There was no answer. This was even worse than when an ice queen ignored you at school. Because although it was embarrassing, at least there, you knew who she was and where she was. When Soren finally got his answer, he felt a gnawing terror begin to chew on the pit of his stomach. "I'm here," a voice said. It was no longer just a mental voice inside Soren's head. It was an audible voice he could hear with his ears. It was real, and the voice actually belonged to Dylan. OMG, belonged to Dylan. OMG, Soren thought. Not Dylan again. The same Dylan who had pretended to be Soren's BFF, then beat him up and abandoned him. Once again, as in his bedroom the day before, Soren's rage was triggered, and Soren exploded at the sound of Dylan's voice. Without thinking, Soren swung his fist, intending to hit Dylan's face. Instead of connecting, Soren merely sliced through the black air, amid more jeers and laughter from Dylan. This time, Dylan was joined by a half a dozen other voices. "Where is this?" Soren asked. There was no response, except that the laughter got louder. "You're exactly where I've always wanted you to be," Dylan answered. Soren hardly recognized Dylan's voice this time. It dripped with sarcasm and disdain. A shudder went through Soren's entire body. For the first time, he noticed flickering light in the dark, and his feet started to burn. Soren forgot all about hitting Dylan back and started moving to get away from the searing heat. No matter how he moved, nothing helped. Meanwhile, Dylan reached out and clawed Soren's chest. Soren realized with new horror that he could feel Dylan's hand inside his body. At first, Soren screamed. Within seconds, all he could manage was gasping for air. Dylan grabbed Soren's heart, put clawed fingers around it, and squeezed tight. No pain that Soren had ever had before in his life was this excruciating. Certainly the injuries that Dylan had already inflicted on Soren would be fatal, Soren reasoned. Yet Soren remained fully conscious, not passing out or going into shock, and definitely not dying. Suddenly, the words of Kyle's message to Soren after the accident came into Soren's mind. The king says, "Look at me. I stand at the door. I knock. If you hear me call and open the door, I'll come right in and sit down to supper with you." Dylan had ripped a new hole higher in Soren's chest now, and he was squeezing off Soren's throat at the same time that he squeezed his heart. The pain was beyond words. Soren screamed. Regardless of Dylan's chokehold, Soren's cry came from the depths of his wounded soul. He yelled, "King, if you can hear me, I was wrong. Help me. If you can hear me, I was wrong. Help me, please. Tucker had no reason to go to the high school that Saturday morning. He told Kyle he wanted to work out with weights, even though he had his own at home. Kyle agreed to come along for moral support. When Tucker picked Kyle up in the Valiant, the car was filled with the aroma of coffee. And donuts. Breakfast? Kyle asked, already knowing the answer. Yep, Tucker answered between mouthfuls and pointed to the box of donuts with a questioning look at Kyle. No thanks, I'm still full. Kyle put one hand over his stomach, thinking of Adriana's 3-egg omelet and pancakes. Kyle felt stuffed, and part of him was still wishing he was in his bed with his head cushioned in a pile of goose-down pillows. Tucker continued eating, and Kyle put his seat back to doze. They didn't talk on the ride to school. The school grounds and parking lot were deserted as expected. In the high school parking lot, Tucker managed to park the Valiant without all the gear buttons going down at once and used his passkey to get the two of them inside. Once in the gym, Tucker headed for the sectioned-off area for barbells and free weights. Kyle, finally awake, decided to use the time to practice his layup shots and realized that all the basketballs along with all the other equipment had been put away for the weekend. Kyle called to Tucker for the passkey and let himself in the storage room door. The hook that Soren had used to hang himself was just behind that door. As Kyle opened it, he was surprised at the resistance he felt and pushed harder on the door. Once he had stepped inside, Kyle swung the door closed behind him, bringing him into full view of Soren hanging from a rope noose, eyes closed, head down, body limp and his toes only a few inches above the floor. Reflexively, Kyle grabbed for Soren's body to take the weight off his neck. "Tucker!" Kyle yelled. There was a thud as Tucker dropped the weights he was loading and more thudding as he ran for the storage room. Something in Kyle's tone signaled urgency. As Tucker edged himself sideways through the partly open storage room door, he sucked in his breath at the sight of Soren's limp form hanging from the tack hook. Tucker gave the bucket one kick as if it had been a soccer ball and bellowed, "Call 911!" at Kyle. Tucker grabbed Soren's legs, pushing "Call 911!" at Kyle. Tucker grabbed Soren's legs, pushing his body upward to create slack in the rope until he could loosen the noose around Soren's neck. Kyle's hands were shaking too much to use his cell. Instead, he started helping Tucker lift Soren's hips to get his butt higher and create slack in the noose. Kyle kept trying to get an answer out of Soren. "To me." He repeatedly used similar words, but Soren was not responding. Kyle started trying to get a pulse, gave it up, and resumed keeping as much weight as possible off the noose. Kyle's mind still refused to believe that any of this was real. It had to be a nightmare. Meanwhile, Tucker was trying to do two nearly impossible things. Second, he was trying to get a finger between the rope and Soren's neck so he could edge a knife blade between the noose and Soren's skin. He had to cut that rope. For one horrible moment, Kyle thought he was going to lose his balance and drop Soren. He bumped against Tucker, trying to steady himself, just as Tucker was wedging his knife between his finger and the rope. Blood spurted out from the cut. At the same time, Kyle had released enough tension on the rope that Tucker was able to slip the knife blade under the noose and angle it to begin sawing at the rope. "Too slow," Tucker's mind was screaming, but it was the best he could do. Tucker sawed doggedly on the rope, ignoring the bleeding from his finger. Almost free. At the same moment, Tucker lurched forward to catch the bulk of Soren's body weight to keep him from falling. Kyle had his legs, and they lowered Soren to the floor. Relieved of Soren's dead weight, Kyle finally pulled his cell from a back pocket of his jeans and punched 911. How long had Soren been hanging there? How long had he been without air? Pushed them away so he could think clearly. Kyle filled his lungs with air and began binding the adversary. Next, Kyle heard himself using the authority the king had given him to cancel all plans and assignments the adversary had given out about Soren. Kyle banned all enemy troops working with the adversary from the gym, the ambulance, there to take care of Soren. As Kyle and Tucker continued doing what little they could to keep Soren alive, they both began talking fervently to the king about Soren, asking the king to give Soren more time to join with the king's forces. They also promised to talk to Soren about it themselves as soon as they got the chance. It was around this time, though happened, that although they never left the storage room at the gym, they found that they were simultaneously experiencing an immense throne room. They both saw a long rectangular blue crystal mirror. Or was it water? Afterward, they were never quite certain. At the far end of the blue crystal, a flight of stairs made of deep blue marble or gemstone. At the top of these steps stood an immense throne surrounded by rainbows more vibrant than any on Earth. Lights filled the air, and these lights never stopped moving. Or were they dancing? Guards or warriors in brilliant uniforms, with swords in jeweled scabbard at their sides, stood at attention and surrounded the steps and the throne. Was that the king was there? As Kyle and Tucker experienced being in the throne room, events in the physical world continued as usual. While Kyle was taking authority over the adversary, Tucker was performing CPR on Soren, methodically cupping his hands around Soren's nose and mouth. Tucker blew air in until he saw Soren's lungs rise, then leaned back to breathing until help arrived. Seconds dragged by in slow motion as the two friends worked to keep Soren's life on Earth from ending. Kyle kept his cell in his left hand, answering the emergency worker as he supported Soren with his right arm. At long last, an ambulance arrived. Kyle and Tucker watched, feeling helpless as the two attendants would ride in back with Soren and the stretcher to the hospital. Kyle and Tucker were not relatives. They were not guardians. They did not have power of attorney. They were not even adults. They were not allowed to ride along with Soren in the ambulance, whether he lived or died. They watched one attendant climb into the back. The other shut the double rear doors of the ambulance and sat looking at the dashboard. The driver did not shift out of neutral or put his foot on the accelerator or anything. The ambulance did not move to take Soren to the hospital as Kyle and Tucker had expected. It just sat there with the motor running in the school parking lot for an interminable time until Kyle wanted to yell, "Get moving!" just as Tucker took gears shifted and the ambulance rolled away. The moment that Soren's scream left his lips and went into the air, the burning of Soren's feet stopped. Soren had closed his eyes as tightly as he could to shut out the sight of the carnivorous flames. He couldn't do anything to shut out the stench of the burning bodies all around him, or the constant scream effect of these ghastly sights, sounds, and smells would have been enough to put most human beings, including Soren, into shock. Not in this place. Soren had no relief as all of his senses were assaulted over and over again by these horrors. The instant that Soren screamed, not only did his feet stop burning, but the sounds and smells all were keeping his eyes closed. He was afraid to move or do anything. Gradually, as Soren continued to feel the smooth sheets of a bed under him, to hear quiet footfalls made by rubber-soled shoes on hospital floors, and muted conversations between medical staff, to breathe in air that was not laden with smoke or smells of burning. Soren was indeed in a bed in a room with no other beds. On his left, a door opened into the hallway, where he had heard footsteps. On his right, he looked out a window at a grassy hill, sloping down into a valley large enough to be a sports field, and up again to a stand of evergreen trees. Above the tops of these evergreens, a sky of soft blue was filled with the life had Soren been so grateful to see the sky. It was as though he was seeing it for the very first time. He gazed at the view out of his window, as if he was taking a long, slow drink to quench his parched throat. As he did this, Soren's mind began putting the pieces of this puzzle together. First of all, wherever he had been before, he was made these realizations. He became aware of a presence of something or someone in the room that he had not noticed earlier. Soren was accustomed to seeing Dylan, an invisible companion that Soren had learned was not visible to anyone else. But this presence was completely different. Unlike Dylan, this presence had a calming and strangely peaceful effect. Soren, as he was considering this, he heard a mental voice ask him a question. "You asked me to help you, remember?" For an instant, Soren's thoughts raced. Then he did remember the point of desperation in that most horrible of all places, when he had screamed with all of his being for the king to deliver him. "Are you the king?" I yelled. Voice answered. "Okay, thank you very much," Soren said, feeling that the words were not strong enough for the gratitude he felt toward this king or whoever he was. Then Soren gathered his courage and asked for the thing he wanted more than anything. "Will you stay with me, or let me stay with you?" he asked. "I want that for you even more than you want it for yourself, and I have worked harder and longer than you can possibly know to bring you to this moment with me." Soren was still absorbing the meaning of these words when the king added, "You must decide whether you will serve Dylan and his kind, or whether you will serve me." so that you can share my kingdom here on Earth. Soren had not been part of the discussions that Kyle and his friends had when they talked about the invisible war and the adversary's tactics, the armor, the weapon, and all that. All Soren knew at the moment was that he wanted this presence that seemed to belong to this king to stay with him always. Soren did know that he did not want anything more to do with an enemy instead of a friend. Soren also knew that he did not ever want to return to that black place of burning where he had been when he cried out to the king. As Soren struggled to put these things into words, the king answered him. You have listened to adversary lies and served one of his warriors, thinking he was your friend. You know now where that took you. That place dream. It is a real place. Unless you change your ways, you will go there. But you do not have to end up there. I leave it up to you. I don't ever want to go there again, Soren exclaimed, but I don't understand how to avoid it. Turn from your old ways and stop listening to the adversary. Ask, and I will forgive you and make you new. Turn and serve me with all of your heart, your mind, and your strength. I will give you a new life, and everything that is mine will also be yours, because I will adopt you into my family. Again, Soren heard the words, but struggled to grasp their meaning. Adopted? By this king to share his kingdom? Soren had already decided that he did not want to listen to the adversary anymore. Better to serve the king and enjoy his kingdom. Okay, please adopt me into your family. Please adopt me into your family, Soren said awkwardly. And I'll serve you. Evil is still destroying you like a cancer, the king said. Will you let me wash it away and make you clean so you are ready to join my army? The king asked. Please, was all Soren could say. It is done, all Soren could say. It is done, the king pronounced, smiling broadly at Soren. The adversary will keep trying to make you a slave again. You must keep close to me, listening to me, so that I can make you strong to resist him. Soren would say later that in that moment, he felt like a new person. Almost as if he had just been born. But how could you feel that way when you are already 16 years old? Actually, I've told you more than Soren was able to tell anyone for several years. He told everyone about how the king had rescued him from an awful place, had adopted him, and given him a new beginning. As for his conversations with the king, it took several years before Soren could explain that to another human being. When he did, he wrote a book about it called The Gatekeeper. You may want to read it for yourself sometime. Chapter 13. The Stand. Kyle and Tucker had not ventured back to the tunnels under Hillview High School since they were chased out by a crowd of island rebels and misfits practicing some strange ritual involving killing a cat. Their meeting place was now known to Kyle and Tucker. Marvin had dubbed this group the Rebellion. During the next school year, the Rebellion continued to meet regularly in the underground tunnels. If you had tried to tell any of the rebels that they were being driven on by dark warriors of the adversary, or that they were actually adversary slaves, the rebels would have denied all of it and called you crazy. The rebels knew that they were in control of their actions and decisions. Besides, they would argue that an insane person might believe in some invisible force or being controlling what they do or say, but only crazy people believe stuff like that. You can understand that since the rebels didn't believe the adversary existed, it was easy for the adversary to make them his slaves without them ever knowing it. That is exactly what happened. The rebels didn't all accept them ever knowing it. That is exactly what happened. The rebels didn't all experience an invisible playmate or friend as Soren had with Dylan, but they did follow impulses that occurred to them without realizing that they were being directed and used for the adversary's purposes. The adversary's purpose was to destroy the island way and to make all islanders his slaves. Every island school kid from elementary grades onward learned what the island way was, why it was so essential to the island economy and way of life, how it was developed, and what it required of every islander and way of life, how it was developed, and what it required of every islander. As the rebellion continued to meet in the underground tunnels and to grow by recruiting new members, it exerted more influence over island lifestyles as ideas from the rebellion infiltrated all areas of island culture. Young adult leaders from the rebellion infiltrated all areas of island culture. Young adult leaders from the rebellion were elected to government offices. Teachers from the rebellion were hired by elementary and high schools. Ideas and beliefs from the rebellion began to spread from islander to islander and group to group. Changes were small at first, so no one noticed them. Group to group. Changes were small at first, so no one noticed them. Kids started taking their parents and teachers less seriously. Homework started to be something that you got done when you had time, and students who were members of the rebellion became more vocal about not doing homework because they didn't have time. Similarly, traffic violations worked because they didn't have time. Similarly, traffic violations increased. Since roads had existed on the island and cars were shipped over from the mainland, island police rarely gave out speeding tickets because the island way assumed respect for the law. Consequently, it was visiting mainlanders who usually got any speeding tickets that were necessary. As the rebellion took hold, more native islanders of high school age began breaking more speeding laws and getting more tickets. About a year after Jasmine's party, when Kyle, Tucker, and their class were 11th graders, alcohol abuse by kids at Hillside High had doubled. Their class were 11th graders. Alcohol abuse by kids at Hillside High had doubled. This meant more car accidents with drunk drivers. Even though everyone on the island lived a comfortable and prosperous lifestyle, thanks to the family systems that provided for every aspect of the island economy, store owners on the island gradually discovered that more high school kids were stealing from them. This meant that security guards began being hired to work at store entrances, and security alarms were installed at every checkout counter. A few kids had even gotten guns and had shooting sprees in parks and other open areas, since they could not sneak a gun inside of any island building without being detected. Because of these shooters, more fences got built around parks, baseball fields, and places like that to protect islanders from harm. Family life changed too. Places like that to protect islanders from harm. Family life changed too. The island way prohibited sex with someone you did not intend to marry or were not married to already. Divorce was permitted, but it was rare. When a high school student got pregnant, both families got involved in preparing the couple for marriage. Both families got involved in preparing the couple for marriage, family, and continuing their legacy as they built up the family businesses. There were no single mothers on the island, and abortion remained strictly illegal. As the rebellion gained momentum and popularity, more kids, even kids from the most established island families, were having sex with no plan to marry the partner. More high school girls got pregnant. More island families had to arrange for last-minute weddings to handle teenage couples who were having babies. At first, the impact on the business climate of the island was imperceptible. Families who had taken responsibility for a particular segment of the market, such as bread and bakery items, wine, herbs and spices, or whatever, had traditionally taken their duty to maintain their segment of the economy very seriously. Everyone knew that each family system had to do its part to sustain the quality of life for all islanders. Their honesty, integrity, and quality. The head of each family group felt a debt of gratitude to their fellow islanders and their family legacies for the prosperous life they enjoyed. They understood their duty to make and sell products of the highest quality. The downgrade of this quality standard came so gradually that no one recognized it for what it was: a threat way of life. In the autumn of the school year, after Kyle and Tucker had discovered the underground tunnels and the rebellion, KK started first grade. Her new teacher, Mr. Matthews, began reading stories to his class that KK talked about one afternoon when Kyle was assigned a babysitter. The Sanger parents were on a weekend business trip and planned to return only with 2 mommies or 2 daddies, KK asked Kyle between bites of the peanut butter sandwich that Adriana had made for an afternoon snack. To Kyle's immense relief, Adriana was around to fix meals and keep up housework over this weekend. Surprised by KK's question, Kyle asked, Well, do you know anyone who lives with a family with 2 mommies or 2 daddies? And KK said without hesitation. Me neither, Kyle said. We don't live like that on this island because we have the island way. Kyle amazed himself as he gave this answer, realizing that he sounded quite a bit like his parents. Then Kyle had another thought. What other stories does Mr. Matthews read to you? Oh, sometimes girls and stuff like that. So does he read stories about little girls who look like little girls on the outside, but inside they feel like little boys? Yeah, KK answered simply, taking another bite of her sandwich and creating a milk mustache on her upper lip as she took a swallow of milk. Do you ever wish you were a boy? Kyle asked, trying to sound catty and vehemently that Kyle laughed out loud with relief before he could stop himself. I'm glad you're a girl, because you're my only sister, Kyle admitted. Me too. Can I go play with Coco now? KK asked, her gaze following the chocolate-tipped Siamese cat who was batting at a catnip mouse toy on the kitchen floor. Use your napkin first, at the moment. KK wiped her mouth and looked at Kyle for approval. He nodded, and she bounced away, happily calling to Coco. Kyle had early childhood memories of being an only child, a rare occurrence among the large families on the island. Even in preschool, Kyle had been considered strange by some of his classmates and even a few of the teachers. He was their own, had adopted KK. I will tell you more about KK's adoption into the Sanger family in another story. Kyle knew he must talk with his parents about KK's new first-grade teacher and his stories. Maybe they would get him fired. At least they would pay much more careful attention to KK's education in the island way, the reasons for it, and its place from their trip mid-afternoon the next day. Marvin and Tucker were invited for dinner at the Sangers, and the plan was for the 3 friends to do a sword sharpening session that evening after dinner. Kyle waited until they were safely in the place, out of earshot of the rest of the Sanger family and household help, before he told Marvin and Tucker about his conversation with KK. They were both silent for several minutes, sipping their Cokes and thinking. Marvin spoke first. You guys did sword sharpening sessions all term, right? Marvin was looking at Kyle and Tucker. They both nodded. Why? Marvin probed. Why did you do that? Kyle and Tucker exchanged glances, but neither answered. Marvin waited for the king, he answered simply. Marvin nodded. You had to learn to use the sword, Marvin agreed and continued. If you don't ever use the sword, why learn it? Marvin paused and continued. It's high time to use the sword. Time to confront this rebellion and fight for the king. Both Kyle Weeks. When Marvin spoke what had been in the back of their minds, they recognized what had been growing inside them, and it became real. We just a couple of kids, Tucker began and paused. Thought you might say that, Marvin returned, turning pages in one of the volumes of ancient writings he was continually researching. Marvin found his spot and ran and read the words. My strength comes into its own in your weakness. So if we're weak, it makes the king look good? Kyle asked. Well, no, Marvin said. I'd say it more like this. The more we need him, the stronger he shows up. Then Marvin added, There's another place, well, he instructed. So we ain't too young, and we ain't too weak, so we gonna go to battle, right? Tucker asked. As Marvin nodded, he asked another question. Okay, what do we do now? Kyle was ready for this. We spend more time talking with and listening to the king. He has the battle plan, and he'll give it to us. We don't always have to be ready, wearing our armor and knowing the blade. Surprise showed on Marvin's face as he said, Good on you, Kyle. Marvin continued, We need more time with the tutor and knowing every inch of the blade that we can. It's time to get ready. After a long pause, he added, Our preparation speeds up starting tonight. The next day, talking with the king, listening and reading from the ancient book. They reviewed with each other every piece of their armor and how it protected them against tactics of the adversary. They used the lull between sports seasons to meet together every night that week to remind each other of what they had learned, to listen to the king and talk about what he told them. Understood that the date for battle against the rebellion would be the Saturday of the week after school ended for the summer. They also knew that they would return to the tunnels under the school to confront the adversary's forces. Kyle would say later that there were 2 tricky things about this war. First, it was very hard to remember that the kids in the rebellion, the young adults in all of the island schools, were not the enemy. This battle was against the adversary and his fighting troops, not the humans they were turning into slaves. The second thing that was most tricky of all was that the king's power flowed through them to get victory over the adversary and his warriors. Their own strength, they would burn out quickly and lose. To forget these two things would weaken the king's army, and they didn't want that. For Kyle, who had long resisted becoming a part of a war because he did not want to fight and kill, the strangest thing about this war was that the king's words as written into the ancient book and carried in their ancient book into the atmosphere, in the spirit realm, that warrior was wielding his sword to slash and cut down the adversary's black warriors or to block their blows. The end of the school year came quickly as Kyle and Tucker, with Marvin's continued coaching, spent every spare minute learning the sword and hearing the king through different kinds of circumstances on the Saturday morning of the battle against the rebellion. Tucker had taken the schoolmaster key home with him the last time he assisted the custodian so that he and Kyle could get into the tunnels as they had that fall. Tucker pulled into the Sanger estate driveway quietly to avoid disturbing sleeping family members. He knew from Kyle's text that Kyle would meet him in the playground. As Tucker got out of the Valiant, he spotted Kyle sprinting around the corner of the Sanger home. Tucker's heart was pounding, but not because he'd gotten out of his car. Tucker walked over to meet Kyle in the driveway and grabbed Kyle in the usual bear hug. "Been talking with the king since around 3 a.m., Kyle said, catching his breath from his sprint. "We should go to the school now, get into the tunnels, and be ready for instructions. I thought Marvin was coming," Kyle said with a questioning look. "I don't know," Tucker shrugged. "He pulled an all-nighter for some college project, and I couldn't get him up for nothing." Kyle absorbed this news silently. Marvin had become a teacher for them, and without him seemed strange. Kyle decided to focus on their strength. Of course, the king is here with his warriors, and others on this island who know him are talking with him now. "Yeah, fear coming from the adversary, and we resist it," Tucker declared, turning with Kyle to walk back to the Valiant and get in. They closed car doors and lowered the driver's seat window. As he did, he caught the sound of a familiar motor in the distance and listened intently. Kyle just looked over at him without speaking. "That's Marvin," Tucker announced, turning off the engine to wait for his brother. "Better late than never," said Kyle, trying not to sound as relieved as he felt. Marvin arrived in his little brother's vehicle. The Washington brothers got along well, but this was more than getting along. Marvin was wanting more sleep, and it was just fine with him to let someone else do the driving that morning. Within moments, they were pulling into the high school parking lot, empty once again. Marvin dozed while both Kyle and Tucker were talking with the king. Kyle was remembered to the high school and discovered Soren Marsden trying to kill himself. The battle that Kyle and Tucker had joined to save Soren's life had been intense beyond anything they ever could have imagined. By the king's power, Soren remained alive. During this morning, Soren was in a rehab center getting clean of drugs and getting to know the king for himself. He also knew that fighting for Soren had been nothing compared to the battle he was now committed to fight for the king along with Tucker and Marvin. As these thoughts passed through Kyle's mind, Tucker started talking to the king out loud before he had even parked the Valiant. Kyle and Tucker entered the high school with Marvin close behind them. Tucker used his passkey to get the door opened into the underground tunnels. The three friends descended the ladder stairs soundlessly, listening for the king's voice and listening for sounds in the tunnels at the same time. When both Kyle and Tucker were standing on the concrete tunnel floor with Marvin, the three of them clasped hands, didn't speak out of respect for the king's voice, and waited for instructions. Into the invisible realm, they would have glimpsed countless immense warriors, blacker than the darkness of the tunnel. These dark warriors wore armor and were armed with jagged swords whose blades sent erratic bursts of energy into the atmosphere around them, although none of them had yet drawn their swords. Had either Kyle or Tucker been permitted to see the adversaries' arms, fled the tunnels in terror. They were equally blind to the numbers of uniformed warriors whose insignias and swords identified them as the king's forces. Most of the king's armies gathered above the roof of the school. Half a dozen of them accompanied Marvin, Kyle, and Tucker as they descended into the tunnels. Oblivious to the invisible warriors, Kyle and among black officers, or the clink of armor or shields as black warriors shifted restlessly, waiting to attack. All Kyle and Tucker heard was encouraging words from the king as they listened. "I am with you, and my army is with you." Kyle and Tucker retraced their steps to the large opening where they had accidentally interrupted a satanic ritual at the start of the school year. As Kyle and Tucker stepped into this large room, one of the black warriors immediately sent a huge flaming dart that was sending off a buzzing sound. The dart was aimed at Kyle's left jugular vein. Just before the bolt was fired, Kyle had declared, "Greater is he that is in me than he that is in white light all around his head and neck." The dart that the black warrior had intended for Kyle's neck disappeared with a soft puffing sound and never reached its target. The adversary had fired its first shot. Kyle had followed the king's prompting and answered the attack with the king's word through the blade of his sword. Once the first shot was fired, a barrage of shots from black followed. As there were only 3 humans who were vastly outnumbered by adversary forces, and the enemy troops had more experience, Kyle and Tucker would have been defeated immediately, but for the help of the king's armies. More deadly blows from adversary swords, daggers, and fiery darts came at Kyle and Tucker than they could possibly have struck down by themselves. And fiery darts came at Kyle and Tucker than they could possibly have struck down by themselves. The warriors next to them acted as another shield around them, even while they used their armor. In sword-sharpening sessions, the speed of declaring the king's words and discerning the king's voice from voices of the adversary or his slave warriors had never happened at the speed or in his voice from voices of the adversary or his slave warriors had never happened at the speed or intensity that it was during this battle. All those hours that Kyle and Tucker had spent learning to recognize the king's voice were paying off. But they had to use their discernment with lightning speed to speak out the king's words and not be fooled or trapped by adversaries. Their discernment with lightning speed to speak out the king's words and not be fooled or trapped by adversary lies. As moments passed, Kyle took a stronger stand and followed the king's orders more quickly. Tucker had more experience than Kyle and was more likely to face groups of black warriors ganging up on him. Dauntless, Tucker kept likely to face groups of black warriors ganging up on him. Dauntless, Tucker kept bellowing out the king's words with absolute authority, no matter how many of the black warriors ganged up to defeat him. Soon, adversarial ranks were thinning because Tucker's slashing blade had vanquished, wounded, or rendered helpless so many of the black warriors. Blade had vanquished, wounded, or rendered helpless so many of the black warriors. "Father of lies!" Tucker shrieked at one point. Rage was on the edge of cutting through his armor. Kyle sensed this and turned to aid his friend. "No weapon formed against us can prosper," Kyle shouted, using both hands. "Against us can prosper," Kyle shouted, using both hands to slice through the throng of black warriors that had once again gathered around Tucker like vultures for the kill. It could have been days or years later by the time the last black warrior had either been killed off or had fled the battle scene in terror due to severe wounds. Kyle and Tucker stood flanked only by the or had fled the battle scene in terror due to severe wounds. Kyle and Tucker stood flanked only by the king's forces in the empty room. Drained of energy, Marvin and both of the younger boys half sat, half fell to the floor, and laid there unable to move. Troops who had healing power from the king came and tended to the wounds of the body, mind, and soul that all power from the king came and tended to the wounds of the body, mind, and soul that all 3, but especially Kyle and Tucker, had suffered. When the boys were finally able to sit up and get to their feet, they found that a strange, strong peace was filling their minds, emotions, and the room around them. The stench, the horror, and the danger of battle were quickly fading, and the room around them. The stench, the horror, and the danger of battle were quickly fading away with every passing moment. "Guess what I'm thinking of," Tucker said, sounding like he had just started to wake up and wanted to go back to sleep. "Don't have to," Kyle answered. "Then what?" Tucker asked. "Food," both answered. "Then what?" Tucker asked. "Food," both Marvin and Kyle chorused. Tucker laughed and said, "Cheeseburgers with chili fries." "With olives and mushrooms," Kyle said. "And soft grilled onions," Marvin added. "Oh, yeah, sighed Marvin added. "Oh, yeah, sighed Tucker. Yes, this battle was over, even though the war would continue. For now, these new warriors for the king had prevailed. Chapter 14, To the Future. Tucker always got a better spin on the frisbee than Kyle could, and Kyle clenched the disc hard with his right hand to get better control before sending it in a long arch back across the hospital grounds to Tucker. As Kyle turned to enter the rehab unit, Tucker followed, wedging the frisbee into a briefcase he was carrying. "Is that him?" Frisbee into a briefcase he was carrying. "Is that him?" Tucker whispered. "That's him," Kyle answered. The two of them were standing in the doorway of a lounge in the rehab center where Soren Marsden was getting detoxed from all the drugs he'd been abusing since junior high. Kyle understood why Tucker didn't recognize Soren. Kyle had expected to find Soren lying in a hospital bed surrounded by pillows with tubes hanging out of him. Instead, Soren was fully dressed in street clothes, sitting in a chair, smiling at them as they walked toward him. The real surprise was in Soren's face and his eyes. Kyle was once again looking into the eyes of his long-lost childhood friend. Gone were the darting sideways glances and the wild look. Every appearance of identifying as an outcast was gone. The black jeans, tee, and overcoat had been replaced by sport slacks and jacket. A brand new Soren met Kyle's eyes and held them. He stood and shook hands with both Kyle and Tucker in turn. Before Soren gave them a word of explanation about the journey he had experienced, both Kyle and Tucker had become quite certain that somehow Soren had met the king and decided to serve him. Tucker grabbed a couple of chairs and pulled them close to where Soren sat. Brokenly, Soren told Kyle that he had planned the accident and tried to hurt Kyle. He didn't sound anything like the Soren of recent years as he asked Kyle to forgive him. Soren even said that he would understand if the Singer family wanted to press charges. Time seemed to stop for the three of them as Soren spread out before Kyle and Tucker the story of his near-death experience. Soren tried to describe the unimaginable horrors of the place he had visited and ended up saying that any words that he could use were just not good enough. Kyle and Tucker nodded their understanding and agreement. Soren admitted that he had actually shouted out to the king for help, although he wasn't even sure that anyone would hear and answer him in that horrible place. Soren told them how he woke up to discover that he had been returned to life, that he was lying on a bed in a hospital, and that there was a powerful, peaceful presence that had never left him since he woke. Soren went on to explain that he knew it was the king who had delivered him from the adversary's clutches, and who would never leave him now that Soren had become one of the king's warriors. It was harder for Soren to tell Kyle and Tucker about Dylan, but he did. Both of Soren's visitors told them they understood because they had also struggled with the adversary's attacks. With a new, quiet confidence, Soren explained to Kyle and Tucker that neither Dylan nor any other adversary warrior would ever torment Soren the way that Dylan had ever again. Soren was certain of this because he had become one of the king's heirs. Soren had been adopted into the king's family. It was obvious to every one of Soren's listeners that with Soren's particular family circumstances, no mom, absent dad, no brothers or sisters, Soren was thrilled about being adopted. Out of everything Soren told them, Kyle never forgot the moment when Soren grabbed his hand, looked directly at him, and said, "I believe the king let me come back for one reason. I'm here as a warrior for the king to wake up the islanders so they know the war is real and the adversary is real. Unless they turn and serve the king, they will end up being adversary slaves and going to that horrible place. To die forever. Then those black warriors will take over the island. Will you help me?" The urgent plea in Soren's eyes and voice grabbed Kyle's spirit, just as if the king himself was speaking. Kyle nodded, returned Soren's grip, and said, "Done." Soren smiled back at Kyle with his whole face. In that instant, Kyle fully understood the adversary's plan for the island and his specific task in the war for the very first time. At that point, Marvin walked in with drinks and pizza for all. The three teenage boys would have been grateful for almost any kind of pizza at that point, but Marvin had actually gone out of his way to bring a genuine deep dish Sicilian pizza that he knew was Kyle's favorite. These incredible gifts were gratefully accepted. Soren had been doing his best to put up with hospital food, was getting extremely tired of it, and had started skipping meals. Soren devoured almost an entire extra-large pizza himself, and Kyle was close behind him. The Washington brothers declined more pizza after a first slice because they had seen the stuff in the cafeteria, and they knew that between Kyle and Soren, all of the pizza would disappear. They had seen the stuff in the cafeteria, and they knew that between Kyle and Soren, all of the pizza would disappear. Soren reached into his sport coat pocket and pulled out a small book. "I've got the disc, too, in my room," he explained. "And I'm studying now, too. He's teaching me a lot, but there's so much to learn." Soren paused, looking down at the table. "But there's so much to learn." Soren paused, looking down at the table. Someone has to tell all the islanders." There was a new urgency in Soren's voice. "That place, that majorly horrible place." Soren was searching for words. "When the adversary gets someone and pulls them down there, it's worse. Adversary gets someone and pulls them down there. It's worse than a nightmare you can't get out of. We have to make sure they know so they don't end up there." Soren's voice trailed off. "We got you, dude. We're there too," Tucker said, reaching a burly arm over to slap Soren's shoulder. "We all fightin' with the king now, and it's war, dude." "We all fightin' with the king now, and it's war, dude." Kyle nodded as he searched for words. Should they tell Soren about the battle they had just fought against the Island Rebellion? Several days had passed since Marvin, Kyle, and Tucker had stood toe-to-toe with black warriors of the adversary's forces in the tunnels under the high school and wielded their swords as never before in their lives. Soren was different now because he had just met the king and started to get to know him and learn the sword. Kyle and Tucker were different now because the result of the battle against the rebellion had forced them to learn and mature quickly. They felt years old against the rebellion had forced them to learn and mature quickly. They felt years older. Clearly, none of them would ever be the same again. Kyle sighed. Soren had enough to think about and work on for now. They could update him on the rebellion after he had recovered more fully and had more experience with the king, the sword, and his armor. Before Kyle and Tucker left Soren, Kyle asked, "Want to talk to the king with us?" Soren nodded, grinning. They let Soren take the lead as he was the newest. Kyle felt the king drawing close to them and listening intently to everything Soren said. Kyle had experienced. Soren, of all people. Kyle was also stunned to learn how the adversary had almost succeeded in making Soren a slave, using Dylan as a tool. Kyle would be forever grateful that in compassion and mercy, the king had answered Soren's cry for help and saved him from a ghastly, endless death. Tunnels. So all three of them felt healed, rested, and ready to talk about the future of life on their island home. "What's going to happen now?" Tucker asked, looking over at his brother. "We keep on with our sword drills and wait for our next orders from the king," Marvin said, leaning back in his beanbag and stretching both arms out in back of his head. "Tell you one thing about that battle in the tunnels, isn't it?" Kyle asked. Marvin threw his head back and laughed. When he could speak, he said, "I wish." "No, believe me, they will be back, and the adversary will continue to fight to control each person on this island." Kyle and Tucker felt silent, glad for compliments from Marvin, in shock to learn that the experience had taught them battle basics that sword drills could not. They knew now how much more study of the king's words they needed to tear through the adversary's lies and strongholds. They had experienced the king's power coursing through them when they were too weak to stand, much less use their swords. Now they knew that the king's power flowed through their armor and swords to conquer, dreaming about a distant future day when islanders would finally be free of the adversary and live freely under the king's reign. At one point, Marvin said, "Hey, look," and pointed to a place above their heads. Kyle and Tucker followed Marvin's finger with their eyes. What they saw was two immense and powerful warriors who obviously belonged to the king's gold handles of broadswords that were every bit as heavy and every bit as powerful as the broadsword that Kyle had seen in his dream. Although Kyle had decided that most likely no human being would be able to actually use such a bulky sword, both of these warriors were extending these swords at full length above their heads and doing it effortlessly if he was dreaming. Kyle was gazing open-mouthed without speaking. "Any idea who these dudes are?" Marvin asked. "No," Kyle and Tucker answered in unison. Kyle added, "Duh, course not." "That's the two of you," Marvin managed to say before he started laughing a good strong belly laugh. "Once me, he already has your destinies and your rewards ready for you." Tucker's face brightened as he looked over at Kyle. Get it, dude? We win. Okay, it's in the future, but cool. We win. We already win. So cool. So cool. At that particular moment, Kyle much better. He wasn't there yet. The heaviness lifted. Kyle knew it was because the king was with him, helping him. Kyle drew a deep breath before he spoke and looked at Tucker first, then Marvin. Okay, I blew it at Jasmine's party and almost messed up my family big time. From now on, no matter what happens to me, and Marvin and Tucker both heard him. What none of them heard was their guardians who were also shouting praise, and they didn't hear the countless king's warriors in the throne room who were joining in the celebration. Epilogue. This is a good place to pause this style. They've had 6 more babies since then, with more likely to come. Kyle and Tucker did well through the rest of their high school years. Tucker and Xandri decided to attend the same college on the island so they could get married faster as soon as they both graduated. As Marvin predicted, the invisible war for the island did not stop. Actually, it escalated. So everyone... Prologue. 2 young men stood next to the main entrance of Hillview High School on this particular morning. They were wearing nondescript khaki shirts and pants that could have passed for either work clothes or some kind of uniform. One of them was tall and slender with a swimmer's body, large hazel eyes, and a military cut of his light brown hair.